Millions of competitors threw their hat in the ring, and after months and months of grueling competition, from golden ticket holders to last chance qualifiers, we've gathered the 16 best Clash Royale players in the world to be here live in Helsinki to compete for their part of our $1 million prize pool. But the question remains, who's the best? Who will fall short? And who will be crowned king? There's only one way to find out. The 2020 Clash Royale League World Finals start right now!
Legends are not born, they are made. Forged in the fires of midnight oil. Hours and hours of grinding, trying, winning, losing, succeeding with one goal and one goal in mind, to become a champion. Hello and welcome, I'm Rich Slayton, joined by Joshua A.C. Sharon, Andrew Guy, and Jackson Juicy J. Wall. This is the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals!
Over half of our players have never played on a live stage before. This is an entirely different feeling. The goosebumps on your arm, your hand shaking, the crowd erupting when you win. Who wants it more? Who is ready for this moment? These are the questions we're asking, and those questions will be answered shortly.
The road has been long, the path has been difficult, but today these contestants take their first step on that final leg of the journey to find out, will they merely be great or will they become legendary? Let's start right now as we welcome our players. In our first match, we have two players making their second appearance at Clash Royale League World Finals, Sandbox and Keith.
Our second match is between the winner of the 5th golden ticket going against the innovative veteran. We have Arden Towas and Sweep.
Next up, making their first and third World Finals appearances respectively, we have Aslan and Lucas X Gamer!
Our next match is between two first-timers to the World Championships. We have Dominic, aka Doom, and we have the winner of the first golden ticket, Samuel Basoto.
Let's hear it one more time for our first 8 competitors. In our 5th match, we have a player making a record-tying 4th appearance at World Finals. It's Morton against the first-timer, Ender G.
Our next match, you might have heard of him. He's the reigning world champ. We have Moogie going against the veteran 3rd finals in a row, Vitor 75.
Our 7th match features a fan favorite, making his 3rd World Finals appearance in KK, up against the uncontested top player on the planet, the Prince of Egypt himself, Mohamed Light!
matchup of round number 1. They are two good buddies, but will they remain friends after this opening round? Air Surfer and Pandora.
Let's hear it one more time for your 16 world finalists.
Hello and welcome to the desk. The feeling in this room is electric. I'm Andrew Guy, this is Juicy J, and this is the 2022 Clash Royale League World Finals. Before we get into the action, Juicy, welcome to your first World Finals as a caster. You already won one back in the day. You won $50K when you did it. How does it feel to be on the other side of the screen?
I'm feeling great. I'm really excited, but most of all, I want to watch these players play. We have the 16 best players in Clash Royale here competing for $1 million prize pool.
$1 million prize pool, but to get there, you got to go through our tournament format. You guys know this is Clash Fest. This is World Finals. It's a 3-day event. Double elimination, upper bracket, lower bracket, best of 3 duel mode. You got to do it on the spot with only 2 minutes between each game. And of course, if you don't lose, if you're the last player standing, you get to walk away with our massive prize purse, and of course, the title of the greatest Clash Royale player in the world. Now, Juice, you won $50K. That's a lot of money. There's $1 million on the line.
Yeah, it doesn't really compare, does it? Let's check out this prize pool. $250,000 grand prize. Everyone who's made it here today is in that $20,000 range, which with each win today, you are going to be grabbing another extra $10,000 from that $1 million prize pool.
That is right, $10,000 best of 3. How does that sound to you guys at home? It sounds horrifying to me, honestly, but it also sounds exciting. Our bracket is something that might be a bit of a challenge for a lot of these people. As you said, the best 16 players in the world. But Juicy, is there one match here that stands out to you more than the rest?
Most of these matches have a favorite, an easy pick, but if there's one that stands out to me, it is Air Surfer versus Pandora. Very even matchup. That's the one I'm most excited to watch.
Yeah, that's a really, really great matchup. It seems like a lot of us were split between Pandora or Air Surfer. Let's take a look here at the caster predictions. You guys probably saw them online on Twitter at Esports Royale EN. There is, of course, only one set of caster predictions that is correct, and that is my set of caster predictions. I've got a lot of faith there, and as you can see, with that match 8 surprisingly on the desk, all of us are going for Air Surfer, so maybe Pandora will be playing upset, but those are just our predictions. What about your guys' predictions at home? That's right, your predictions matter. Go to event.clashroyale.com to follow along with all 3 days of our action, but most importantly, you can get your predictions in so we can talk about them live on broadcast, and you can win in-game rewards from gold to gems to tower skins to brand new badges. I've already worked my way through the rankings. Ooh, there's a lot going on today, so we might as well get into the action. Rich, I think we got a match to get to, brother.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. Expectations were high for our first player after a 3rd place finish in last year's regular season. But after an early exit, he's back this year to write a new ending to that story. Let's welcome Sandbox.
사람들이 많은 관심을 가져줬으면 하는 걸어서 다니면서 편하게 할 수 있는 게임이고, 그리고 두 번째 장점은 규모가 큰 대회인 만큼 경기 때 저는 상대를 존중하는 마음이 크고 상대방과 함께 즐거운 게임을 할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
A surprise entrance last year. This player was eliminated by Sandbox in last year's World Finals in the very first round. Back in 2022 and looking for revenge. Put your hands together for Keith.
Sono emozionato perché quando ho iniziato a giocare a Clash Royale guardavo un sacco la Clash Royale League e oggi essere qui tra i miei idoli è un sogno che si è avverato. Le 3 cose che mi piacciono di più di Clash Royale sono la parte competitiva, la parte strategica e che ti permette di fare esperienze bellissime come queste. Let's go!
Let's go indeed. The first matchup is ready to go. Sandbox on the red side, Keith on the blue, and there's a lot of history between it. You heard about last year's World Finals, but even this year in our Stage 5, it was Keith that made Sandbox go down low. He took away one of his lives. So going back and forth, these guys have a great rivalry already going. But the biggest thing, Juicy, since it's the very start of the day, and it's the very start of day one, yes, the numbers are great. Yes, their favorite cards are great, but what is most important is they are live on stage for the first time in 2 years for our World Finals. You've done it before. You've had success doing it. What is some advice that you have for our players as we're getting ready for our first match?
I think the biggest piece of advice I could give anyone would be to stay calm and get yourself into your comfort spot. Imagine yourself in your bed or in your chair. Take deep breaths, but most importantly, tell yourself, I got this, I can win this. Confidence is very key as well.
We got this. We got this. We can do this. We can win this. 32% for Humble Keith, 68 to Sandbox. Not a big surprise there when you do consider that Sandbox is the favorite. But again, you talk about their history. Yes, last year's World Finals, but in Stage 5, Keith was able to beat Sandbox in a 2-1 set, and he was able to get a 3 crown in there with that disgusting Royal Pigs, our Royal Hogs mirror deck. But we're ready for the action. Match 1, day 1, Clash Royale League World Finals. Let's go. Humble Keith at the bottom, Sandbox at the top, rocking those added battle banners, which you can, of course, get battle banner points at event.clashroyale.com as you work through the weekend. Sandbox already nodding. He knows what he's going up against.
Keith using a quick cycle deck here. Mighty Miner definitely going to be bait. Sandbox with a Ghost and a Barbarian, most likely going to be either a Mega Knight Bridge Him, no, and Royal Giant. That's classic Sandbox.
That is absolutely correct. Sandbox does love Royal Giant, although he did play a lot more Drill, as did Keith, both their favorite win conditions throughout the competition. But Sandbox does have a 75% win rate with Royal Giant in our CRL qualifiers this year. Hog behind the Mighty Miner, maybe not exactly what we were expecting when we saw the first 4 cards, Juicy.
Absolutely. The Cannon Cart Mighty Miner Hog deck is something that we've seen come into the meta more recently. The only big weakness to this deck is you don't have any air defense. So it looks like he was very, very confident in his ability to make sure he doesn't get an air matchup here.
Yeah, Sandbox not a guy that really loves to play air. When you go back and you look at his deck history once again, he's only played Loon as his win condition 1 time in the entire run that he had in CRL this year. And of course, he played Lava 3 times with a 0% win rate. So I love that early deck pick from Keith. Shows that he's been doing his homework, but it's all about going from game 1 to game 2. 27-35, bottom left-hand tower, 26-76 on the top right. Sandbox behind by just a hair.
Yeah, that was really good defense from Sandbox. Going with immediate RG for that mortar, and then the Hunter right after to make sure to take out that Cannon Cart, and then huge counter push. Keith did a really good job of defending that and then getting some nice Mighty Miner damage and a King Tower activation. So Keith has got to be feeling pretty well right now.
Yeah, that was an incredible 10 seconds or so there for Keith. You saw Sandbox, kind of shake his head when he placed that E-Spirit too high, stuck his tongue out, probably not too happy about that. There's a lot of nerves being the first competitor of the day, your first match of World Finals. But remember, guys, this is day 1. We are going to be eliminating 4 players today. So whoever loses this set will be sent down to the elimination bracket and fighting for their lives later on. Neither of them want to be in that position, but still a very even game here as we tick 40 seconds away from overtime.
Mighty Miner Hog push on the left here. The Hog does get a very important shot, and now Keith is going to be up a significant amount of damage, about 1 Hog/RG shot in the lead here.
Log plus Spirit there keeps that Hunter off the tower. Juicy, this deck is relatively heavy on the back end, but you can see those first 3 cards going to help you get around pretty quickly. What is the goal with this deck when you're playing RG? How do you play through this matchup?
I think the biggest thing here is Fisherman value. You want to get the Fisherman to pull in those Cannon Carts, pull in those Mighty Miners, because if you can't do that, you're never going to be breaking through.
So Fish Boy here not going to turn and grab that Mighty Miner, going to cross the bridge all by his lonesome. Meanwhile, the Mighty Miner is tanking for that Hog Rider, and just to go back to that moment of the missed E-Spirit, that did allow that Mighty Miner ability bomb to get on top of tower. Now we see a Barbell getting on top of the mortar, RG on top of the mortar. Royal Ghost not getting the tank that it needs because of that Cannon Cart. RG just in time getting on the Cannon Cart there. A bit of a blessing for Keith from that lightning.
Absolutely. Mortar not able to get in the shot, but
That's
the Hunter
a big
is.
Hunter shot, 1395, 1966. Sandbox starting to pull away here. Now you see Keith shifting a little on stage, maybe getting a little bit less comfortable as we move forward. 80 seconds remain in the first match of the day.
Yeah, he was in a really good spot. He was having some solid defense and always getting those hog shots. But it seems like the bats for Sandbox are really providing a lot of value. He only has the Ice Spirit to take care of those bats, and as we all know, it's almost impossible to hit all of them.
And you see right there, Ice Spirit actually gets hit by the splash of that Royal Ghost. Royal Ghost goes invisible with the Royal Giant behind. This could be a lot of trouble for Keith.
And look at the Fishermans. They're taking out that Mortar. The Cannon Card's doing its best, but the Lightning's gonna come down. And Keith needs a Mortar connection right now if he wants to win this game.
And you see again, Sandbox tilting his head going, I'm not lightninging at the correct time because it keeps making my RG focus on that cannon once it's off of its wheels. 1908 to 997, 36 seconds remain.
Another hog coming in here. The Cannon Card is locked on.
The cannon's on the tower. The cannon's on the tower. The hog is late. I mean, the Fisherman is late on the hog.
2 hits.
Second hit is in, 628, 997. That was a huge moment for Keith.
This is a huge counter push, though. If he can defend properly, he might have a chance to win this game. Log's gonna knock this back. Lightning's gonna come down. Fisherman pulls in that Cannon Card.
Oh, but the Royal Giant gets frozen, and the Mortar comes down in time. 680, 628, 8 seconds remain.
8 seconds, it's so close. Here comes the hog. We're gonna see an earthquake and a log on this tower as well.
There's the lightning.
The lightning.
The hit comes in. Keith takes game number 1 in a nail-biter, Juice.
Wow, what did I just witness? If that hog didn't get that shot, I don't think he was gonna be able to take that win, but he had just enough time.
Oh my God, that's only match 1. My voice isn't even gonna make it through match number 2.
No way.
That was absolutely incredible. I think some of the biggest issues there, we had the missed Electro Spirit early on from Sandbox. That allowed that Mighty Miner to get on top of tower and drop that bomb. But then later on, Sandbox was having such difficulty getting those lightnings where he needed because the cannon cart kept going off its wheels. RG would retarget, you get the Ice Spirit down if you need. I mean, what could he have done differently? Did he need to play more patiently?
I think the biggest thing is just allowing that Cannon Card to lock on. That is where the game really shifted. If he could have just played some sort of ground unit like a Ghost or a Fisherman to prevent that from happening, he could have been in a good spot to win that game.
Let's take a look here at a replay. We got the God RF up in the booth. Big time shout out to our old friend RF. He's okay with Splash Yard, I hear. And this is exactly what we're talking about. You see there, Ice Spirit comes down, Mortar comes down, and then Juicy, take it from here.
Mortar not able to get that shot. At this point, it is a base race. I really like Keith's understanding to go for the hog here in the last second because he knows that Lightning does more damage than his Earthquake does. And that is what clinched him the game, that hog hit.
Yeah, and you see right there at the end, Sandbox taking a quick look over at his opponent, knowing he got the best of him in those final moments. So again, Juice, top of the show, top of the day, beginning of the competition. You've just lost game 1 of a best of 3. How do you bounce back?
You have to go into that second game as if it is the first one. You can't allow the first game to get into your head or else you're gonna get tilted and you're gonna make a lot more mistakes.
And one of the things that I think was interesting is at the very beginning of that game, you said, pretty typical for Sandbox to run Royal Giant in game number 1. Yes, it is one of his favorite win conditions. Yes, it is one of his most successful win conditions. But if you're here at World Finals, if you're in that duel mode, you have to be a little bit less predictable. And I love that you called out, he had no air defense. He didn't need it. Sandbox doesn't like playing in the skies. He's had very little success playing in the skies. And that's one of those things. I'm not saying he should just come out with Lava Clone, but I do think you don't want to be as predictable in game number 1 of the most important day of your life of Clash Royale.
I think the other big thing in that matchup was how, I mean, you mentioned earlier how he was always lightning the cannon cart before the RG locked on.
Yes.
Even if he got one more RG hit that game, he would have won.
And then even when he, let's say the RG was locked on, great work with the log and the Ice Spirit to reset the RG on the cannon cart when necessary. The interactions at the end were absolutely phenomenal from Keith. And then you talk again about that Hog Rider sneaking in at the end. He knew that Sandbox had to sell out. But here we go. Game number 2. Can Keith 2-0 this, or will Sandbox bounce back? Rocking that Ice Wizard on the battle banner. I think I'm gonna hop on that train as well. Maybe it'll make me play better.
It's my favorite battle banner, especially as a Splasher player. I like it.
Okay. So, nice moment here for us to all take a breath, and then we see Keith come out with his favorite win condition of the tournament. 70 83% win rate for Keith, and then a beautiful Magic Archer lineup early on. Maybe a little over-aggressive, we'll find out.
That was one of the most aggressive starting plays I've ever seen, but it looks like it's gonna work out because he has the Giant Skelly, even after that 5% HP nerf, is still doing such a great job of blocking up this entire lane right now.
AQ gets that second shot in, which I think the best thing that Sandbox could have hoped for. However, you go back to that Magic Archer plus drill, 2039 to 2602. And a great start for Keith again.
I really like Keith's choice of deck here. Looks like it's going to be that bridge spam Magic Archer drill deck. That's one we've seen a lot. And I think the biggest reason why I like it is there's multiple ways to get damage. You have the Magic Archer Tornado and you have the drill as your win condition.
So Giant Skeleton out in both directions here. No surprise, as like you said, Juice, even it got that 5% nerf, still incredibly strong. Dark Prince in the back to help clean up those goblins. And a healthy counter push going down both lanes.
I'm wondering how he can defend this. He really needs a Giant Skelly of his own. He does place it, but look at the Goblin Ball on the right side.
Brawler on the tower, Mega Minion untouched. That should be a tower down unless something crazy happens. NATO does come back, but only 408 remaining, and this is already looking great for the South Korean.
That's just one of those mistakes you can't be making at an event like this. He needs to place that Giant Skeleton one more tile to the right to ensure that that Goblin Brawler is getting pulled in.
Yeah, that was really it. I mean, even then, if the Mega Minion somehow ignores, you gotta get that Brawler 100%. Beautiful start there for Sandbox, or I should say a fire back to a strong start from Keith. Cycled Snowball goes to the right, Golden Knight to the left, 1774 to 350.
At this point in the game, I really don't see Keith winning this unless Sandbox chokes. He does have the poison for the Magic Archer. The Golden Knight can be picked up very easily by that cage, and you know, you have the Dark Prince for the drill as well. It's a hard counter.
Absolutely, and especially with a big miss like that early on, it makes it very difficult to play through a bad matchup and some misplays.
Drill plus Bar Barrel here, but the Dark Prince is picking this up. He goes for the geometry onto the Magic Archer, but is not able to get it down. And Sandbox with a prediction snowball on this Magic Archer as well, preventing the lineup with the tornado. That was a beautiful play.
And Keith ran a deck similar to this through the qualifiers, although he did not have Giant Skeleton in it, and that was a 100% win rate deck. He ran it 9 times, won with it 9 times, but decided to change it up just a little bit here. He takes out the Royal Ghost, adds in the Giant Skeleton, and maybe just making that cycle that much more expensive made it a very difficult defense. We both saw that it was going to be over-aggressive, and I think this is going to be an easy game to win for Sandbox. Jackson, talk to me a little bit about that beginning.
I mean, like I said, you need to be placing that Giant Skeleton one more tile to the right. That Goblin Brawler, you know, it doesn't seem like it, but he hits hard.
Yeah.
He does a lot of damage. Really, and, you know, now you have to be thinking about the mindset once again. You really don't want to be a Keith in a situation like this. Sandbox has that momentum now, and he's looking to reverse sweep.
And we all know that Clash Royale is a game of momentum. It might not seem like it, but it very much is so, which is nice for Sandbox. Like you said, he's able to bounce back, rebuild that confidence, and now Keith feels the pressure. His life is on the line. We've got a best of 1 for $10,000 guaranteed coming up in just a moment. But Juicy, in the very opening moments of that game, we both kind of went, ooh, that's really aggressive. Why do you think he thought that was the right way to go? And do you think it was the reason why he didn't have enough elixir to defend? Because he was at 10 when he started to defend, but he was defending against like 15.
I honestly don't think it was too aggressive. It ended up working out to start for him really well. I just think maybe he was a little bit too aggressive on the second push.
Yeah.
Because he really needed to sit back for a second and maybe react. And that's one of those decks where that's what you want to do. You want to go for the defense and counter push.
So here we go, talking about counter pushes. This one was monumental. He was placed in a pretty good spot. There's the misplay on the Giant Skelly. Now, I understand what he's going for. He wants to make sure the Dark Prince gets pulled, but really I think the Dark Prince is less of a worry because the Ewiz is in a place where the Dark Prince will still be targeted on it, correct? So then if you get that Giant Skelly one tile over, that pretty much maybe doesn't save the day, but at least saves the moment.
I think it definitely saves the day. If you get that Giant Skelly pull on the right-hand side, the Goblin Brawlers can get pulled. The Mega Minion might. The Mega Minion isn't the biggest deal, and yeah, then you're chilling at that point.
Yeah, because he saw you pulled the NATO or used the NATO to pull it back into the bomb there late. Yeah, maybe if that was only the Mega Minion on tower, he maybe wouldn't have even NATO or would have NATO'd the Mega Minion off. Obviously taking a lot less damage. 1-1 to start our day, which is exactly what you want at World Finals. The first best of 3 going to game number 3, which is going to be starting right now.
And I like how close they are on the podium. They're looking at each other.
I know! That's what we love about being in person.
It's so intense.
So here we go. Just a stop and stare. Sandbox will come out with a Hog early on. And an MK, not usually what you want to see.
Hog does get one shot here. I really am wondering what Sandbox is using. Okay, Mighty Miner. You might be seeing a copy here with the Mighty Miner and roll delivery plus cannon cards mortar deck here.
So delivery comes down. AQ, though, not taken off the board yet. She should get a shot in. Sandbox decides to get some skellies down to protect. And we find ourselves even in Elixir. Sandbox up by about 300 HP.
Keith most likely using a Ram Rider Bridge Shram deck here with Lightning. And Zappy's interesting. Honestly, I would say that, and Flying Machine, I would say that Keith has a decent matchup here with the Flying Machine because it could be difficult to deal with. You do have to roll delivery, but unless Fire Spirit's your last card, it can be difficult to take those out.
Mortar should get one more shot. There it goes. That's a great shot for Sandbox as the Mighty Miner comes down in the opposite lane. Queen working down the right side. Champion for Sandbox on the left. Hog Rider sneaks in front. This is an interesting play here.
Yeah, Fisherman's going to get a lot of value here. It gets the King Tower activation, and it's going to get a very nice trade, but the Mighty Miner heats up and does so much damage.
I was going to say, he had almost no Elixir to deal with, and I think if he spent more, he'd be in even more trouble right now. You see that they're basically even with the Fisherman on the board, and now we see the Piggies come down. 3 to the left, 1 to the right with the Fisherman in tow.
You got to be feeling good if you're Sandbox right now. You can see it as well. He's nodding his head. He hasn't taken a lick of damage yet, and he still has a very decently healthed mortar here, gonna kind of stall the lane here. If Keith wants to win this game, he definitely needs a huge push to break through the Mighty Miner plus mortar defense.
You see Sandbox there taking a deep breath. I saw him speaking with someone before the match about those nerves and how to calm them. And a big thing about it was taking those big, deep breaths, center yourself. You know this game, you love this game, you're the best in the world at this game. And you can see him taking those breaths and playing very, very well right now. 1294 to 2 healthy towers.
I really like what he's doing with the split lane pressure. This Queen's gonna get a lot of value just killing this entire mortar. Now the Pigs are gonna come down. Roll delivery and mortar out of cycle here. Snowball on the Skeletons. Roll delivery does get cycled back too.
Oh yeah.
And that's gonna be enough.
Sandbox knows that was more than enough. He gets a little bit of applaud from the audience there. That was some great stuff from the top of the screen.
Fisherman getting some solid value here, pulling in things from both sides, also kind of preventing a Hog Rider from being placed on the map. And Keith, once again, setting up with another Mega Knight in the back. He needs that big push.
Sandbox, a 74% win rate when running Hog Rider. Keith on the other side of it, 86% in the 7 games that he played, although not having that success right now.
I'm really interested to see what Keith's last card is. He needs some sort of big spell to deal with these Musketeers. Look how much value they're getting from Sandbox's side. Taking out the Mega Knight, taking out the Flying Machine, and now counter-pushing with this mortar on the left.
Muskie and AQ serving the same purpose a lot. Some people like the 3-card cycle and the power of the champion. Other people like the fact that you can stack multiple Musketeers on the board.
That's what's happening right here. Musketeer is going to get snowballed, but that's definitely not enough. Mighty Miner can protect that. A little celebration from Sandbox. He's loving the situation right now. And keep going for a bit of a desperation Piggies into this Musketeer. Flying Machine's gonna take it out though.
Yeah, well, you saw Sandbox there kind of overspend with that delivery. He didn't really need it, so that's why the Hogs come down immediately. But still, Sandbox is gonna lock this defense down. Flying Machine is still living in no man's land, but nothing to worry about. Another delivery back down. This deck cycles like crazy.
And we saw the value of the Flying Machine once again there. Took out 2 Musketeers. Sandbox, slight mistake there, failing to protect his Musketeer with the Skeletons.
So Hog Rider working down that right-hand side. Not going to do a whole lot as a Mega Knight and a Mighty Miner duke things out in the left lane. AQs have been incredibly well controlled this entire game, Juicy.
Absolutely. This Flying Machine in the middle of the map is probably, once again, the most scary thing for Sandbox. It's sitting here, taking out the roll delivery, taking out the mortars. He needs a connection, though. Sandbox is holding on quite well, but with 30 seconds left, I can see a big push really taking a tower here potentially if Sandbox just makes one mistake.
And for everyone rooting for Sandbox, we hope that is not the case. But as you said, that's really Keef's only opportunity at this point.
And there you go, Musketeer plus delivery gonna snipe out that flying machine. Sandbox is nodding his head. He knows that he's got this unlocked with only 10 seconds left.
And this is huge when you talk about what this means on day number 1. You never want to have your back up against the wall. You never want to be eliminated on day number 1. $30,000 is great, $20,000 is great, but we're all about that $250,000. Sandbox takes our first match of the day. Keith sets down his headphones and he knows he's got some work to do.
Yep, loser's bracket will be grueling. He's not out yet. He still has a chance, but it's going to be a lot more difficult.
Absolutely, my friend, and we have a lot more action coming your way. But first, Rich, my brother, I miss you up here in the booth, but you're on stage with the champ.
Get to be here with our first World Finals winner. Sandbox had a bit of nerves early on. What did you do to overcome them and feel great at the end?
스태프분이 긴장감을 낮추게 해줘서 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요.
So staff helped him to release his nerves, so I think that's why he won.
The staff helped him to relieve his nerves. You won your first match. How do you feel?
하늘로 날아갈 것 같아요.
He thinks he's gonna fly.
He thinks he's going to fly. We'll see later. One more time for Sandbox. Andrew, Juicy, back to you.
You love to hear it, and I gotta give a shout out to the staff member, Army. Army has been doing so much work for so many people. She was the one that was helping Sandbox calm down, so big shout out to you. Juicy, talk me through some of these numbers. Actually, you know what? Talk to me more about these deck picks.
I mean, we saw the Hog Rider Mighty Miner deck come through twice, and both times they were able to win. I think it's a really, really solid deck, like we talked about, especially when we're not going up against air. And the reason is there's just so many solid defensive options. You have the Cannon Cart, the Mighty Miner is a tank killer and a Swarm controller, as well as the Mortar on defense is just so tanky.
Yep, and you see there, AC. Why don't you break this down? AC up in the booth here. We got our 2 giant skeletons on the board. The left side, he swapped out the Royal Ghost with the giant skelly. How do you feel about this part of the matchup?
I mean, I was just happy to see Giant Skeleton. I was a little bit worried that we weren't going to be seeing it. The Archer Queen is always going to fare well in these kind of matchups. You really want to be making sure that you're winning the bridge battle. Giant Skeleton versus Giant Skeleton. Well, how do you beat that? The Archer Queen also at the bridge, and that changed the game.
Back to you, Juice. Talk to me about the matchup here in game number 3.
I think the biggest thing is the protection of your glass cannon. Whoever's going to get more value from their flying machine or the musketeer is going to be in a really solid situation. But like I just said, he's got the mortar, he's got a nice damage dealer musketeer, and he's got the mighty miner. And the delivery to boot, it's so hard to break through something like that.
I'm going to steal that from you. Glass cannon, flying machine, and musketeer. Love that. AC, I hear you got a little bit of fancy stuff going on over here.
I do have a little bit of fancy stuff right here, so I am going to click it. I am excited to watch this because look, when we're doing telestration, we want to be doing the winners. We want to be celebrating the winners, but we're not going to be doing it here. We're actually looking at game number 1 because I think that was the most impressive game overall.
Okay.
Game 2 and 3, boring.
Boring? I was screaming up here in the booth.
Here's the thing. This is what we want from a winner. We want just, I make the right play, and then I win the game. And that's what we saw from Sandbox in game number 2 and game number 3. Game number 1, we obviously saw how crazy that one went.
All right, let's take a look here at the replay.
Ooh, okay, we have 38 seconds left. I mean, the use of his Mighty Miner was always brilliant. Honestly, just overall throughout the game. Right here, the Hog does get to the tower. We see that. I can put the X because it's basically getting deleted. Not quite, though. 24 seconds left. The RG. Right here, 20 seconds left. The Skellies to try and halt the Ghost's action was always brilliant. The Mortar's always getting down just in time. I couldn't believe that every single time the RG almost got a lock, the Lightning was used on the Cannon Cart, and then the Cannon Cart protected the tower again. So I loved how it went. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Who's going to get the most damage? 570, 252, 198. Keith takes game number 1. I was worried that Sandbox might not be able to recover. This is something that we've always been scared of, these players. If they lose game 1, what happens game number 2? But we saw game 2 and 3. Perfection, slightly boring. What we want. What we want. What we want.
All right, speaking of games 2 and 3, how about match number 2? Rich, what do we got?
After a breakout performance at the end of last year, this player followed it up with a second place finish at the Queso Cup and won his golden ticket at the Copa All-Stars. Please welcome to the arena, Arden Toas.
Mi nombre es Ardentoas 19, soy de México y vengo a ganar. Las características para ser un jugador perfecto siempre han sido las derrotas o perder, porque al momento de perder vas a mejorar esos errores que lograste. En este caso significa ser humilde. Mi estrategia para ganar siempre ha sido vencer los nervios, nunca ser negativo, siempre ser positivo y jugar tranquilo y relajado. Para eso vine, jugar y ganar.
The most enigmatic man in all of Clash Royale. This player is known for wild decks and even wilder style. Coming to the arena next, it's Sweep.
Clash Royale is a great game because it's unique compared to any other game. There's not many card games out there where you could make your own deck and battle with it. There's a lot of good matches there and a lot of beef between the players, and it'll make interesting headlines. The best strategy to win Worlds would have to be unpredictable. To my fans, I'd like to thank you for all the support throughout the years, and I plan to make a show for you guys this weekend. Let the games begin.
So interesting competitors here. When you talk about Arden Toas, really does feel like his rookie season, and last year was kind of like summer school, if you will. He was not old enough to compete in CRL for most of the year. When he turned 16, he screamed onto the scene. He's already won almost $50,000 in his incredibly short career. And while Sweep has been at World Finals before with Pain Gaming in that 4th place spot, the 20K that he got by qualifying to World Finals is actually his first major win as an individual. But I want you to take over for a minute because Sweep is a big friend, or a good friend of yours. You're a big fan of him. Arden is my dark horse pick. Sweep is someone who you really want to win, although I do think Sweep has a little bit more live stage experience. Any thoughts?
Sweep is my dark horse pick. The reason I did it is what he said at the very end of that interview. His best strategy to win World Finals, be unpredictable, and that is Sweep in a couple words. He's very unpredictable with his own deck picks, but he's also taking advantage of his opponent's predictability. He wants to hit those snipes, and if he can do that, he's gonna have a very nice run, I think.
All right, well, let's see what the community has to say about this. Obviously, you and I split a little bit, although I did go to Sweep as well. And it looks like you guys are basically in the same place, 52% to 48%. So Arden Toas is the underdog, which it kind of feels appropriate. Sweep's been around for so long. He's been at Worlds before, but again, Arden is on a hot run, being our 5th golden ticket winner. Let's see who comes out on top. Match number 2, game number 1. Let's go. My badges are pathetic compared to theirs, but it's nice to see some good ones. Arden at the top of your screen, Sweep at the bottom. Sweep had an incredible run in our August qualifiers, going 80% overall in his matches. And of course, Arden Toas getting that 5th golden ticket, able to sit back, sit pretty, and know he was gonna show up in Helsinki.
Looks like Sweep is going to be using Royal Giants here. It is his 3rd most used deck. He has a 78% win rate with it, so kind of surprising to see a little bit more predictability. Maybe it's reverse psychology. Maybe he wants to be predictable to be unpredictable.
Hey, I mean, look, when you're that guy that's that unpredictable, I actually love what you're saying, Juicy. That makes a lot of sense. And I think the other thing about Sweep's unpredictability in his decks is his decks are still great, right? They're still very good. They're not off-meta trash, but that Fisherman pulling that RG to the tower, that is not a good start for Arden Toas. He stops the bleeding pretty quickly as this AQ powers up. That Royal Ghost working down the lane, 24-38 to 28-45. Royal Hogs come down.
I have to say that was very aggressive from Sweep here. And he's going to see, you know, the consequences of his actions. He's going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Fisherman does a decent job of taking out the pigs and getting that King Tower activation, though.
Perfect placement there on the Archer Queen from Arden. He's probably going to pop the ability once he's pulled in. There it is.
Yeah, I really like that idea. A lot of people would place that Archer Queen sooner to prevent the pull, but since the Fisherman was so close to the tower there, unless Sweep was like really quick on his feet, which he was, he might have gotten some Archer Queen shots in tower.
Sweep laughing maybe a little bit at the arrow spend. It was not really worthwhile, if you will. He was just a little bit behind, but he got more damage on tower. Maybe Sweep not thinking it's the best idea, but still only down by a couple hundred HP. Very, very even, if you will, as we go into overtime. Ardentois up.
Kind of a Giant Skelly on Giant Skelly mirror match here. I think the other most important thing is the Archer Queens, though. Most likely Sweep's last card. I mean, it's either Lightning or Earthquake, right? If it's not Lightning, Sweep's going to be having a really tough time because Arden does have the Fireball Arrows combo for the Archer Queen, and he doesn't.
AQ at the bridge, RG to defend. AQ pops the ability. Fireball comes in. Not a lot of action happening on the left side. AQ does get on the tower. Now we have the weaker tower on the left-hand side. 1783 to 2031. Royal Ghost, nice use of the E-Spirit there to make sure that Royal Ghost does not become a bigger threat, and a Fish Boy to block the other one.
Wow, that was really smart gameplay. I did not expect a Fireball from Sweep, but this is actually very useful against Arden's win condition, the Royal Hogs. So he is down damage right now. If he can build up big pushes and maybe have some dual lane pressure, I think he could win this game if he's playing well.
Giant Skeleton working down that right-hand lane, gets pulled to the center here with that sight range, but that Zappy does get on the right tower. Not really the biggest deal, but there's the Log coming down. Log only hitting 2 of the pigs. Hunter gonna come down as well. Fireball to defend the AQ. The dual lane pressure is relentless. AQ on the tower, Hogs on the tower. Sweep is taking a beating right now.
And Arden does have quite a bit of direct damage, so it's gonna be very difficult to prevent him from taking this left-hand side. He goes for the RG in the back. He's saying, it's my turn, I'm gonna try and stack up a push, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough. Let's see if these pigs connect.
Sell-out push on the left-hand side. That Giant Skeleton is not gonna be enough damage. AQ is gonna be too little. Arrows are gonna come down. 61 HP remains, and the Fireball is in. A clean game number 1 from Ardentois.
Very, very nice game from him. He played very well. He punished the over-aggression at the start and then continued with split lane pressure, and it just didn't seem like Sweep could find an opportunity to defend perfectly.
Yeah, Arden was doing great with his elixir management there, and as you said, that over-aggression in the beginning. Now, why do you think that happened? Do you think it was just one of those things where he thought he saw an opening, maybe the game got away from him for a second? What was it? Because when you look here, the average elixir, it's only 0.2 different. Sweep actually gets around faster, but you see the tower damage, and that is radically different.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, you know, there's nerves that can cause over-aggression. There's also, you know, maybe he thought his opponent was using deck that it wasn't, you know, it wasn't quite the deck that he thought it would be. And going over-aggressive against a Giant Skelly kind of high-pressure Royal Hogs deck like that is always something you don't really want to do.
Let's take a look here at the replay. Juicy, I'm going to let you break this down because you know so much about the game, and I know some about the game.
Okay, Royal Hogs coming to the right-hand side. He places the Hunter right out of range there, but the Fireball comes in and takes that out. But this Queen ability, that's the biggest thing here. Does so much damage. I think Sweep thought that the Fireball would do a good job of countering that Arch Queen, but the Barbarian, oh no, the Fisherman, I believe, on the left-hand side was tanking for that Queen. And it just wasn't an interaction that he was familiar with.
Yeah, and of course that Fireball going out on the left-hand side means pigs come down on the right-hand side. The dual lane of pressure was absolutely phenomenal from Arden. And I think what's really impressive here is the composure of the young player, figuring that he would maybe be having a bit of the shakes more than Sweep, but I did see Sweep smiling. I did see him vibing, and of course he is the veteran. He's been in this situation before, and he's just down 1 game, and now he's going to look to bounce back in game number 2. I love what you said about maybe being predictable is the best way to be unpredictable. And now the question is what does he want to run? You know, his favorite win condition actually throughout the qualifiers was Graveyard. I think you know something a little bit about Graveyard. How do you feel about it at World Finals?
I think the biggest thing with Graveyard is that it fits in with so many different decks. You know, there are a lot of counters to it, so you definitely need to be wary of what deck you're going up against when you do use it. But I would not be surprised Sweep to be using it in the next couple of games, especially in the duels format.
All right, here we go. Game number 2 coming your way. Sweep looking to even things up to 1-1. Let's go. Ardentois in May was able to get 6th place on ladder. And of course, in March, he got 3rd place in a global tournament, so had a lot of success in our in-game formats. And it looks like Mighty Miner out in both directions, and there was whispers on Twitter yesterday of a Mighty Miner nerf coming in, so getting the best that you can out of him while you still can.
Yeah, right now it's definitely top 2 champion right alongside that Archer Queen. I'm looking at Sweep's deck right now, and I don't even want to guess what it is. 'Cause
Yeah, I was like, you can fall on that sword, brother. I'm going to sit back and let you do that. So right now, Sweep has got E-Wiz, Bandit, Mighty Miner, Bar Barrel, Poison top of your screen. I think all of us know what this is. The only change is that we started to see Spear Goblins pop in a bit more as of late. And of course, Spear Goblins also getting a little bit of love with that Goblin Gang change.
Yep, Spear Goblin's just able to apply a little bit more pressure, and I lied. I am going to take a crack at this deck. I think it is a Mega Knight Ram Rider deck. There's the Ram Rider in the back here. Mother Witch here as well. Overall, with the matchup, I think it's solid for Sweep. It is in Arden's kind of court here, though, because if Arden is able to defend perfectly throughout the match, Sweep's not going to be able to break through, but all it takes is one mistake from Arden in order to secure a victory for Sweep.
So how does Sweep play this correctly, Juicy? Is it all about being super patient until he's got a little bit more elixir to play with since this deck is a bit heavier?
Yeah, you have to play very passive. You have to defend as best as you can in the single elixir. Once you get to double elixir, that's going to be your time. And I think the biggest thing is to remember to defend the Goblin Barrels with the Mega Knight. You don't want to be bar barreling it every time, because you want to save the bar barrel for the second Goblin Barrel that will come while you're pressuring, and you also want to defend with the Mega Knight so you can create huge counter pushes to try and break through.
That Goblin, Dark Goblin, just got about 10, 12 elixir worth of value. And you count in that tower damage on top of the cleanup there. Beautiful stuff. Nice use of the Ice Spirit to get on top of the E-Wiz and the Mighty Miner. Does miss one of the Goblins. Does get a stab in. 1692 to 2828. Now, with 48 seconds remaining in regulation, Sweep feeling like he needs to turn up the heat. He goes Ram Rider in the back on the right-hand side and a full send on the left.
Yeah, you have to go for a split lane pressure in a matchup like this because your opponent is using a rocket. Goblin Barrel's going to come in. This is what I was talking about. Use the Bar Barrel on defense for the first Goblin Barrel, and the Mother Witch is going to do a decent job in spawn some pigs, though.
Yeah, Mother Witch doing actually a pretty dang good job of cleaning all that up. 1634 now remains on that tower. Sweep decides to double down in this left-hand lane. That Dark Goblin does get protected, or at least the Mega Knight jumps the other way, but it's on top of the cannon.
Look
and
at that Mother Witch.
Has it on the tower. Mother Witch getting the piggies in. Ram Rider behind, Bandit behind. We're going to game number 3.
Wow. You were focused on the Mega Knight, and that was very important, that connection on the tower, but I was so focused on that Mother Witch at the end there. Arden misclicked a Ice Spirit. She did not get frozen up, and that allowed her to turn the Ice Spirit into a pig and then take out that Dark Goblin. If you could have kept his Dark Goblin alive, he might have been able to defend that.
One of the biggest things that the best players in the world have to have down like nails are those one elixir card interactions. We saw it perfectly before with the Mighty Miner and the Electro Wizard, and then we saw what can happen when you start to feed a Mother Witch. And I know you guys have all been there. She just starts sucking that elixir down from your opponent. Arden had absolutely nothing left in the tank. Beautiful, beautiful plays there. Let's take a look at a replay. Maybe it's exactly the moment that you're talking about. We'll see here in just a second.
Yup, it is. And yeah, when you are going against a quick cycle deck like this that does not have a Fireball or a Poison, Mother Witch is definitely the key here. She's spawning right here. Spawns a pig on the Ice Spirit, misclick from Arden, and then it
gets on the Dark Goblin. It gets the second shot in time.
If that Ice Spirit did connect on the Mother Witch, the log would have been able to come down in time, and maybe Arden would have been able to hold on and defend, but because of that Mother Witch value, the Mega Knight and everything just started swarming towards the tower.
Arden Toas not having success with bait there, and that's a bummer. You talk about Mighty Miner being one of the strongest champions in the game, did not go the way that he liked, and that's the danger that you run into when you run into someone that's running a bigger or heavier deck like that. You got to get a lot of damage in early on, which is exactly what we saw, but then Sweep controlled that game at the end by a little bit of a blessing from the Mother Witch, but also he was doing a great job creating dual lane pressure, and I gotta say, that's exactly what he needs to do to bounce back. Now we're going to game 3. It's a best of 1, and this is where I think the scales start to tip back in favor of Sweep because of experience. Any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. We saw it in the first match. When you get into this reverse sweep situation, you have the confidence behind you. And now, because of the new duels formatting, Sweep, he's able to take that sniping, that unpredictability to the next level. He's able to edit his decks right now and make changes based on the decks that Arden has played.
And you talk about unpredictability there. I'm just trying to crawl through this these stats, and I do not see Ram Rider in there. Let's go to game number 3 and see if Sweep keeps us guessing. Arden Toas, top of your screen, Sweep at the bottom. They're staring at each other in real life and on camera here.
Snowball from Arden. Could be a lot of things. We do see the snowball a lot in a third game set because you don't have the log and stuff like that. We talked about the versatility of snowball quite a bit. Miner comes in after that, and Sweep's going to pick that up with a mini P.E.K.K.A. I see Sweep use mini P.E.K.K.A. a lot, actually. I think he likes that card.
I mean, it's an incredible card, not one of the most popular in the game, but we have started to see it just a little bit more and more. Maybe it's because of how popular Cannon Cart did get for a while. It's a great way to counter it. And of course, getting on top of the E-Giants.
Wow.
And speaking of E-Giants, there's an E-Giant with a mini P.E.K.K.A. in tow in terms of cards.
Yep, Arden does have the Mortar. He does have the Cannon Cart for the E-Giant. Those are a couple solid counters. E-Giant is doing its best to take out this Mortar, but it's locked on right now. Now here comes a Dark Prince. Arden has quite a lot of Elixir. He is going to go for a Valkyrie here, but the Inferno Dragon is at full health right now.
Snowball to push it back off. No, he decides to just eat it there and then maybe drops. There's the Snowball late. Gets on top of the mini P.E.K.K.A. as well. Nice decision making there.
But look how low Arden is on Elixir right now, and it doesn't seem like he has any
Mini
cheap
P.E.K.K.A.
cards.
gets a shot. Mini P.E.K.K.A. gets another shot. It will get a three. And a Musketeer comes down late, and that is the last thing you want. Now Sweep can defend this very easily. Arden down 6, and a Musketeer on the board. Sweep decides to eat one shot and then get Zappies in play.
Wow, that is the perfect start that you're looking for if you are Sweep. At this point, we're 20 seconds away from double Elixir. Arden needs a massive Mortar connection to come back right now.
He needed to get that Miner off to the inside a little bit to distract the Inferno and pull the mini P.E.K.K.A. in. When you go Miner right on top of mini P.E.K.K.A., that is not going to do what you want. And while Mortar plus Miner Valk Muskie does usually pretty well against E-Giant, Arden is really struggling.
And that's a great point that you made there. A little bit of a better Miner placement maybe would have allowed him to have more time. He is going to get one Mortar connection right here, but Sweep having the Earthquake right now and one more E-Giant hit. He just needs like 2 more Earthquakes and maybe a Tornado to finish off this game.
See the difference in body language there. Arden kind of grimacing while Sweep nodding his head. Just can tell you the whole story of what is going on right now in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Sweep just has to have good defense, and he does have it. He has the Cannon. That's one of the best defensive cards in the game.
That's a great NATO, too.
Yep, the NATO with the E-Giant's going to always make sure that the Cannon card and the Musketeer are not getting the value it needs. And 50 HP on the right-hand side, that's just one Tornado away.
So 16 seconds away from a Sandbox Sweep matchup down the line. But most importantly, Arden and Keith fighting for their lives.
Wow. I was kind of worried for Sweep at the end there, or after that first game, but good game. Really nice reverse Sweep.
Sweep has got to be feeling incredible right now. You see there, Arden giving a little bit of love to his opponent. You know, you got to love the good sportsmanship. You got to respect the good gameplay. And while it is a bummer for the young man Arden, he's got a lot more action today. And of course, he's got a very, very long career ahead of him. Rich, I'm sure that Sweep is very excited to talk to us.
Absolutely. Sweep, you're known for wild deck picks. That deck in game number 3 was out of this world. Tell me about that pick.
Honestly, a lot of my decks where he used cards which he couldn't counter with an E-Giant, so he used Zappies and Fisherman first game, so I saved the E-Giant deck for the third game because I knew I was going to win the second one.
Got that win indeed. Now, Sweep, you're not here alone. You have some family here with you supporting you at World Finals. Who's here with you in Helsinki?
I got my mom and my grandma here, and I appreciate them so much.
One more time, let's hear it for Sweep.
There's that moment where your mom screams in the crowd and you know exactly who it is. Got to feel great to have your family here, and I'm sure that led into the confidence that Sweep had in games 2 and 3. Talking about games 2 and 3, what went wrong in game number 1 with this matchup?
Once again, it is a Giant Skelly mirror matchup. I think the biggest thing, I talked about it a bit during the match, Sweep has no way to fully kill an Archqueen. Does have the Fireball E-Spirit Log combo, but you know, Arden has that Fireball Arrows combo. Let's go to the next deck. So in this point, we're in deck 2, looking at a Mega Knight mirror matchup, or sorry, not a Mega Knight mirror matchup, but Mega Knight versus Bait. And I think the most important thing about this matchup is that Mother Witch. Arden only has the Rocket. He needs to cycle 2 logs to kill one of those Mother Witches, and we saw that was the turning point in the match.
And here we go to deck number 3. Sweep decides to run E-Giant, which again, you talk about predictability. Nowhere on his stats do I see E-Giant in August, but brilliant plays with it. Let's take a look at the replay, and I have a feeling I might know what part it is. RF, don't do me wrong. Here it is.
Yeah, it's that crazy pressure, right? He went in with single elixir, a big E-Giant push, and he plays his mini P.E.K.K.A. He never stopped relenting on the pressure. Like you said, Arden, with an unoptimal miner placement, should have tried to kite that mini P.E.K.K.A. further to the middle. You can see the celebration from Sweep right here after those 3 huge mini P.E.K.K.A. shots that basically secured him the game.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you know, he's dropped the Musketeer late, he's overspent, the mini P.E.K.K.A.'s already connected, he's got the misplay in, and not only does that, even if the mini P.E.K.K.A. only got 2 shots, you gotta think of what that does to your confidence and your down elixir, and then of course, it gets that 3rd shot in, and it would have taken literally divine intervention, I think, for Sweep to lose that game, and I love his deck choices in those 3 games. I really, really do, especially to cap things off with that E-Giant. So congratulations to Sweep. That's all we're gonna see from him today, and he has just secured $30,000 with that win. That feels pretty dang good, man.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. And like you said, he used the E-Giant in the final match there. Just with the other counters out of cycle. Even with Arden having the mortar and the cannon cart, he still was able to play very well and break through at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things. You look at that matchup and you really do think the mortar guy's probably in a good spot. He's got the Valk, he's got the Musketeers. You said that glass cannon can get far away. You can place the mortar on the inside. Let's take a look here at our bracket for a bit of an update on the action today.
So, like we said, Sweep is going to be going on here.
Going up against Sandbox from South Korean, and you can see that that's going to be match 13. That should be the first matchup of the day tomorrow. But really the thing that I think a lot of us are thinking about, especially Keith and Arden, is our lower bracket. That is not where you want to be. It's nice that you get the money, right? You got the 20K, you're in an okay spot, but Arden and Keith first on the chopping block, so they got to sit back. They've got a good amount of time for themselves to calm down and prepare their decks for the future. But as you said, Juice, you never want to be there on day one, and it does really hurt to take that loss early on in the run. This is a 3-day competition, and they've already dropped that first matchup.
Yeah, and we are going to be going over those lower bracket games later today, and we are going to see an elimination match between Keith and Arden. I mean, you got to be nervous for that, for sure.
Yeah, and since we have just a little bit of time here, our next matchup does involve someone that is not here live on stage, and there's a very important thing to let everyone at home know. Fair play rules are very much in order. We want to uphold the integrity of this competition just as much as you guys and Lucas, and of course, against Aslan does. AC, what do we got?
On paper, this is the premier matchup of the opening round between 2 golden ticket holders. Our first player received his golden ticket in the Snapdragon Pro Series. We have Aslan.
Merhaba, ben genç Aslan, yarışmaya Türkiye'den katılıyorum. Clash Royale sayesinde hem ülkemden hem de farklı ülkelerden birçok insan tanıdım. Oyunun bana kattığı faydaları da göz önüne alırsak bu oyun benim için çok kıymetli. Sizinle aynı ortamda bulunup rekabet etmeyi çok isterdim fakat farklı nedenlerden dolayı evden katılmak zorundayım.
We have in our second player, the 3-time world finalist. He was able to achieve a back-to-back monthly final victory in last year's CRL. He is Lucas X Gamer!
Most of us work really hard to be here, and we deserve to be here. My goal is always to be the best player. Every world final is a step closer to it, and it's really a dream to be here. I want to be the best. That's all I want to be. Nothing else. I won't be satisfied with anything else.
Back in the saddle with my brother from another mother, Rich Slayton on the desk, ladies and gentlemen. Rich, first 2 matches, pretty good.
Exactly the kind of thing that we want to see, right?
That's right.
Close finishes, crazy deck picks. It's what we're here for in Clash Royale. And speaking of what we're here for, up next, Lucas X Gamer and Aslan. And you kind of have 2 very different stories here. Lucas has always been one of the top contenders in this league for a very long time. And then Aslan has been sort of on the edges. He's been a guy who's been competitive. He's been in some big moments, but this is by far the biggest moment for him.
Yeah, I mean, both of them being golden ticket winners, that's a big thing to take take home. They didn't have to go through that grueling qualifier in August. But against Aslan, maybe having a bit of a smaller deck pool than Lucas. But Rich, there's only one way to find out.
Let's go ahead and get into it. Match number 3, Lucas and Aslan.
So you wonder what this might feel like when you're up on stage by yourself. Is it nicer that you don't have the opponent standing right across from you? Or does it feel even weirder because you're the only person on stage and everyone's looking right at you?
Not if you're Sweep. He was staring at his opponent the entire way through. I would not want to play that guy in anything, but now Lucas gets to focus just on the game here. And you see the look on Aslan's face. He has had that look on his face every single time I've watched him play.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. He's always got that half smile going, even when he loses, which I find incredibly impressive.
So slow start here. E-Spirits on both sides. That's a little EQ cycle to open things up. Ghost in the back from Aslan. Lucas did have his breakout performance in Clash Royale in 2018 with a first place finish at MGL Worlds, part of Team Brazil. Followed that up in 2019 with a Moreno Cup championship, and of course after that, top 4 in the world with Pain Gaming in CRL 2020.
He has quite the extensive resume. He's already won almost $100,000 in his career. And it looks like he might be coming out with RG here in game number 1. It was his most popular win condition, but he only had a 52% win rate with it, which is a bit surprising.
And a bit surprising here to see Aslan playing this in Game 3. This is his in Game 1. This is his go-to Game 3 deck. So seeing him pop this in Game number 1, that makes me feel, maybe it's a bit of nerves here. He wants to go with the clutch deck right out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, I like that in terms of him not playing Mortar. Mortar is something that we really expect him to play a lot. He's had the most success with it. That Lightning comes down, gets nice cleanup. Hunter right there to boot. Now he's got a good counter push with only 5 Elixir to deal with it.
Picking up with the Giant Skeleton in the middle, passing the midway point of regulation time. And at the moment, just a slight lead for Aslan crosswise, 27-35 to 28-32.
Aslan has only met one of our top 16 competitors this year in competition. It was Mohamed Light 3 times, and he was not able to pick up one set win, hoping to have a little bit better success here against Lucas X Gamer, although that is tough when you consider him being the only person that won back-to-back monthly finals in 2021.
And Hunter does come out. Normally Aslan does play RG Hunter variations, the 8th card on the board for him right now. It's a bit of a bridge fight. Starts going down with the Giant Skeleton and Royal Ghost trying to control in the middle. And Fishboy pulls. We should get one shot from the RG. No, it does not get that shot off. And now with 30 seconds left in regulation time, we have the Queen on the board, but no pressure on the opposite side.
Lucas has leaked almost 7 Elixir already. Hunter right in the face of that Royal Giant. Of course, the Giant Skeleton to body block it. Creates no space. Now you wonder if Lucas will go opposite lane. If he's gonna, there it is, opposite lane, right on the spot. Fishboy not there to pull, but either way, that Giant Skeleton's gonna get on top.
That is a lot of damage for the Royal Giant on the left-hand side. Fisherman distracted, perfectly built push by Lucas as we go into sudden death overtime.
Yeah, that's exactly what you had to see coming down the lane. Aslan just not with the great placement there in terms of the Fisherman. You know, that Royal Giant probably was gonna come down the opposite lane, and then if it does pull it, it's still gonna be on that left-hand tower.
And a little slowing down here in the middle, not from Aslan though. He pushes up, and now that Archer Queen, notice playing the Archer Queen high, trying not to give Aslan a lot of time to make decisions about lightning value for the Archer Queen. Instead, it's the lightning on the left-hand side, and that Royal Giant, 3 shots, going for a fourth shot. 1391 on the left-hand tower, just like that, Aslan's back in the lead.
And you see Lucas kind of hunch over, try to zero in. That is not the defense that he wanted. It honestly looks like he doesn't know exactly how that just happened. Not having enough Elixir to deal with it. E-Spirit doesn't really get a lot of value. So many shots raining down.
That Archer Queen walking away the opposite direction. Yes, you give less lightning value for all those different shots, but in the same way, not enough DPS there to stop the damage.
This goes back to that conversation earlier about that range DPS unit with the AQ. If she's out of cycle or on the wrong side of the board, you need that DPS. Talking about DPS, shots in again on that left-hand side, but this is a big counter push for against Aslan.
Yeah, you heard the crowd on that one. Fishboy does not pole off in no man's land. Lightning down, Hunter trying to help.
This is all bad. 2 shots come in, 4:02 remains. Lucas is in trouble. He goes aggressive Royal Giant at the bridge. Fish point attack!
Prediction!
Fish point attack! That should do it!
Royal Giant gets one.
That's
Royal
a
Giant gets another.
That's it! 40 HP remains, he just needs a log. He just needs the log.
Fisherman down, Queen down, trying to cycle.
There it is!
Down.
There it is!
Lucas wins game number 1 by 85 HP.
What a play! What a play! You gotta go for that fish point block. He gets it in time. That was the only thing he could do to save that game, and dang it, he did it.
You know, we've seen that fisherman versus fisherman fight for so long. When fisherman first came on the scene, that's all we saw was bridge fights, predictions there, and that's Lucas coming out at the exact right moment. Knew there was one thing that Aslan had to do, and he stopped it.
You really hit the nail on the head with that. You know, back in the day, it was literally only Fish Boy on the right side, Fish Boy on the left side. They fight each other in the middle, but for some reason, over the last couple of years, it's happened less and less, and I think it's because the pros start to predict it. You see the early lightnings or the early NATOs to NATO in, whatever it is. But Aslan may be feeling the pressure, even though he's not here on the stage. He goes for the most predictable play in the book. Lucas calls his bluff, and he takes game number 1.
Decks very similar between those two as well. You had the Lightning and the EQ as the difference, but other than that, pretty much right down the line, Lucas comes out on top.
And Aslan was getting great value with that EQ over and over. You could see Lucas struggling to find a place for his fisherman, or excuse me, his hunter and his archer queen. You look at the numbers there, Lucas 55%, Aslan 45%. I'm actually a little bit surprised considering their resumes, but hey, that's you guys at home and your predictions. Remember, if you want to get your predictions in and you want to get rewarded for when you're right, event.clashroyale.com. Get them in. Always, always. We need them. We need them.
And I do want to say, because I know I'm going to get razzed for having the first wrong pick of the day with not picking sweep, but I switched it on events.clashroyale.com, got that sweep prediction, and after seeing all that confidence. So
yeah, I mean, really, you know, we like to talk trash to each other, but as long as you're getting the rewards, that's really what it comes down to. Aslan taking a quick sip of tea, Lucas looking around. He's got to be feeling good because that game really looked like it was going off the rails for a minute for Lucas, and making that play is exactly what he needed to do. And I will say, out of most of the competitors here, I'm not going to speak and say this 100%, but I saw Lucas grinding all day, all night, every single day, all week long.
Well, let's see if that pays off in a clean 2-0, or if we're going to go to game number 3. Let's jump in right now. Good luck out on both sides from these two guys. You know, there are a lot of Clash Royale rivalries, if you will, but I've not heard any rumors of this being one in particular.
Yeah, they haven't met each other this year, at least in competition. I'm sure they have on ladder and in challenges.
So this might be Mortar Miner out of Aslan, which is one of his best decks. He usually plays it with Queen.
And you see the snowball coming down because he doesn't have a log, I believe.
Very curious to see if Lucas, and with the Mother Witch, might be running Lightning.
And Ewas to protect that Mother Witch. That's a great play there on the Ewas. Then he goes hyper-aggressive opposite lane with that Mighty Miner. And this is going to be a very interesting mind game with that ability.
And
there
a nice switch to keep the Mother Witch alive.
She's still on the board from the start of the game.
Wow. And now Ram Rider behind. And
Aslan knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
And then, so it is Mortar Miner. Aslan usually runs it with Queen with a bit of a switch here with the Mighty Miner. Ram Rider, for the first time maybe in her entire deployment, doesn't connect on tower.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen that often. Aslan does give out the well played there. 1697 remaining. And I looked on the clock there. I don't know when he placed the Mother Witch, but a minute of gameplay had gone by and she was still on the board. Meanwhile, Lucas up there doing a little dance.
Little Inferno Dragon cycle for Lucas. Miner to the low spot on the outside. Pretty sure he's not facing NATO, so goes to a spot that's a bit less predictable.
Lucas just decides to eat the damage there and start a new push from the back. Mighty Miner cycled on the right-hand side by both competitors.
The run for Lucas in qualifier events has been nothing short of astounding the last 2 years. The only two-time monthly final winner in 2021, and then second place at 3 golden ticket events here in 2022.
But a win here means so much to Lucas Rich. He's always struggled at World Finals. Last year's he ended in that 32nd spot. I believe his record in Worlds, I think you said, was 0-7 or something like that. And you can see right now, just picking up this game, what it does for his confidence. He's already dancing on stage. He's got to be feeling good. And once it's always about getting that first one, right?
Once you get that one in the books, it's just smooth sailing from there. Of course, anyone can suddenly find themselves on the bad end of a moment. That's how Clash Royale is. But at the moment we're in right now, it's 1979 to 1697 with Lucas in control.
Goes Mighty Miner opposite lane there as an MK works down that right-hand side. Mighty Miner to protect the Musketeer as well. He was to help with the Mighty Miner and the Skellies. Great play there from Lucas again with that aggressive high Electro Wizard.
And that Ram Rider charges up for the connection as well, so opening the lead significantly here as we transition to the sudden death.
And doesn't have to take the mortar shot, the MK leap as well. And honestly, it doesn't really matter because we know that Lucas will be focusing on that left tower. But when we talk about confidence, it does matter.
And that mortar does get a connection. No second shot there, but the first one is significant, 1481 now. So trying to reclose that gap is Aslan. Miner tries to go for some fancy footwork here, but that's not going to do what he wanted. The connection doesn't do it again, and now down to 367.
Oh, the right tower. That right tower is gone, baby. That is it. Our first 2-0 of the day. Lucas picking up one of his first ever set win at World Finals.
And what a win it was. Clean, under control, confident, blowing kisses to the crowd. Lucas X Gamer with a statement here early on.
I love to see it. I love when hard work pays off. And like I said, Lucas has been grinding all day, all night. And the interview with Lucas, I can't wait to hear it. AC, what do we got?
Congratulations on that awesome opening set. How does it feel to start it off with a victory?
I mean, it's amazing. I haven't won a single 1v1 set the past few years, even though I did like very well. So it's probably the icebreaker that I need for this competition.
Now that you've won this opening set, do you think you are the player that everybody has to watch out for?
I mean, we are all here for a reason, so I will do my best. I'll keep doing what I have done all year. So watch out, I'm here.
He is here, I love it. Back to the desk.
Thanks a lot, Josh. Let's go ahead, take a look at the decks from this one. And this first game, it's the near mirror match, RG versus RG, but it all, of course, came down to one play.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about that Fisherman block at the end of the game, it's the only play that has to happen for against Aslan. You know, it's one of those things where if that's the only play, you need to think 2, 3, 4 steps ahead because you have to give credit to your opponent in Lucas X Gamer. You know he's going to do exactly what he needs to close out that game. And then in game number 2, it was really just kind of domination from beginning all the way to end. When a Mother Witch gets that much value early in the game, especially early in single elixir, it is near impossible to come back from it, especially against someone as talented as Lucas.
Well, it's so hard for Aslan to get value out of those cycle cards because of that Mother Witch.
Yeah.
And then the heavier troop matchup to matchup, just difficult for him there, and Lucas punished him for it.
And most all mortar decks these days do run a couple of those swarmy cards that will feed a Mother Witch. I love what Lucas came out with in game number 2. Juicy J, you were gone for a moment, you're back. How you feeling about this matchup?
This was a very fascinating matchup to watch. I think, like you guys talked about, now that he's won this first match, he's going to be having a lot of momentum. We're going to be telestrating over the first match of the best of 3, the RG, and let's get straight into it. So, Archer Queen ability getting a lot of value here, obviously. He blazed the Giant Skelly a little bit late. It would have been nice to protect the Archer Queen, and then obviously Lucas making a huge mistake preventing the pull on the RG with the Fisherman. An interesting pre-lightning from Jen, and now here comes the counter push though. So he goes for the prediction. He goes for the prediction here like you guys talked about already, and that was the game changer. RG getting that final shot, and lightning does enough. And now he just needs to cycle back to one more Earthquake, one more log, and that was it.
Juicy, is there any better defense that should have come down for against Aslan, or was he kind of just painted into a corner?
That's a great question. Honestly, maybe you predict the prediction, you predict that Fisherman pull, and you play your Fisherman down low on the right-hand side. Obviously, you're not going to be able to pull the RG away from the tower, but the Fisherman's stun, when it pulls something in, could have been enough to prevent one of those RG shots.
Maybe a pre-lightning on top of the Fishboy. What are your thoughts?
That would have been next level, right? If
that would have been insane.
You know that's coming. I mean, the prediction on prediction on prediction, that's the game we're trying to play, but you have to take into account that you're playing in front of a huge crowd with the bright lights. Like, you take that risk and it doesn't pay off, that feels almost worse than if it does.
I think the interesting point that you made early on in this set, too, is Aslan loves to come out with RG in Game 3. It's kind of been his closer, if you will.
Yes.
So he decides to open with something that's very, very strong. He ends up in a mirror matchup against, again, this is Lucas's favorite win condition while he was qualifying, but he didn't have a lot of success with it. But Lucas can play almost any deck out there. But then in game number 2, I do believe you 100% know Aslan's going to run Mortar in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, that was a situation where he had to make that play, and of course, Lucas just one step ahead. And it's interesting, we've talked about the difference of not having coaches working with you directly between Game 2 and on to Game 3 as well.
Yeah.
So far, we have seen a lot of success from players who've adjusted well. We saw Sweep with this insane pick in game number 3, and then Lucas here, just a sharp pick for game number 2. You talk about painting into a corner, that was adding 4 walls to a room with no doors.
100%. And one of the things that these players have been doing, obviously they've been practicing picking decks on their own all week long, and then they go and they talk to their coaches after that best of 3 set and go, what should I have done differently here? How should I have changed things up? And I think that's a really, really important thing. The other thing is they're going into the game, they're building their decks in the dual mode, and then they're copying them from there, putting it in the regular deck mode so that they are making sure to not repeat any cards. Now, I'm going to knock on all of the wood that I can. We don't want any more repeated cards at World Finals, but that is definitely a risk that can happen when you only got 2 minutes and there's this crowd in front of you.
Oh, most certainly. We've seen it before. Hopefully don't see that again, but what we are ready for is our next matchup. Joshua, what do we got?
Our first player doesn't have the same list of achievements that everybody else does, but he has the swagger, which would make you wonder. He is Dominic, aka Doom.
Hello everyone, my name is Dominic, aka Doom. I am Bosnian, currently living in Germany, and this will be my first time competing on stage. I am very excited. Clash Royale is my dream hobby, and I am very happy that I was able to achieve something like this. I want to say good luck to all my opponents and see you in the arena.
Our second player, he's the winner of the first golden ticket. He's the reason why Space Station Gaming won the spring season of 2020. He is Samuel Basoto.
I started playing Clash Royale and I got better and better, and now I'm here in the World Championship, and that's crazy. The biggest moment for me so far has been when I got the golden ticket. I want to win this game.
And those of you in the know are probably aware this is one of the most anticipated matchups of the day. You know, you talk about bad blood. These two have been at each other. The trash talk before this one, absolutely epic. And I know the winner today is going to celebrate pretty hard.
Oh, I am 100% sure that that is going to be a very uncomfortable walk away from the stage for whoever does not pick up that 2 games in this set. Yeah, we've all been here for a week. It's been a lot of fun, but also when you're here for a week with the people that you're competing for $1 million against, there might be a little bit of bad blood. And let's hop into the very first matchup here between Sam and Doom.
You know, on paper, Sam is supposed to be the favorite here, but there's a lot of X factors in this matchup. Sam has been talented for a very long time, but Doom, coming off a recent #1 finish on ladder, and of course, working very, very hard. And if there's ever been any question about Samuel Basoto, it is not skill at all. Talent is 100% there. The question has always been work ethic, especially as of late. We haven't really seen much of him since winning his golden ticket, and word is he tends to practice friendly battles, not as much duels, while Doom is totally pumped up and has a target on Sam's back.
Well, it's one of those things where when you win that golden ticket that early on in the year, you're like, I don't need to do my homework. I don't need to do my homework. I got months. I got almost a whole year to get there. But then all of a sudden, July rolls around the corner and you haven't put in the work. We'll see if that's the case or not. Sam going Mortar here early in game #1. Doom with Bowler, maybe Loon, Freeze.
Most likely. It does have that feeling. Of course, he could be going with Graveyard potentially, but probably Bowler, Loon, Freeze. And it's definitely sort of in his wheelhouse. He has a few decks that he relies on, tends to play Comfort. He does practice this deck, but it feels like he's going for something tricky here in game #1.
Yeah, and that's probably the best way to go. He is a guy that loves to play in the skies. He's known for being a Lava player, but Lava is not super great in the meta. And also, you don't want to play what you're known for the most. Let's still get to the skies with that Loon, but I'll tell you, this matchup, if Sam plays it correctly, he shouldn't struggle too much.
Yeah, nice high mortar, easy control, and now flooding right under that right-hand side.
And this is a beautiful moment of min-max, Rich. He takes one shot from the Loon to take that right-hand tower. I love it, and that is a next-level play.
Yeah, wow, down to 144 already. Doom on his back heels very, very early.
And that is a better minor placement when you're trying to avoid that Inferno Dragon damage.
Sam taking control of the game pretty firmly here. With that tower down, minute 15 remaining for Sam to clutch up game #1, $84,500. So far, won in his career, and now just a few minutes away from adding another 10 on top of the 20 he already earned here at World Finals.
I love that play so much to go, I can take that balloon shot. He's not gonna freeze because he doesn't have the elixir to defend. So he knows it's not gonna be a tower trade situation. We'll see as Doom pours it on the left-hand lane, Mortar comes down to defend. AQ not there. Poison will be enough to mitigate most of this damage. One Loon shot should come in. There it is.
And just not quite enough to get the freeze down in time. You saw the elixir for Doom just stretching, reaching to get there, but couldn't quite make it happen. And now 30 seconds left. It's do or die in game #1.
And I love that pull there with the miner, making sure that Bowler doesn't get on top of the Arch Queen, combined with that Bar Barrel. Fire Spirit to still distract for the AQ, but now probably a freeze gonna come in, or excuse me, a poison gonna come in again defensively.
That poison with the slow back in action, definitely important here against the Loon. Now the question is, can he get around? Freeze is in, 5 seconds, not gonna be enough.
There
and
it is.
The thanks
and there's
from
the
Samwell.
BM. You know it's gonna happen. Not even looking at each other on stage, and finally at the end, you see the eyes come up from Samwell going, hey man, you've been messing with me all week? Here I am in game #1.
Yeah, the thanks might be the dirtiest one of all those different text options there. Thank you, you gave it to me, and I took it.
There was also that tweet from AC earlier this week talking about how when he says well played, he means it, but he doesn't think his opponent does. Sam definitely meant that.
Oh yeah, 100%. Thank you indeed. And now we go on to game #2, and this is where I think we start to see Sam open up a little bit. Went with a fun minor play there, but now in game #2, Bowler freeze. We'll talk about that in a moment. First, let's look at the action from game #1.
And I know what it's gonna be. I know what it's gonna be. Here it is, the Loon coming across the bridge, the Mortar up high. Loon is raged up. Sam knows this game like the back of his hand. What does he do? I know what's in cycle, and I know what is not. Valkyrie at the bridge, crossing over, guards behind. I'm happy to take this Loon drop. I'm happy to take the death damage. You know what else I'm happy to take? Your right-hand tower. Beautiful plays there from Sam to start this out. 144 remains after a minute and 30 of gameplay.
Yeah, and you see Doom there just nodding his head going, okay.
You got me.
Yeah, you got me. I got caught there. And that happens to all of us, but the question is, how do you recover from that? So the one thing that's good for Doom in that situation, most of those cards in Bowler, Loon, Freeze don't hit most of the rest of the deck pool, including his own.
100%.
So that gives him some good options here. On the other side of it, Sam has the advantage, and Sam sees NATO out, which opens up so many options.
I mean, Sam just has the world in front of him at this moment just because, looking here really quickly at the predictions. Yes, Sam is the favorite on paper, but Doom has been feeling really confident. As you said, he's been playing very, very well as of late. He's got a 100% win rate against a couple of the great pros that we have in this tournament, including Morton and Pandora. Now, that's obviously only in competition in 2022, but because we haven't seen a lot of Sam, he's also got a 100% win rate against Mugi, Arden, and Lucas, which is just showing he is on a run.
Let's go ahead and jump into it. Game number 2 on its way right now. With NATO out and Sam loving to run Hog, that feels like an option, but he usually runs it with Valkyrie, which we just saw last game. So very curious to see what kind of decksmanship.
Yeah!
There we go. We might see an Royal Ghost, so almost assuredly not Hog. And wow, Doom going the ultimate comfort. Lava in game 2. Is Sam ready for it?
And it's got to be Lava Minor, right? Because he doesn't have Loon. What else can be paired with it?
He does run Lava Clone on occasion, but only when Poison and NATO are out. So, yeah, gonna be Lava Minor.
And Sam goes, well, in case it is Lava Clone, I do have an Executioner making its debut here at World Finals. After that range buff as of late, we've started to see it more and more competitive. Still not a popular card by any means, but it is definitely showing up a lot more these days.
We've seen this version of Drill popping up specifically with this Executioner put in there, and look, when you're going back against a Lava player, why not?
Yeah, and I love the idea too, because usually the Xe replaces that Magic Archer, but now with the Xe, you don't have to worry about the spell power as much. You don't want to get that Magic Archer fireballed or poisoned off the board, whereas that Xe just has a little bit more HP as Sam's cannon cart gets on top of that left-hand tower, and that stood Doom right up.
And look at this, going opposite lane with the Royal Ghost as well. Sam has to put up some defense. There you go, the Executioner to just clean all of that up.
And the look over at it, Doom getting talked to by our referees. Not sure exactly what's going on there, but damage does come in for Doom here on that right-hand side with those guards. But Sam in the lead still.
Golden Knight down in front of the Executioner. Oh my word.
Dom repeated a card.
No way.
Dominic repeated a card.
No way.
Lumberloon Freeze usually has Baby D.
Unbelievable.
We just talked about not having a repeated card, and now we have it. He repeated his guards. He repeated his guards.
No way.
That is exactly what Samwell wants after a week of trash talk from Doom. The fastest 2-0 that we've seen here at our World Finals so far. Let's see what Sam has to say. We're going to the stage.
Samuel, congratulations, opening round victory. How do you feel?
Samuel, como você se sente ganhando no primeiro round?
Sinto ótimo, a melhor experiência que eu já tive na minha vida. Vamos!
I feel great. It's the best experience I've ever had in my life.
I could tell that energy just from his statement. Congratulations again, and back to the casters.
I don't even know what to do with that right now. You talk all that trash all week. You know, maybe it's just the weight of expectations in that moment. Repeating a card, unbelievable. Now, one big difference here.
Yeah, I know. You got to say it.
He stays in. He's not out yet.
Yes, he is.
He's lower bracket.
Well, I thought you were going to talk about this deck.
Oh, yeah. Also, that's the craziest part. Let's take a look at the deck. So here, we'll talk about this first matchup here. The Bowler Loon Freeze, the great play with the Archer Queen, the Mortar, the Poison, great control from Samuel Basoda.
Yeah, 100%. You see that Valkyrie push in, the guards behind. I guess I misunderstood our producer there. I thought he said guards, he said cards, and I don't remember seeing guards in game number 1, but as you can see, this is what happens. Sam outplays him with that aggressive play, but then you go into game number 2. There is the NATO. There is the NATO.
Oh, this is the same two decks from game number 1.
He repeated a card, ladies and gentlemen. We know that it happened.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at that second deck here in a minute. But you and I, if we get to see it, we saw it afterwards.
Yeah.
The little secret there,
Hog Rider.
Hog Rider was in that Lava Hound deck.
It was a Lava Hog Rider deck. Now, I will say, during practice this week, we saw that change-up of 2.6 where they take out Hog and put in Lava Hound, but this was absolutely crazy to see Lava Hound plus Hog Rider. Meanwhile, you are also repeating a card.
Yeah, just craziness all over the board. Who knows? You know, he was maybe trying to select the deck here, got mixed up a little bit. That's just one of those moments where you got to feel maybe being down one just got to him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the biggest thing about when you talk a lot of trash and then you drop the ball early on is you feel that pressure magnify on yourself because you go, I have to back this up because it's not just about the game now, it's also about pride. And that's one of the things that maybe you don't want to put on the line when you're playing against someone that's already won almost $100,000 in their career. They've been a champion before. They won the first golden ticket. Samuel's very respected in the community in terms of his gameplay, and he just showed us why.
Now, let's be clear. This was also Lava up against an Executioner deck. Clearly, there was some preparation from Samuel's part. He had a good matchup, or at least a fairly decent matchup up to that point, so who knows if it would have changed anything, but Sam was definitely in the pocket.
So it sounds like now there may be something going on backstage with what just happened, so we're going to get to the bottom of exactly what that is before we start moving on through the day. As you guys saw, we thought we heard guards, it wasn't guards, we thought we heard card, and then you saw that we didn't get to see deck number 2, so not 100% exactly what has happened yet. And if he did not repeat a card, this is a very fascinating conversation because Sam just got to celebrate like he just won a 2-0 victory.
Yes, indeed.
What does that do to the mentality of both of you? Doom starts to feel like he has an extra life. He just got given an extra life at World Finals, maybe, or Sam, he gets, when you feel that good about winning and you have to reel it back in and dial back into the game. Because as you guys know, when you win a game or a match today, you get $10,000 more and you don't have to play again till tomorrow, which is a really big part of this equation.
And of course, we don't know yet exactly what the conversation is right now. So as soon as we have more
sure
information,
they can tell.
Yeah, as soon as we have more information, you'll have the information as well. So hold your horses on that one, man. I mean, we go back to game number 1, right? I don't know if we have the game 1 deck available. If we do, we'll take a look at that in just a moment. Go back to game number 1, that Boulder Loon freeze choice, not one of Doom's primary decks, right? Yeah. And then we see him going Lava in game number 2. You know, he typically plays Lava Miner, Lava Loon, or occasionally Lava Clone. Yes. So certainly, you know, taking that first one out, maybe the Lava pick in game number 2 was him going, you know what, you've already seen me play a lot of pieces of Lava, maybe you think I won't do it, plus this is my deck.
Yeah, you know, but now we've seen twice in a row where their opponents are going, we know what you're absolutely best with or what your comfort is, and they're looking for that matchup when they're down 1. We saw it last time against Aslan, and then again here with Sam. I mean, Sam hasn't been practicing a lot apparently, but I wonder how much he's actually practiced with Executioner. Now, he knows the mechanics of that deck because of how popular it was with Magic Archer and Ewiz, but you swap in that Exy, and I really think that is a great snipe because of the HP specifically. You can't get spelled off the board easily.
Definitely not, and I do want to take a moment to point out that if Basoto does end up winning here, that's 3 members of that 2020 Pain Gaming team, the squad that was assembled for the fall split after not being in CRL together. That's a few members there who are coming through.
Yeah, and you know, if this match is actually over with, we are only a third of the way through the day. We've still got 4 more in the upper bracket, and then as we know, 4 elimination matches. And you travel all the way across the world. You've been here for a week, adjusting to the clock, grinding all day long, playing on internet, playing on different devices, and you got to think, what does that do to their mentality when you are in that lower bracket? How much more pressure do you think they're going to feel in their next game than they felt in their first one?
And let me go ahead and correct there. Sam was not on that Pain Gaming team, as I just said that. Just Brazilian and friends with Lucas Gamer. So, you know, there's a lot of craziness happening right here. We did not expect to see a repeated card, but as
well, Rich, you and I have never made a mistake in our whole career.
No, none, not at all.
They've loved us since 2018.
For sure, with 100% the whole way through. Man, it's one of those things where you talk about the pressure here at a moment like this when, of course.
We have it too.
Yeah, we have a little bit as well. We are getting some word right now that there was not a repeated card, and we're going to pick this up from game number 2. So it's still 1-0 Samwell. It's still those first 16 cards out, 8 on each side, but we are going to continue from game number 2. Wow, unbelievable.
I'm literally speechless right now. You have 2 people that are coming off of a very interesting emotional roller coaster over the last 5 minutes. Samuel thinks that he's won, he's walked away, he doesn't have to show up again until tomorrow. And then Doom on the other side of it, probably going, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know, I did not repeat a card, or it's not, you know, like what are you doing here?
Well, the interesting thing now is they're going to go and get 2 minutes to build decks. The surprise that Doom had built into that, the Hog Rider that we saw as part of that Lava Hound, that's
can't
gone.
play it.
Now, now here's the thing. It still might not have made a difference. It still might have been locked down with the counter snipe by Samuel, but that whole pop there going, hey, you've been shutting down this Lava Hound, boom, Hog Rider opposite lane, that's no longer there.
Well, and also you talk about the snipe that Sam had come in, and now that's no longer effective. Doom getting kind of a break here because that wasn't the matchup I think he wanted. Sam had a lot of pieces to deal with the Lava Hound, with a Hog Rider, and now neither of their choices are available anymore because you can't just run it back.
Or you can.
Or
play
you
the
can.
mind game.
That's right.
Play
You
the
can't
mind
play
game.
the mind
Go ahead
game.
and do it again. That's, I mean, look, that's a call you have to make right now is do they anticipate?
But they don't have their coaches.
But they don't have their coaches.
You know?
They go ahead and figure it out.
Yeah, I know. This is why in order to win that $250,000, you truly do have to be the best in the world. You got to play through all of these crazy factors. And of course, this is not what we expected in this matchup, but I think it's still going to be a good one. There's a lot of bad blood, like you said. There's all of this hullabaloo going on, but they get to go back into game number 2 here in just 1 minute.
So here's the question now. Who takes the bigger emotional impact? Sam thinking he had won and being locked down, or Doom with this crazy roller coaster he's been on?
I got to go Sam. I feel like Sam had a better matchup in match number 2. I felt like he kind of had his number, and I felt like Doom has now had a lot of time to not only recollect himself, but be correct about a monumental argument that he's probably having with League Ops. So he gets to come back and go, look, I get to come back, I get another life, I get to change up my deck, Sam Snipe is no longer in play, and then this leads us to so many question marks in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, all over the board. What's their mentality like? Where do you go? If you don't go from here, right, then where do you go in your deck pool? You have a plan built for game 1 and game 2, and you kind of play on the fly in game number 3. Well, then now do you kind of think about what you might have gone for game number 3 and slot that back in? Do you craft from scratch again?
It's just not the same conversation as it used to be when it was in teams format, because dual mode, when you are on this stage, when you don't have your coach or your analyst, it's kind of like starting a ball or a snowball at the top of a hill, and then based off of what it hits along the way, that is the only course it can go down. So you saw what happened in game number 1, what was played, what is available, what they played, and that deck 2, it's not like an accident that those are the decks that came out. So this is rebuilding from the ground, except for Sam has 1 in the pocket. So I still have to give him the advantage, even though I do think Doom is in a better mental spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably right. I mean, look, if there's one thing I will say, Sam did look sharp, looked very, very sharp. And I might be eating my words here in terms of the preparation side of things. Sam looked dialed in. So the question is, can you remain dialed in, right? What are you thinking about besides just gameplay?
Well, I think the most important thing, Rich, is you cannot be upset. If you're Samuel Basoto, you need to calm whatever you might be feeling, the frustration, the anger, even if it's still the excitement from you playing so well in game number 1 and then having that situation in game number 2, all of that needs to subside. You need to dial back in and just go right back to why you're here, why you won the first golden ticket, or why you qualified through that stage 5, right?
Yes, for sure. And for those of you who are following along on event.clashroyale.com and got your votes in, if you haven't yet, well, now's still a little bit of time, I think, to lock those ones in. And maybe some of you are you just lost out on some plays. Maybe you're sitting there going, yes, I get my second chance here at getting those big ones.
Yeah, it's not often when you get to kind of gamble for something and then they go, well, actually, we were wrong. So we're going to give you another shot. So for all you guys that maybe picked Doom, probably very, very happy whether you're at home or here in the arena. And what an incredible arena we have here. It's filled with some of the biggest names in Clash Royale. You and I are both a little starstruck, of course. We see people that we've talked about for year after year after year. And also old friends, whether they be casters or people that we used to cast for back in the day.
Sure, yeah. Some of the biggest names in Clash Royale here. Champions of old and maybe champions of new. Of course, we have 16 people, one of whom will hoist a trophy this time. Of course, we do have one person who has a chance at repeating that championship in Mugi.
I mean, I just can't even fathom what that would be like to win back-to-back World Championships. So let's take a look here at the bracket, just to remind you guys for the action that's coming for the rest of the day here, and of course to remind you of what has already happened.
Oh yes, let's take a look at our bracket, open things up. It was Sandbox with a very nice 3-game win after a close game number 1 over Keith, who will drop down to the lower bracket. Sweet with a phenomenal performance, one of the most intellectual, most intelligent performances we've seen here so far, with a great build in game number 3. Lucas just running right through Aslan, and of course right now we're on that Dominic and Samuel matchup. But coming up on the back half of our first round, Morton with his 4th World Finals appearance.
Wow.
Mugi versus Vitor, and the one I'm really pumped about today, KK and Mohamed Light.
Of course, I mean, you got the consensus greatest player in the world, but KK is a fan favorite and a favorite of pros out there, not just because of the great guy that he is, but he's always been exceptional. I mean, the first time that we ever heard his name was back when Juicy was winning $50,000, and they kept telling us over and over, KK is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and that was already, what, 4-ish years ago, and here he is at our World Finals. That's going to be an exciting one, and then to round out the day, you heard AC say it at the top of the show, good friends, but maybe turned rivals between Pandora and Air Surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw that lower bracket, Aslan awaiting his opponent for the lower side of things. And if you are just joining us right now or forgot already, game number 1, it was Samuel Basoto taking the win here over Dominic, over Doom. And now we're going into game number 2 in just a couple of moments. And of course, Aslan doesn't know who he has yet. And honestly, I don't know who he'd rather face at this point.
I mean, that is a phenomenal point that you make. I mean, I think if you look at what has happened so far, I probably still would like to go to Doom. He's been just a little bit more predictable. And so here is exactly what we saw in game number 1. This is the very end of that game where it looked like there might be a second for Dominic to pop back into this, but not really. We knew Sam was going to lock it down. Those miners were just brilliant.
The miners were brilliant. The poison work on defense, slowing down that balloon. And yes, you do get this final freeze in, and that's the first time the freeze really got in effectively on an offensive push. We didn't see the freeze. There was one great opportunity early on to get back in the game. Not enough elixir for that freeze. Didn't happen, so just one step behind in game number 1. Will he get that step back in game 2?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I love about watching pros play this game. You know, one of the things we talked about sometimes is Mohamed Light does certain things that might seem unorthodox, but then you watch him take the tower there. So I think we are actually hopping into game here in just a moment. We have both of our players at the stage. And there we go. Game number 2. All the drama behind us. Just back to good old-fashioned Clash Royale.
And game 2 starts similarly to the version that we got rid of, with a Royal Ghost in the back on one side, but Dominic now going with EQ to open things up.
And we see guards, and we see a baby dragon here early on. Samuel Basoto, though, maybe going, I'm not changing up too much. I'm sticking with the same 3 so far.
Look, it's a strong deck no matter what, and it's certainly that Lava Hound deck isn't the only good matchup for it. Cannon Cart does get on tower.
There we go. Early shots for Samuel.
And just going to go ahead and relax on this Mega Minion single swing, and now changing lanes is the Brazilian.
Doom does have the lead on that right-hand side, 25-79 to 26-28, but the couple Spear Goblin Stab come in. Samuel back in the lead.
EQ plus arrows this time for Doom. So he does have some more powerful damage spells for the towers, and of course, the ability to work a little bit up in the air, but not, of course, the most powerful of our troop damage spells on either one.
You see there stacking up in this left-hand lane as that EQ cycled on the right-hand side. Guards doing a perfect job against that Royal Ghost, and we'll see how Sam wants to respond here.
It does feel like he's still running the Executioner.
Yeah, I know. We both were looking for that Magic Archer to get on top of that bomb tower, but decides not to do it. And Goblin's getting more value once again.
Ewiz goes down. Is this going to be a Royal? No, it's Hog Rider.
It's Hog Rider.
Wow. And that Hog getting right to tower. NATO perfectly timed, but tanking for the baby dragon and the Mega Minion, so forced to play in the opposite direction as Samuel.
But look at that, aggressive at the bridge. Barbell comes in right behind. Nice play there on both sides, but Doom coming out at least on top of that interaction while Sam is still in the lead. 18-02 to 24-12. And aggressive Golden Knight at the bridge. This could be huge, Rich.
And it's Lava Hound. Golden Knight all over that tower. And just right into the same lane is the Lava Hound, so Lava Hog back. Looks like both players just deciding to go ahead and run back the same decks. Lava Hound plus Hog Rider push. Executioner there, ready for it all. Cannon Cart to hold. Do you NATO the Hog in or out? No, neither way. He just DPS that thing down quick.
13 seconds remaining here and a lot of damage needed for Doom, so he decides to use that Golden Knight to kite everything back. Executioner doing it in style.
Wow.
3, 2,
Can it do it?
1.
Can it do it?
Tower
No,
not
it
down.
cannot. Samwell wins the run back and rights the ship.
And that has got to just be the craziest emotional up and down for both of these competitors. I don't really envy either of them. Yes, Samuel does pick up the win again, so I'm sure he's still happy, but I can't imagine how it feels for Doom right now.
Yeah, that's got to be a rough one, but you know, I don't know if he thought that he would have won it the first time around either. It was a pretty lockdown matchup either way, so we don't know how he feels, but we will find out how Samuel feels. Josh, what do you got for us?
Well, again, congratulations for the game number 2 victory. To go through all those emotions but still come out on top, how does it feel?
Parabéns mais uma vez por ganhar o segundo jogo, todas essas emoções, como você se sente?
Foi bem estranho, mas ainda bem que eu venci de novo e eu tô muito feliz.
It was quite weird, but it's good that I won again. I'm very happy.
Absolutely. Congratulations again. Back to the casters.
Quite weird, I think, is the only thing you can say there.
Yeah.
You know, he's got to feel good to have pulled it out on the back end. Let's go ahead and take a look at a little bit of the action there from this last one. And, you know, it does feel like maybe they made an agreement to run the decks back, or they just both did. Not really sure how that went down.
It does seem like that was the case, not 100%. And if that was the case, I think Doom would probably be even more frustrated knowing that he was already in not a good matchup. But, you know, if that's the situation you're in, you didn't repeat a card, technically you have to go back into the situation that you drew up. But obviously probably not the prettiest way that it went down, but here we are. This is the push at the end. You see Sam throw up the CRL number 1 here in just a moment. He knows he has it locked down, even though you and I got a little nervous for just a second.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot on the board there that felt like maybe it could slide on in at the last second, but once that Hog Rider got evaporated, there was no chance.
Yeah, the Hog Rider not getting on top of the tower, not getting that big time swing in, meant it was all over for Doom. Well, kind of, just in the upper bracket. He's still got a life to give, and it will be going up against Aslan, I do believe. Yep. So we have our first 2 lower bracket matchups set, and we already know at least 4 competitors where 2 of them will no longer be here tomorrow.
And that's the crazy part. You come all this way, make it to World Finals, a potential day 1 exit. So if you thought we saw nerves earlier on, when we get down at the bottom, we'll see them big. But this might be the next big story here. Longtime friends,
yes,
Lucas X Gamer and Samuel Basoto facing off tomorrow in round 2.
Yeah, and this is funny because I was talking to our good friend Deco, and I believe he drew this up when he was predicting, and that is exactly the situation you do not want to be in as a Brazilian caster. They will live and die by their players, and unfortunately for him, one of them will be sent down in a little bit, and probably for a lot of people out there, I think they're 2 of the biggest favorites and the biggest names in the game.
Oh, sure. Definitely 2 top-tier players who know each other exceptionally well. So many hours of practice on the same side, so I'll be very curious to see how they sort that one out on stage. And then you talk about that lower bracket side of things. Man, the elimination bracket on day number 1, we saw some nerves up there. You saw Sandbox's finger twitching and shaking in that game, able to pull it out, but talk about how these 4 guys will feel playing later today.
I mean, it's one of the things where last year so many people weren't happy about the first day being single elimination and what that meant, so here we go. Next year, 2022, we adapt, we evolve, we listen, we give you a life to give in day number 1, but that doesn't mean that you're safe on day number 1. 4 players will be eliminated today, and I guess, you know, if I flew all the way across the world and you gave me $20,000, I would just go back home and I wouldn't feel too bad about it, but that's me. That's not them.
You wouldn't feel terrible, but if you're saying, hey, I had to win 1 of 2 matches to make that $30,000, I think I prefer that a little bit. But you know what? We'll get to those matches later today. Right now, we have match number 5 on its way. Jackson, take us away.
Introducing the hardest working Clash Royale player and a 4-time world finalist, Morten.
So what I really like about Clash Royale, it's a really fun and speedy game, so you can play it everywhere. It's also my dream job, so I'm pretty happy to be here and also creating content for the game. And yeah, it's a really great opportunity which I have. There might be a ton of surprises. if I win this competition, for sure I will donate like something to charity to support people which deserve more than me, in my opinion. I'm ready and I'm coming for the World Finals.
In a David and Goliath situation, making it here through the last chance qualifier, Ender G.
Mi nombre del juego es Ender G y soy de Venezuela. La verdad es que trato de no ponerme nervioso, de jugar lo más tranquilo posible y enfocarme puro en la partida, con full confianza de que puedo ganar lo que sea, y creo que eso ha sido una de las claves que he llegado aquí. Disfruto mucho el juego casual, que a veces es un poco estresante todo lo que tiene que ver con competitivo, pero me gusta mucho. Simplemente que gane el mejor.
And what a fascinating matchup we have here, as Juicy J said, tied for the world record with LCOP, 4-time world finalist, and Morten up against a guy who has some experience in competitive play, did some back in No Tilt League Special Edition against you as well, and Ender G.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Morten is in a good position no matter who he plays. He is so talented, so collected, so calm. And on the opposite side, Ender, this is not the matchup you want. You don't want the guy that's been there 4 times. You want the guy who's fresh, who you can actually have a shot with when it comes to nerves. Right here, Morten, he doesn't get nervous.
Yeah, the most experienced stage player here at the game. And as you guys might see, Ender G playing from home, not able to make it here to Helsinki for this one. So as a reminder, there is fair play in effect. More on that later. Let's jump right in to our game number 1. And you hear the crowd response when Morten was announced, not just one of the best players in the game, but one of the most popular players in the community.
Yeah, everybody loves him. He's been streaming so much, 8 hours a day, probably an over-exaggeration, but a lot of the time. And he just has a great standing in the community with just about everyone.
And so Golden Knight on both sides to open up, and the executioner for Morten. It's interesting because Ender does play some lava, but usually as a snipe against cycle players, so maybe Morten going with this Xe variation early on, even though that's not necessarily what Ender does in game 1.
Yeah, right here, it is going to be an interesting matchup. We do see possibly the Drill, but it still could be RG from Morten, still looking like Drill. And on the opposite end, Ender, you do have to think that he's leaning towards RG.
Yeah, with those zappies in tow, certainly feels that direction. Ender and Morten pretty far apart so far in solo earnings. Morten 74,000 earnings so far as a solo player on top of what he did as a teams player. Ender, the 20,000 he's guaranteed so far, his first bag as a competitive Clash Royale player.
140 in the game. Morten has shown that he has used the Drill. Ender still has not shown his win condition. Right there, the Golden Knight does get the dash on top of the Witch, but because the Golden Knight was placed just in time, it was able to protect it.
Royal Ghost takes care of business, picked up here by the Giant Skeleton as we have a minute 20 remaining in our regulation period, a few seconds away from double elixir time. And you know, with that 3-card cycle, that Drill will start coming out faster and faster. Who do you give the advantage to, though, against this larger deck as we get later in the game?
Wow, and right there, the Ram Rider comes down. So because it's Ram Rider, I think I would still have to lean for Morten. If it was RG, that's when it gets really weird because we haven't seen the spell. Now with Ram Rider, the cannons, the Ice Spirits, the log delays, if he uses the Lightning or Earthquake, will be able to come out. Morten, I think, does have a strong advantage right now.
And now play transferring to the left-hand side of the board as the Golden Knight will pick up the Royal Ghost. A little chip damage from the log. First on that side for Morten.
Executioner does lock onto the Hog, so it won't be able to take out the Golden Knight just yet, but a clean swing of the axe, and it does clean up all the troops. Right now, Ender G's he's only just trying to stack. He's not trying to go for offense. He's waiting till late in double, waiting late in overtime, and then he could even just wait till triple elixir, just because it's hard to get past these kind of defenses.
Poison in, and now that Ram Rider is a nice path, but back to a cannon again is Morten to pick up that Ram Rider. Log no longer in cycle, though. Golden Knight to clean up and not let that connection happen.
1:55 left. We have hit overtime. 24:89 to 23:41. Only 150 HP separating the two players. Morten has done a brilliant job on defense. But Ender G, he's just staying in there. This is what he wants.
73% win rate in his golden ticket attempt plays, so certainly put up some good numbers overall. And look, he might not be on paper the guy you think is the #1 or #2, but he did make it to World Finals. That's an accomplishment in itself.
Ghost will need to be defended. We do see the Golden Knight. Will he choose to go in with the dash? It will be able to hit a lot of troops if he uses it. And there we go. We do see the dash able to hit all the troops that he was looking for, and the Executioner to clean it up.
Little zappy chip on the right-hand side, 10 seconds away from triple elixir, and we'll see how much Morten takes advantage of that 3-card cycle with the drill as we get to the end. And this Mother Witch going into the bridge fight here, maybe opening up an opportunity for him.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that we have not seen Ender's final card. I'm thinking it has to be a small spell, but those are going to do well against the drill. So still just continuing to cycle all his main troops and not that last card.
And keep in mind, no big spell here for Morten. So if we're talking spell cycle there at the very end, going to be a tall order there against Poison, as the Poison does finally give Ender the lead with 33 seconds left.
Executioner placed down. He is going to try and win the bridge battle. We are going to see drill after drill after drill, and logs followed as well.
Does Morten get the connection? And he does! Big time connection! 18 seconds left, and he takes the 400 HP lead.
That Executioner plus the log plus the second Executioner is doing work. 1893 to 1392. Morten should take this game.
Wow, this felt like it was slipping out of his fingers. Morten gets the great NATO connection with that Golden Knight. GG, well played. Morten wins game #1.
I mean, it was anybody's game until the very final 30 seconds, but just one play was required. A brilliant defense with the Xe NATO, the second Xe coming out, and then the drill on the tower.
Wow, what a great come from behind. Stayed in the pocket, did Morten, didn't lose his cool. You know, you see so many times, even at a high level with the nerves there, the NATO being placed a tile or two off and not chaining that Golden Knight to the tower. We saw that in the waning weeks of the LCQ as well happen. Morten not making that mistake, getting on tower, big time win.
Yeah, I just love how he played that game, and right here we are going to go into the replay. This is going to be the moment that we all loved seeing. The Golden Knight does get the dash on top of all the troops, on top of all the towers, getting it down to 1450. Just needs one more defense, and it was those Xes plus logs plus the second Xe.
And now we get into a really interesting question as we start game #2, and that's that deck picking portion. Morten has been working with Julesy, who helped lead Mohamed Light to a second-place finish at Worlds last year, known for being a solid coach, but Morten's up there on his own, and this has always been sort of the question, is how does Morten make those picks into game 2 and game 3 and beyond? On the other side of it, Ender is known for being a kind of by-the-numbers picker. Log is out, you play bait. NATO's out, you play hog. They're both off the board.
Yeah, I think for Morten, though, you do have to give, obviously, with the Game 1 victory, the advantage goes to Morten. But still, when you've won Game 1, that's what you're really preparing for. You don't want to have to prepare for that Game 1 loss. Sure. You want to set yourself up where you can just win Game 2 after. Ender, obviously, he did lose Game 1. He is by the numbers, and so this is obviously a very tough spot for him.
And it's to show how well-known Morten is. A lot of our votes today have been fairly close from the community, 55-45. Even if you felt like maybe they were probably a larger margin, Morten, no questions there, 74% voting for Morten in that matchup.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm kind of surprised that it wasn't even more. I could have seen 80, I could have seen 85, I could have seen 90. So it does not shock me that we did see that 70.
And taking their time here, 2 minutes between each game to go ahead and make those deck picks, make those changes. And of course, you know, we were talking about Ender being kind of a down-the-line deck picker. If you're in Ender's corner, are you going hog, are you going bait, or are you trying to theory craft something totally different?
I think you always have to go with the theory craft. I think that's always going to be the spot. And I really do think that when you have a month to prepare, a week to prepare, you can set yourself up for a game 2.
Well, let's go ahead and check things out as we jump into game #2. On the deck picking side for Morten, it's pretty well understood that Julesy will have a clear plan for him in games 1 and game 2. The questions then do rise if we do make it to game 3, what happens? But at the moment, expect some pretty solid work here out of the duo.
Ender defending with the Mighty Miner. He is going to go Mighty Miner Drill instead of the Mighty Miner Bait. We saw Bait all the time when it was the Giant Skeleton and the Mirror running rampant throughout the meta, but because of that nerf, it's no longer as scary as it used to be.
And you see Log and NATO both out, so Ender going Drill here, and those spears get a nice little buff too with Log being off the board. We'll see what the small spell situation here is for the German SK Gaming player.
A lot of pressure coming in from Ender G. Morten will be able to Skarmy on top of the Spear Goblins and doesn't get the split. I'm sure he was looking to try and split them onto the Drill, onto the Spear Goblins at the bridge, but doesn't work out that time, forced to use the Bar Barrel as well.
Lots to feed that Skeleton King here with the Bats and the Skarmy as well. Mortar comes out. This deck was very popular about 2-3 months ago, has fallen a bit out of favor, but of course everybody knows Morten likes running Miner.
That's right. Anytime he can fit a Miner in the deck, you know it's going to be out there. Fire Spirit does jump onto absolutely nothing, so an unfortunate interaction for Ender. Inferno Tower is going to come out as well as the Snowball, so we could see a little bit of pressure depending on what's next, or we could just see the reset. And there we go. We do see the pressure. Miner in the back to take out the Spear Goblins.
What a Miner. What a Miner. Getting on the tower, taking off the spears, connecting that Musketeer, and Morten opens up a big lead with 1:13 left in regulation.
No activation from the Mighty Miner. Is he going to be able to place a card in time? The Skarmy does come out, and the Mighty Miner will get the activation. So it is a 1-for-3, a good spot right there, but obviously still down 750 HP.
And Skarmy just really shuts down that Mighty Miner in these situations. Gotta wonder if maybe Morten was putting Ender on bait with that one. Of course, has the Bar Barrel plus the Skarmy. Works out well here too.
Skeleton King on top of the Drill. The Miner in... Okay, the Miner in the back, not going to do any damage. The Snowball on defense from Ender. And so 700 still separating the two players. Will he try to get the activation? Bats and Spear Goblins will clean this up nicely.
That Musketeer, though, certainly a factor in this one and playing the Skarmy way in the back. Snowball to clean up, Bar Barrel well-timed, and keeping that Muskie alive except for those Spear Goblins.
We just see continuing to use the Skeleton King in the back, trying to set up for that one good push. He just can't set up the right push. And right here, this might be it. Musketeer, fully healthy.
Did not get the Musketeer with the Fireball. Just a half tile off there. This could be a whole lot of trouble. Bats to pick up the Miner. That's going to be some significant damage. Mortar, can it break through and connect?
The Bats on defense from Ender are so troublesome. Right there, the Fireball does go on top of most of the Bats, but still there. Musketeer to protect the Mortar. Left side almost got damaged, but not quite. And this game is getting kind of close. It's getting closer as this game goes on.
That Musketeer just a little bit too close to the Mortar, giving value for that Fireball. So Ender getting a nice little value play to get himself back in this game.
Yeah, and the Bats on defense from Ender are getting value every time. But on the opposite end, Morten, it's never getting value. He's always able to snowball Bats plus something, and that's just so dangerous when Morten has to defend in the triple elixir moments.
And really good patience there not to pop the ability on the Skeleton King, knowing that with the Musketeer's support, it would survive that fight with the Mighty Miner. And so now it's time to pressure the opposite direction. Snowball does not take care of all those skeletons with this drill push, but a lot of damage coming in. They escape, and now it's Ender in the lead with 56 seconds left.
Again, getting aggressive, 54 seconds left. Skeleton King's ability is 50% of the way there. Will it be able to stop the Goblins before it gets any chip? No. Goblins chip it down to 1209.
This Goblin chip is turning into a real problem here on the later end. Skelly King pops the ability early, not early enough to avoid the Inferno Tower play, but now Miner in, Fireball to support. That's going to be a lot of damage for the Miner. Snowball to predict, does not get the Skarmy. He should be able to clean up against this Goblin drill with 24 seconds left.
These Musketeers need to be cycled in the middle time and time again. The Bats plus the Spear Goblins over the middle of the board are so dangerous. Mortar gets the shot. This is the push.
Does stop those Goblins. Fireball in. Miner on the tower. 2:47 remaining, and that's too big of a gap for Ender to overcome. He waves the white flag, and Morten's going to go 2-0 in his first World Finals match.
brilliantly played throughout the match. I thought that it kept getting closer and closer, and that could have spelled trouble, but not for Morten. He was okay with that. Once triple elixir happened, it really was those bats on defense. The bats on defense were so hard to break through.
Yeah, they just could not be avoided for him, and in the end, Morten it was the cycle back and forth, able to hold on very nicely, took some drill damage, but then it was the Skeleton King cleaning things up at the end.
Yeah, and right there, just Ender G, he did his best, but I think I needed to see a little bit more pressure throughout the middle. The bats and spear goblins were just too powerful in that matchup to let it wait till that triple elixir.
Well, let's go ahead down to the floor where Jackson is standing by with Morten.
That was a very close match. Do you have any pointers for any other players out there on how to stay calm during something like that?
I mean, I'm like really experienced, so it for sure helps, but it was just like practicing matchups, practicing decks, and like just playing what you're comfortable with.
My other question is, how are you feeling? Just generally, how are you feeling after that match? Are you excited? Are you pumped? Are you confident in your next matches?
I'm just pretty happy because like everybody was expecting me to win, so I had to win. So I'm just really happy, and also thank you so much for all the support. I really appreciate it.
You heard it from Morten. You hear the crowd. Let's send it back to the caster's desk.
You know, the question we've talked about a lot is the confidence on the live stage, and you heard it right here. No concern for the most experienced man in this competition.
Yeah, and this is what we expected. I think it was when he had to talk about who was going to be in the finals, he said, of course it has to be me, and then it has to be one other person. So it's what we expect from game number one.
Well, great work cycling back around to those cannons over and over again to control those Ram Riders. Morten doing a great job also adjusting in game number two. And I love this deck pick from Morten because it felt like it countered all of the different options that were likely for Ender in this second game.
Yeah, deck number two, you have to look at the bar barrel. The bar barrel is the scary part because if your opponent has bats and they use them correctly and you overextend, you are in trouble. But that's why he waited till triple elixir, and that's why once the game was close, but then he recognized that he could go miner fireball, and he wasn't able to stop the miners.
Well, he was able to get some damage there for Morten, and Andrew joining us on the desk. I know if there's one thing you must have loved, it was seeing one of the greatest players in the world throwing some mortar on the board.
I'm pretty sure my telestration is just going to be me zooming in on the mortar over and over and over again. So happy to hear Morten pick up this game. And of course, you know, the advice is you have to go to 4 World Finals in a row to have that level of confidence. Let's take a look here at the tape of game number 2 as things broke down. I mean, really what is all about is what's happening right here and what's happening right here. Yes, there's a battle going on at the bridge, but as you guys saw over and over again, it was about how you defended the drills and how you defended these pushes from the miner. Fireball comes in and gets a ton of value right there. Snowball comes in, and that's the biggest thing, right? The snowball comes in right here, and it's just low. And it's so hard because you know the Skarmy's gonna come down, right? You know 100% it is, but you wanna hit the whole thing, but you need to make sure that first goblin gets some value. So I love that play there from Ender. He's doing absolutely everything he can, but if there's one guy that can defend at the bridge, clean up a goblin bear or a goblin drill, and then get minor damage in, it's Morten. And he always changes his defense. I'm gonna pause again because I can't. I'm gonna just sit here all afternoon and break this down. You guys are never gonna get me off this desk. Look at this. So he goes, all right, what is gonna happen? Well, I probably shouldn't play Skarmy again. I don't even know if it's back in cycle. I don't really care. I'm gonna go Skeleton King instead because that's what Morten does. I watch him stream every day. I watch his videos, and I absolutely 100% know this is a man that you cannot expect to play the same defense twice in a row. GG's, well played. Happy you're moving on, my friend.
Well, you saw those adjustments too. I love that you brought up that snowball because the adjustments on defense from Morten. The Skarmy was consistently played behind tower and then walked up here. So a bit shocking that the Ender didn't make the adjustment to put that snowball down behind tower rather than always in front.
I mean, the nerves, man. The nerves are going to get to you. Whether you're here in Helsinki or if you're at home for Ender, you're still playing against Morten in the biggest match of your entire career.
Well, of course, we will see more from Morten tomorrow when he comes back in that upper bracket. But for now, we have our next matchup. Jackson, take it away.
One of, if not the most talented Clash Royale players in the world and the defending world champion, Mugi.
私の名前は麦です。去年の世界チャンピオンで今年も優勝しに来ました。やはり去年よりももっと強い選手がたくさん出てきているので、
そこを倒すことが一番難しいかなと思います。
Introducing the pride of Portugal, another 2021 world finalist, Vitor 75.
It was always a dream of mine to play on a LAN event and on a big stage. I usually play 3, 4, or 5 hours a day, and I usually watch a lot of pro players practice, and I learn a lot by watching. I want to thank everyone for supporting me, and stay tuned for this weekend. It's going to be really cool.
And there we have the third member of that Young Pain gaming squad that was so underrated in 2020. Well, they made World Finals then, and then of course now we've already seen 2 with Sweep and Lucas going on to the next round. Can Vitor make it number 3? Well, he has a defending world champ in front of him.
Yeah, this is going to be obviously a tough match for him. Mugi, he was able to finish 4th in Brenchon, 6th in Queso, 2nd in the Masters, and number 1 in the Royale Masters. He has had quite the run, and he is just so talented. My favorite set of all time, in as long as we don't include World Finals matchups, because there's been some great ones, but him against Wallace, just the best match I've ever seen.
Well, we'll see if he has more of that magic here. Let's jump into it. Mugi trying to defend that world title right now against Vitor. Mugi top of your screen, Vitor at the bottom. And now you've talked a lot about so far today the total career winnings. And Mugi is the 2nd winningest player in this tournament today at $240,551 in solo prize money so far. A big portion of that courtesy of his championship last year.
Yeah, it's easy to be in the top 3 when you have a number 1 behind you in a world competition.
So Mortar Miner for Vitor here in game number 1. He usually plays this with Archer Queen, opting for the Musketeer instead, and that Royal Giant getting some early damage for Mugi.
Yeah, I loved how Vitor defended that. No Mortar in cycle, so he has to play the guards up top, Mighty Miner low, and the Ice Spirit to take the aggro of the Fisherman. I think he did what he could with what he had. It obviously wasn't perfect, but I think anybody else would have taken a lot more damage.
You know, a lot of people would say that the Mortar does a great job countering against these Royal Giant decks, but of course you do have this other piece in here with the Fisherman able to pull through everything early on. How do you feel about this matchup?
Right here, because he has the Mighty Miner plus the Ice Spirit, I think it's probably fairly good for Vitor. I don't know if it's more than a 60-40, but just because he has the Mortar, he has the Mighty Miner, and the Ice Spirit, a 1 Elixir card, is definitely game-changing in this matchup.
Sets up Royal Ghost in the back. Does Mugi, who of course has been very popular for a long time, came out initially as one of the top ladder pros before he turned 16. 89.03 personal best on ladder.
The Mortar is able to protect the Musketeer, but I don't think the Musketeer is going to do that much. Miner not able to get there in time. So while this Mighty Miner is protected, it's not going to be able to reach the tower. Will he activate the bomb? And we do see it. 55 seconds left, 22:54 to 18:12.
Smart play by Vitor there. He knew, we all knew, not going to get much from that drill being carried by the Mighty Miner, so might as well go ahead and get that bomb damage. The question is, was it worth the Elixir spend?
Yeah, I think he needed to do that. He just needed to get back in the game. It's so hard for these Mortar decks, once it's very close, to get that final bit of damage if you're behind. So because he's only behind 400, he's in an okay spot now.
That Log Electro Spirit to clean up and get everything out of the way of that Musketeer for the Fisherman. Very nicely played by Mugi, and it's not often you see in the first 3 minutes 2 Royal Giants on the board.
That's right, and both of these previous Royal Giants going down the right lane, so he's really just trying to set it up so that way he can go RG opposite lane, Mighty Miner in the left side, but now we could see the ability be used and plopped onto the right side. I want to see it, but I don't think we're going to.
The high Mortar to hold on, Ice Spirit to slow things down for a little bit. Royal Giant with the log plus Hunter. That's a ton of damage. Lightning in, and just like that, Mugi is way out ahead.
209, no lightning in hand, but that's not going to matter. He is down too much elixir. Vitor is 209. He's just 2 cards away, 0 cards away. Lightning, Mugi taking game number 1.
I mean, that was just a masterclass in micro. And the way that Mugi was winning those fights at the bridge, getting to that Musketeer, penetrating into those defenses, that was just beautiful Clash Royale.
Yeah, I've been trying to emulate the pros recently, and I understand you're supposed to go RG opposite lane so you can have the RG on the tower that you actually want, but it's not really fun. That's not what I want. I want to spam everything at the bridge. Right there, I knew that it was going to come down. He just kept cycling the RGs on the right lane. He finally got 1 RG in the left, no Mighty Miner on defense, and it was too easy for him to take that tower.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some of that action here from game number 1. Talk about things to emulate. This is some brilliant play here. Vitor does the right thing. Cycles back to that mortar, slows down the RG with the Ice Spirit. This log comes in, and then the counter log plus the Hunter shot just evaporates those guards, and that was the beginning of the end.
Yeah, just a gorgeous set of interactions right there. The log plus the Hunter, and then the lightning. I know for a fact the miner comes down, boom, lightning strikes. It was just a 1-2 punch right there, and Mugi was able to win what I thought was a very difficult matchup, but he was just able to win it fairly easily.
Let's go ahead and take a look at your predictions. And again, talking about some of those well-known players, well, you win a world championship and people will know your name. Almost 70% of you picking Mugi in this matchup. Vitor, certainly a live underdog, though.
Yeah, absolutely. He has 3 straight years of World Finals experience. Every single year, it just improves on his own gameplay, you know, the team behind him. And, you know, just when you have such a positive attitude that he has, you're going to gain more fans. It's crazy to say, but now that we have fans back in the stadium, you want people cheering behind you, and he's going to get that.
And now you're trying to figure out what they do here in game number 2. It's Vitor typically more of like a heavy cycle player, right? He plays stuff that's meant to get around a lot, but he's not talking about those quick, low, fast cycle decks. Whereas Mugi, that's a guy who has a deck pool as deep as the ocean.
That's right. The control quick cycle is always great to see from Vitor because he just plays them so well. And Mugi, you just don't know what you're going to get. We might even see a Lumber Loon in an important match that could potentially come
Has that happened before with him? A Lumber Loon and a Freeze maybe at some point?
I do remember one game like that.
Well, we'll see in a couple moments here if they are ready to go, and I believe we've got word. Let's go ahead and jump into it. Game number 2 between Mugi and Vitor. You know, we talk about the ladder play of Mugi with that 8.9K. No slouch himself. Vitor, 86.77 personal best on ladder. And talk about fast cycle here, Josh. Minor wall breakers most likely.
Yeah, we do see the wall breakers plus the Dark Album plus the Skarmy. Skarmy will be able to defend everything properly. A slight elixir advantage for Mugi. And Vitor on the opposite end, we could be seeing a lightning deck. We could be seeing anything. And there we go. We do see the ghost. So right now, opening, I'm looking at MK, but it could be something else.
Well, MK is certainly part of what Vitor likes to play, and Mugi often himself goes to the MK decks versus cycle players, but of course we're seeing Vitor drop the Mega Knight.
Wallbreaker's opposite lane, and I love this pressure, and I think Mugi loves that damage, getting the tower down to 2268. You see the Wallbreakers connect in the first minute. It's never really something you want when you are Vitor. And right here, another Ice Spirit used. Will he be able to defend that? With the drill, it should be easy enough.
And that Inferno Tower, definitely a nice call here for Mugi against this deck, but you saw the other part about that drill, and you know, some players at home, especially if you're in the 4,000-ish trophy range, you feel like the win condition has to go on tower over and over and over again. Drill is versatile, and it is also, as you just saw, a piece of defense.
Right here, Skeleton King is going to cross the bridge, activating the ability. Archer Queen plus E-Spirit is going to defend that very nicely. A great defense from Vitor, and an overextension on Mugi's end. I don't think he got enough value from that. This should be a very difficult match, or a difficult situation for him.
Oh, and the Ghost goes back to the other side. If that Ghost had joined the Ram Rider, that might have been a completely game-changing moment. Instead, Mugi kind of gets away here and eats some damage, gives up the lead, but that could have been significantly worse.
I'm really shocked that he went so aggressive right before Double Elixir happened. He has the Inferno Tower. He knows with his deck that he can get as aggressive as he wants in triple. Kind of surprising to see a mistake like that made from him.
That was a really great Electro Spirit out of Vitor to control that Skeleton King. And now it feels like momentum is shifting towards the Pride of Portugal.
That's right, nothing to protect the Inferno Tower. Lightning plus MK will happen, but we do see the King Tower activation. Not going to panic. Will he go in with the drill again? I love that prediction snowball from Vitor. He would have been able to win the game had the Skarmory been played.
What a great pickup there by Mugi. He saw that coming a mile away, had the King Tower activation perfectly set up there against the Mega Knight, and saved what could have been a bad situation. But let's keep in mind, as we go into sudden death, it is Vitor ahead by almost 300 HP.
Right there, the Ghost surviving with 0.08 health. It does force out the Ice Spirit in response. Ram Rider on top of the drill. Bandit to help out on the defense. And the Skeleton King's activated ability is able to take the Mega Knight completely out.
And not able to stop that Dart Goblin in full as the Mega Knight. So now Mugi getting some good damage on the left-hand side, putting dual lane pressure as the wall breakers follow the skeletons that are also feeding that Skeleton King on the left-hand side. And just like that, the lead swings back to Mugi.
Beautiful pressure, overextension from Vitor, and he recognized it immediately. The wall breakers for 2 Elixir have been so valuable for him. And just the fact that he's using the drill on defense every single time, just beautiful awareness. I don't see that ever.
The Electro Spirit really has been the MVP so far for Vitor, cleaning up a whole lot, but now giving up a ton of damage on the left-hand side. So both towers for Vitor now under 1,000 HP as we go into triple Elixir. Will the drill wall breakers carry the day, or can Vitor find one more way through and get this game back?
Triple Elixir is so valuable for these Ram Rider decks, but on the opposite end, it's just as valuable for the quick cycle. Inferno Tower comes out. He does defend that very easily. Nothing in cycle. The Bandit does get the dash, but that's okay. He can tank damage on the left side. He just needs to worry about the right now.
And another great Electro Spirit out of Vitor. Wants to stop these wall breakers, drill in. Queen goes the right direction, snowball to support, but 592 left. This really is the last moment for Vitor.
No Inferno Tower coming down the left side. Will get down to 1137. Skarmory is going to come down. 869, 958. Right now, Bandit gets the dash.
The Bandit gets the dash. 10 seconds left. Can the drill do it? Wallbreaker's trying to get there. Bandit does not pick up. Oh my God, the Wallbreaker connects, and Mugi gets the win.
The Ghost was right on the tower. He would have been able to Ghost lightly. Not gonna matter. Mugi with the fireball, with the drill, gets the tower.
Unbelievable. It really felt like Vitor had stolen game number 2 and was sending us to game number 3, but Mugi just stays focused. Look at the crowd. They cannot believe it.
I thought that he was giving up too much damage on the left side. The Skarmory delayed, but I mean, I like what he was doing right there. Min-maxing, he gets the Skarmory on top of the Mega Knight plus the Ghost. The Bandit does squeak by, but he had enough time. Great awareness. Again, obviously with Mugi, he's such a special player. Awareness of the time and just management.
Big first match win. Let's go to the floor and hear from our defending world champion.
I noticed in that match you used dual lane pressure a lot. Is there a main reason for that?
2つ目の試合の時に両方のレーン、両方のタワーにプレッシャーした戦術と決めましたけれども、これはどのような理由でしょうか？
サイドに振ることによって相手が混乱すると思ったのでそうしました。サイドに振ることで相手が困惑すると思ったのでやりました。
I thought he's gonna just miss some things when we go like both sides, and he's gonna get flustered. So that's why I decided on it.
Absolutely. How are you feeling after that match?
どのような気持ちでしょうか？一言感想お願いします。
とりあえず嬉しいです。
Well, for now, I'm very happy about it.
Absolutely. That's me for the interview. Back to the caster's desk.
Well, happy for now indeed. Of course, this was the result everyone expected, maybe except for Vitor, Mugi winning match number 1, you know, defending world champion, but not just that, definitely considered one of the top 3 players on the planet for the last couple of years.
Yeah, his run since he's just turned old enough to play has been legendary. Has not fallen off, still playing ladder whenever he needs to. I mean, that's how he started, and then ever since then, competitive, it's been so easy for him. We don't get to say that about a lot of players.
Let's take a look at the decks. Here it was, game number 1. Vitor had a lot of tools here against this Royal Giant. What was the key for Mugi winning here?
It really came down to improper usage of the Mighty Miner. I think that he needed to activate the ability. It had to go to the right side. Instead, he allowed it to get pulled by the Fisherman. And once Mugi had the push going, he gets the great timing with the log on top of the guards, plus the lightning. Once he had a good situation, it was easy for him.
And then here we go into game number 2. And Mugi just with a really brilliant crafted deck here, right? You have the drill wall breakers, very popular. You have everything being fed to that giant skeleton, but the 2 big factors here, the Inferno Tower on defense, and that Dark Goblin was serious on offense.
It provided so much value so many times. It was able to get to the tower. And then also the drill on defense. It was cool.
Yes.
We don't get to see the Inferno Tower plus the drill. 2 defensive buildings.
Well, let's go take a look at some of the action from that last one as Mugi takes care of business. And this was that final, we're getting close to that final sequence, the last 30 seconds left. Mugi pretty significantly ahead here, but check out how close this gets with that Mega Knight on the left-hand tower and the Ram Rider pushing to the right. But it's this brilliant snowball from Vitor, the Bandit Dash, just right there. Considering the lightning, it felt like Vitor might have stolen this one.
Right, I mean, just brilliant play right there. And the Ghost was about to get to the tower, but it doesn't matter. Mugi able to overwhelm the right side. I really thought that it was going to be giving up too much, but looking back at that replay, he had to delay the skeleton army. And Vitor had to get the prediction snowball. Both players made plays they had to do, and it just wound up on top for Mugi.
And one more thing there at the end, that drill popping, pushing the troop back away, making a little gap
notice that.
for the wall breaker to get through, right? So
the
drill having that little bit of a poof as it comes on through, and that was severely impactful. And now you have Mugi getting a massive win, the most important win, really the first one, because once you get that one, think about, we talked about, I don't know if we can see the bracket at this moment, but you talk about that bracket, how short the road is if you keep winning for a world championship, and the earlier you lose, just how long that gets, because that first, if you win in the upper bracket, well, it's just 3 more match wins and suddenly I'm the champion. Whereas on the bottom side of it, it turns into, you gotta go outside, you gotta take your shoes off, put new shoes on, trudge through the snow, go on a long quest, come back, and hope that you can go all the way through a bracket reset for a championship.
Yeah, you never want to have to go through the lower bracket, especially with the caliber of players that we see here today. And I just love that it doesn't look like the nerfs are getting to any of these players. We are seeing spectacular plays.
Well, next up, we have one of the most anticipated matches of the day. Andrew, let's get into it.
He was top 3 in 2 of our monthly finals last season. He says if he wins the $250K, he wants to buy a fast car. Making his 3rd consecutive World Finals appearance, it's KK!
KK です。世界大会をとても楽しみにしています。いろんなデッキを使えるので、何のデッキを使うか予測できないところが怖いポイントだと思います。ファンの皆様へ、世界大会はきっと最高のものが見れると思います。
The winner of 3 golden tickets, 2nd place in the world in 2021. The consensus, undisputed, greatest player in the game. It's Mohamed Light!
Well, when I'm playing, I think about like 3 things. I think about my opponent's cycle, I think about their elixir, and I think about like their gameplay, what they're trying to do. Like there are some plays that they could do which indicates me what the next play will be, so I try to play according to that, and it helps me beat bad matchups too. Like it's a way I have myself, it helps me a lot. Play your game, do your best, and may the best player win.
And here we are with the most anticipated match of the day. Two worldwide favorites on one side. KK started his career with GameWith back in 2018, a longtime CRL pro. And on the other side, the man in the golden chair, the Prince of Egypt himself. Everyone wants to see what Mohamed Light does on the big stage.
Absolutely. You know, nerves are a big factor. KK does have that live experience. Mo Light, not as much, but based on what I've seen so far, he's feeling pretty confident.
Well, very confident. If you're Mohamed Light, you understand why. Let's waste no time. Let's jump right into it. KK and Mohamed Light. And here we go. KK spent plenty of time playing in live events during his CRL team's career. Mohamed Light, everyone talks about him like he is, like he's already a legend with the level of gameplay. The big question is, what is he feeling right now on stage?
I mean, he goes for the Ice Spear, he goes for the Miner. He's feeling all right now. He's leaking Elixir. He's waiting for his opponent to make a play. I respect that. Pigs are coming down. How's he going to defend?
Guard to the right-hand side, cannon to the left. Gonna eat a little bit of damage here early on. Miner wall breakers, the original one-trick deck for Mohamed Light.
Yep, very good. Not sure if he's using wall breakers this time. Maybe more of a control variation with these guards. Very, very optimal card to have for defense.
And the Piggies plus the EQ here for KK. We'll see if he's running Archer Queen, and yes, he is.
Archer Queen versus Archer Queen. I want to say on this bottom, I'm just trying to figure out what it is. He has a giant skeleton. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe just control in general, or maybe a balloon come out from Mo here.
And that's a nice bomb deep in there, but the AQ for Mo's not going to quite connect. Even without that, though, the scores here pretty close to each other. 27-58 on Mo's bottom right-hand tower, 27-62 on the top left-hand side.
Yeah, I think this is a close matchup here. I think the Miner is generally going to be a little bit more consistent in damage, but all it takes is one huge Pigs connection for KK to really turn it to his favor.
Giant skeleton left-hand lane. Both these players playing Cannon. Of course, Cannon has been such a central part of the meta for a while, and we'll see with some of the work-in-progress deck balances if that maybe changes next time around. And the high cannon does get hit by the EQ. That's gonna be a lot of Piggies on through to the right-hand side.
Yep, roll delivery is going to come down late, but once again, those Pigs are making it to the tower, and they do a lot of damage. Queen ability coming out a little bit late from KK on the left. Mo's going to use his own, but roll delivery cleaned that out quite nicely, and KK is on point with these Miner catches.
Yeah, that's a nice cannon pickup, and now the pressure back in again. This time, Mo going a little bit farther out with that cannon, picking up most of those Pigs, one connects, but the lead starting to open up for KK here as we are just 18 seconds away from sudden death.
Yeah, Mo's just not playing as optimally as we normally see it. He went for the anti-earthquake cannon there. He tried to push that one Pig over the Ice Spirit, but just a little bit too late.
And as the Queen goes to her ability, Miner does turn for a little bit of damage here. Poison will help out as well. Log force will be played against that Queen, so right now Mo does have about a 1 elixir lead, but is behind on damage.
He goes for the early cannon here, predicting the Pigs. He gets it. He goes for the Ice Spirit. That's going to push it over. But a quick cannon from KK is going to allow the defensive cannon to get taken out quite nicely. And there's that Pig connecting a little bit once again. Here comes the counter push, though.
Even an elixir, but way more on the board with that Archer Queen. This feels like it's Mohamed Light's big moment. Can he get a good breakthrough here? Queen working up high against the push. The Miner plus Poison doing some pretty significant damage, and it is Mohamed Light who now roars back into this game, but the Pigs push on the right-hand side.
Cannon and roll delivery on defense. Earthquake coming down a little bit late, and those Pigs are gone. Now at this point, Mohamed Light is in a pretty good situation. All he needs to do is have good defense, utilize his Queen 3-card cycle to get multiple Poisons and Miners down on the board as we head into triple elixir.
Pigs to the right-hand side. slow down a little bit. Will delivery get there? It's a cannon to pick up. Log gets the cannon off the board. Guards plus delivery mitigates most of that, but damage done. Down under 900 HP right now is the right-hand side for Mohamed Light, and now Poison just ticks a bit on that Archer Queen, but more importantly, working on that left-hand tower.
What I really think is the big mistake here is the queen on the left side. I think you want to play on the right side, block up this lane, get your 3-card cycle rolling, and play as many minors and poisons as possible.
Miner poison down. 708 is the mark he has to surpass right now. Archer Queen taken care of. Most of the pigs do go over to that cannon and then picked up. 546 on the right-hand side. EQ doing its job. Final 18 seconds.
Poison drops here. Those Ice Spirits are always catching those miners. Miner does get one shot. Pre-cannon once again. Are we going to see the push over? We do. Earthquake and Log come down. 8 seconds left.
Miner in. Pre-skeletons. Catch the Miner. Miner goes bye-bye. EQ gets it done. KK takes game number 1.
Wow, I did not expect that. I think that Mo could have made a lot of more optimal plays there. And like I said, I think the biggest mistake was not playing the Archer Queen on defense. Use the Archer Queen on defense, get the 3-card cycle rolling, and play the poisons before the miner. A lot of the time in a miner poison matchup like this, you want to play the poison first, miner second, and cycle back to that poison super fast.
You got to wonder now how Mo recovers here after that one. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay of those final moments, and we're going to see some very important skeletons out of KK in this one.
Guards down on the defense here. Log trying to get some chip on the left here. Once again, very nice pickup on the miner with the Ice Spirit. Miner gets one shot, and notice he plays the poison after. If you can cycle the poison first and get back to it a little bit quicker, that can make a huge difference. And at this point, once again, Skeleton's coming down, Ice Spirit coming down, Miner is not connecting, and the Earthquake is going to secure the victory.
Skeleton's just there so early, and the poison not there early enough to help that Miner. Not very effective for the Miner there at the end, and so now you have it. You get that big first win for KK. Went with the Hog, with the Piggies, the Hogs AQ, EQ. Got a nice one there on the other side of it. Miner poison now out for Mohamed Light. This gets really interesting for the deck crafting portion in game number 2.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see some drill, maybe potentially some RG. But you never know. Mohamed Light's favorite win condition, or most used win condition, is Royal Giant. So maybe we'll see that come in this second game.
A very deep deck pool overall. Of course, Mohamed Light, phenomenal micro. But what we just saw there was a great understanding of what he had to do to win out of KK. Because you talked about that 3-card cycle. That was on both sides. And the 3-card cycle with that EQ, that Log, that felt like it got around a lot faster than the Miner poison cycles.
Absolutely. I think a lot of the time, Mo was using his cycle cards before he played his Miner or Poison. And when you're doing that, you're not able to cycle back quick enough. But also it is because of KK applying pressure at the right times. Mo was constantly forced to use one of his cycle cards on defense for the Pigs to push it over to his cannon.
Yes, I don't know if we can take a look at the decks from game number 1 if we do have those available, but you talk about the building for game number 2 and beyond. Spells such a critical factor. Log out, the most important one maybe, on the side of KK. So we'll go ahead and see if that does end up a factor here in game number 2 as we jump on in. With Archer Queen out on both sides, how much does that nerf Lightning as far as your deck building goes from here?
Honestly, quite a bit. There's really not a good use for Lightning when the Archer Queen is out. Obviously, you can pick up maybe a Musketeer or something like this, but Mo with the Tombstone, this is definitely not something you want to use Lightning against, but we might actually see it from KK. Potentially a Royal Giant deck, yes.
And the Mother Witch out behind this Skeleton King. Interesting combination where you kind of have a dual synergy as she takes them off the board and creates offensive pressure. She also feeds that Skeleton King.
Absolutely. So it looks like we might be actually seeing a RG mirror match right now. RG in the back from Mo. RG at the bridge from KK, though.
Very aggressive bar barrel to take out the Hunter, but bats are all over that. Zappy's trying to help, but they're totally distracted, and that Royal Giant is going to get a ton of value on the right-hand side.
It's still not being targeted by the Zappies quite yet. It gets one final shot before retargeting to that tombstone. Now there's a kind of push from Mo. What does KK have for this? He gets the Fisherman down, he gets the E-Spear to connect on absolutely everything. So much value there. Archie actually switches targeting, which is so good for him. And once again, the Fisherman going to get even more value pulling that Skelly King.
That Fisherman is doing so much right now for KK. And, you know, you talk about making picks as games go on. KK going to RG Fireball rather than RG Lightning, which is what he usually does. And you have the Zappies and the Mother Witch. Lots of great targets for that Fireball.
I'm sorry, I was just so amazed by the Fisherman value there. It didn't stop at the Skelly King. It ended up pulling in the Mother Witch and the Barbarian from the Bar Barrel as well. It was so fascinating. Really good plays from KK here.
You know, a lot of fishermen have to lie about the size of the fish they pull down. Not KK now. Got a good story for him. As we go into double elixir time, it's KK ahead by quite a lot, 1939 to 1210 on the right-hand side. Juicy, what does Mo have to do to stay in this one?
To stay in this, you gotta cycle a lot of tombstones. KK does have the Fireball for your main counter to the RG, the Zappies, so if you're always cycling tombstones, you can bait the Fireballs as well as just get a lot of value with distraction and DPS from those skeletons.
And this time a nice Fisherman play out of Mohamed, who holds on, and KK leaking a little bit there, trying to make his decision, get the optimal timing as that Royal Ghost does go in front of the Zappies and distract for the RG, but a nice Fisherman Tombstone play here for Mo.
Fisherman Tombstone play, and the RG still is able to get somehow, even with the Skelly King here. Skelly King does have a very nicely charged ability here. 2 Fishermen's on the board. Are we gonna see a counter push right now? There it is.
Royal Giant behind. Skelly King does pop the ability. That's very big right now for Mohamed Light. Fireball does not hit much, but the RG hits a whole lot of tower, and suddenly Mohamed Light right back in the lead, but can he defend this push?
Now he has to defend. He's got the Tombstone, he's got the Fisherman. Fireball's gonna come in very nicely here, and RG's locked on the tower, and it's healthy.
Oh my word, the unthinkable has happened. Mohamed Light loses in round number 1.
And a sigh of relief and a bit of a celebration from KK. That is a huge win, an upset in fact.
What an unbelievable performance by KK. Phenomenal deck picks, great opportunistic play, taking control of the most important moments. That's what you need to be a champion. KK starting his journey off right. Let's go down to the floor and hear from our winner.
I mean, first of all, let's hear it one more time for KK, huh? KK, you just beat the best player in the world in your first matchup at World Finals. How does it feel?
世界一のプレイヤーと勝利してどのような気持ちでしょうか。一言感想お願いします。
私は世界最強のプレイヤーを倒しました。優勝します。
I've beaten the best player in the world. I will win the championship.
You'll love to hear it, and I gotta ask, game number 1, most important game, you know you need the confidence. Talk to me about picking that deck, Royal Hogs with Archer Queen.
第一試合のことはね、一番大事なんですけれども、どの風にこのデッキを決定しましたか。アーチャークイーンとロイヤルホグはどうして決めましたか。
彼の得意なデッキに対して、全て強く立ち回れるデッキがそのデッキだと判断しました。
I'm basically like feel very confident, very good with all those cards, so I just chose whatever was like I felt best for me.
Confidence paying off here for KK, who picks up a big-time win. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Andrew. When you talk about confidence, almost every single player here at this World Finals picked someone other than themselves to be the champion. Most of them picked Mohamed Light. The one who didn't do that was Mo Light's round 1 opponent, KK picking himself to be the champion. And you gotta think about that mentality coming in today, starts things off right.
Confidence is so important. Let's head over to the deck breakdown. Deck 1, we saw a Giant Skelly Roll Delivery. I thought this deck was very weird. A lot of the time you're gonna be seeing a log plus poison, or maybe a Giant Skeleton plus log. Like, having Giant Skeleton Roll Delivery is weird. It does the same sort of thing.
Getting a little bit fancy here in game number 1. KK taking that one on to our second game. Royal Giants both directions, but you gotta feel like the Fireball being in KK's deck and 2 of the most important pieces, Mother Witch for the Bats and the Zappies, of course, for the Royal Giant, made that a difficult situation for Mo.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing there was the Hunter provides so much value in DPS on the defense, and the Fireball doesn't take it out. And then simply on the other end of the spectrum, the Fireball kills the Zappies, and that's the main crutch of the defense in that deck.
We want to dig in more to these moments, and to do that, let's bring on the two-time Clash Royale League regional champion, Joshua A.C. Sharon. Josh, that was a fascinating matchup. KK, one of your longtime favorites. Tell me what you saw.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot wait to get into this replay, so let's get started. 28 seconds left in the game. This is where it all counts. We do see the Fisherman yank it to the tombstone, and really, once the final minute was going on in this game, Mohamed Light really started to step up with his defenses. He really brought it back into the game. KK on the opposite side gets the double Fisherman up. He's starting to put together, defenses of his own, offensive attacks of his own. We see all these troops, and we do see the missed Fireball. It only takes out the bats. The Fisherman does get taken out by the skeletons. And really, 6:30, everybody thought it was going to get that final shot. Not going to be the case, though. And right there, I do want to take a split second, shine the spotlight. That's the mistake of the match. It's as simple as that. You put the Fisherman down low on accident, you are going to lose a game. You know, if we talk to him after the game, behind the scenes, he's going to say he meant to do Zappies or Mother Witch or any card but the Fisherman.
And you saw a little bit of a grimace there when he was watching that interaction happen. And of course, the big fist pump and celebration out of KK. So a huge win for KK in this one. And now Mohamed Light drops down into the lower bracket. But as the three of us here at this table all know, if there's anyone who can battle back through the lower bracket, the guy is Mohamed Light.
Absolutely, we've seen it happen before. We might see it again.
Hopefully for Mo, we'll see that one again, because that would be an unceremonious exit to go out that early. Josh, thoughts? Do we see Mo with an early exit here on this one, or is he going to bounce back in that lower bracket?
You will never get me to say that Mo is getting knocked out early. We're seeing him day 3. We're seeing him win it all. Still is my prediction.
Well, of course, we now have gotten through almost all of our round 1 matchups. We are getting to the final, the 8th matchup. Let's go ahead down to Andrew Guy to get this one started.
He's the only American in the mix. It's the guy that broke the global tournament, making his 2nd World Finals appearance in a row. It's Air Surfer!
I'm ready for the 2022 CRL World Finals, and I'll do my best to become the champion. I think of myself as one of the best players in the game right now, and I hope I can prove it this year in the World Finals. I didn't think I would become a pro player. I was just playing for fun and was pretty good at the game. And I was actually planning on going to college until CRL was announced, and that's when I joined and became a pro player.
He's got 7 top 5 finishes and looking to make it a perfect day for Japan for his 2nd World Finals appearance, Pandora!
日本から来たパンドラです。クラロワが、世界一楽しいゲームの理由はやはり戦術がいっぱいあって、それを成功できた時に、とても気持ちよく感じるからです。試合の前には練習をしっかりするのと睡眠をとるのを大事にしています。
Much has been made about how, on paper, these two players are very similar. Both 8.7K for that personal best on ladder. Both have been around for a long time. Very versatile players overall. But the question here, Juicy, is what separates Air Surfer from Pandora?
I think the biggest thing that separates them is a lot of the time Air Surfer is going to be using cards based upon making a push or a straightforward attack like the RG and the Hog, whereas Pandora is using stuff, win conditions that are more placed on the tower, like the Miner and the Drill. And when you get in matchups like that, a lot of the time, if the player that is using the more consistent on the tower win condition, if they defend well, they are going to win.
Well, we'll find out if that turns out to be true. Let's jump down for game number 1 of Air Surfer and Pandora. Air Surfer top of your screen, Pandora at the bottom, and you see Pandora going right to Miner directly on tower.
Absolutely. Air Surfer with the barbell to counter and a cage. So that makes me think more like RG, like I predicted, or potentially maybe even more of a beatdown-oriented thing like a Golem or an Electro Giant.
Muskie high and gonna take care of the Goblin Brawler, but not quite that Baby Dragon, so gonna have to put something out there to control. Giant, or the Skelly King does pull to the opposite lane, and Air Surfer now with Night Witch.
Night Witch, that's definitely going to be a Golem. Pandora has the poison for the Night Witch, though. It's a very important card. Tornado's going to kill this Bats and pull that Skelly King back. Night Witch is going to fall, but overall, Pandora's got a very nice damage lead here on the left.
Up one Elixir, though, is Air Surfer, and the big question is, do you throw a pile of rocks down here and single Elixir? Opts not to and goes for the Bar Barrel, and Skarmy right behind that with a minor counterplay.
I really like that play to play passive and not go for that Golem in the back in the single. Pandora has a lot of baity cards that can apply a lot of pressure for cheap in the single Elixir, and very, very good defense as well, along with Musketeer and a very solid building in the mortar.
And a great read there from Pandora as a nice lightning comes in, courtesy of Air Surfer for a little extra damage plus Baby Dragon. Mortar does not pick up quickly enough. Pandora, recognizing NATO out of cycle, put that minor in the back. Let's see how that interaction goes as the game goes on.
Pandora just barely able to get enough Elixir for that Skarmy. Barbell does come off, but that Mortar always getting that final shot off, and Pandora's just is extending that damage lead further and further as this game goes on, but we are heading close into double Elixir soon.
Yeah, what is the gap that Pandora wants to create before, and for not just the towers down, what's the gap he wants to create before we get into double and triple?
I mean, you're looking at maybe at least 1,000 damage lead here, because a lot of the time, once it hits into that later Elixir time, you're going to be constantly defending. You'll be able to send a minor here or there, but a lot of the time, especially when you're in a same lane situation, that is just going to feed into the counter push for Air Surfer.
So Golem down way in the back, a pressure Skarmy on the right-hand side. Bar Barrel takes care of it, but of course feeds that Skeleton King who pops the ability. And the Golden Knight going to go take care of the minor as the Skeleton King's spawned troops just shred that goal.
Really nice dash here, taking out the Musketeer. Pandora is back to a second one. Lightning is in cycle. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lightning come down right here.
Does get the Muskie off the board, and a nice, beautiful minor play with the Baby Dragon, and Air Surfer takes control just as we go into sudden death.
Pandora with no air targeting cards in cycle was forced to just go Skarmy, Skeleton King, Mortar the bridge. He needs to try and get his damage back. Ability is going to pop. Musketeer taking out this Baby Dragon. Golden Knight down to control and distract this Mortar. There's no damage coming through for Pandora right now.
And some bats to protect there, so Air Surfer has to let those ones go down. A nice minor to pull that Night Witch back, plus some poison damage.
But no mortar shots. Skelly King on the defense to distract the Baby Dragon. This is a very, very close match, but 30 seconds until triple Elixir. Pandora needs to get a very solid amount of damage before that triple Elixir comes in, or else the Golem will be constantly applying pressure.
Minor picked up pretty easily here by that Golden Knight, and Skeletons won't do much at all with the Baby Dragon and, of course, the Brawler, but a Mortar connection, that's very important right now for Pandora.
Mortar connection, absolutely very important. Lightning's going to come down here. Mortar just barely able to prevent this Golden Knight dash. Very close game. Will the Mortar get the shot? It does.
Wow, it just barely gets off. Here we are, triple Elixir, 763 to 589. Pandora holding on.
And as we near closer and closer to the end of this match, we have to be thinking about the direct damage. Lightning is just very, very close, and Golden Knight not able to make it. Huge push on the left, though.
Lightning in, will that be enough? Skarmy trying to save, Baby Dragon on tower. Baby Dragon on tower, but it turns. 68 HP, one final belch. Air Surfer takes game number one.
He does indeed, able to apply that pressure as we got into triple Elixir. Like I said, he didn't even have to go for a Golem. He stacked Baby Dragons, lightning those Musketeers, realizing that there's just not much in Pandora's deck to deal with that Baby Dragon Tornado combo.
And now here's where we get into the separation of Pandora and Air Surfer, because Air Surfer is a really interesting mind when it comes to Clash Royale. We should expect some innovation from him in game 2, and if we need it there, game number 3, whereas Pandora's deck picking as the game goes on tends to be a little bit more linear than his opponent.
Absolutely. With Golem out and with Minor out, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe some Hog Rider from Air Surfer, and Pandora likes Goblin Barrel a lot. Maybe we'll see some Goblin Barrel.
Well, and NATO out on the side of Air Surfer. So Hog, of course, opened up a bit more. Maybe Piggies as well. So some good options there. Of course, Lightning off the board. And that means one thing quite often, Archer Queen.
Absolutely facts. Let's head into the replay here.
Let's take a look at some of that action. And it was an interesting one. So we're taking a look here at the Lightning work. And this is really where Air Surfer made his bones, was late lightnings. It wasn't the golem that was the significant impact, it was all the support troops.
Yeah, once again, just checking out that baby dragon. Tornado on the bats, a lightning on the musketeer. How are you gonna deal with it? The snowball, it's decent. You can always try and tank it with the Skelly King, but as you can see, your Pandora is just constantly trying to kill that baby dragon. It's just not able to happen.
Well, you were talking about that before, that as this got late into the game, Pandora needs to get miners to really try to win the game, and he also has to play defense to win the game as well. So how do you do both those two things at once? Not always gonna happen, and Air Surfer comes out on top. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the community predictions for this one, see if you're in line with Air Surfer's current lead here, and 60% picking Pandora, so only 4 out of 10 of you going with Air Surfer on this one.
I think you guys are gonna regret that. You're gonna miss out on some rewards on event.clashroyale.com. Make sure you guys go over there, check it out, get some rewards for your predictions.
Well, hopefully the rewards for these players significantly high. Of course, as a reminder, we are still in the upper bracket. This is our 8th and final match of round 1, meaning neither player eliminated, but we do have at least one more game to go for this matchup, so let's jump right into it. Game number 2. And that's the patented Air Surfer emote, the celebration pig.
Already a mistake here. Tombstone not able to pull the Fire Spear. Pandora gonna capitalize on that as well and take that earthquake damage. Skelly drags the back. Maybe a Lava Hound push from Air Surfer here.
You know, we talk about the idea of innovation, and Air Surfer, while known for cycle decks, certainly known to mix things up a bit. So if this is Lava Hound, very, very interesting choice.
I like his idea here, just to leak Elixir. He doesn't want to go for lava in the back and succumb to a Hog Rider. And he's just waiting for Pandora to make a play that he can react upon. There's the Hog Rider. Here we go.
There you go. And as we were talking about before, Pandora kind of goes by the numbers. NATO out, Hog Rider, the logical play here. The question is, what does Air Surfer have prepared for this matchup?
It's a tough one. Generally, if the Hog Rider player can apply a lot of pressure and defend really well and rely on your Archer Queen for defense, it can go okay. But once again, when we're talking about champions, Archer Queen only able to take out, or only be able to place once at a time, but he has the Inferno Tower, Rich.
Wow, that's a huge, huge choice here. And knowing that with this deck, the biggest danger is probably that Lava Hound, and the Inferno Tower changes the math here significantly.
Oh, by so much. I was so surprised to see that Inferno Tower. Now, at this point, I definitely see the matchup really shifting in Pandora's favor. He has a massive damage lead in the single Elixir. He's continuing that lead with Fire Spirit Chip, with the Hog Rider coming in. Air Surfer's gonna have a really, really hard time breaking through those Inferno Tower plus Arch Queen defenses.
Yeah, I mean, and there's also no phenomenal response to those Hogs as well, because you put the Tombstone down, EQ, goodbye, tower down.
Yeah, and the Mighty Miner, you know, does a decent job, but it's only able to stop the Hog to 1 hit. A lot of the time we see the Mighty Miner paired with a Log in order to defend something like that, but obviously Air Surfer using his Zap here in the Lava Hound deck.
And so this is the big question. Can this big push find a way through here? Inferno Dragon in, Skelly Dragon's in, tons of pups, but the Archer Queen plus Inferno Dragon are just absolutely annihilating this push.
Inferno Tower take care of the Lava Hound, and Queen is taking care of those support units. Hog always getting a shot. Air Surfer needs to cycle back to another Lava Hound and make another massive push. There goes the lava in the back. Mighty Miner is blocking up this lane quite nicely, and Pandora's gonna set up with a very early Inferno Tower. I like that play. He wants to cycle back to a second Inferno Tower if needed.
And it's far too late, of course, for Air Surfer to tower trade, so he's forced to play this game. Can he break on through? Inferno Tower very low, Pups tanking for a little bit. Zap, can the Loon get on there? Not gonna happen. Fireball a little bit late, and this Hog should get one shot, and it does.
And the Queen is still alive. That 3-card cycle's activated. Pandora's gonna be back to another Hog Rider right away. There it is. Can he defend? He gets the Tombstone and down in time. Pandora does have enough for the EQ though, and I think this Hog might get another shot.
And that's gonna be it. 141 on that left-hand tower. Just gotta cycle back and finish this thing off with spells. Air Surfer doing the best he can. Not gonna be enough. We're going to game number 3.
Game 3, very exciting. Wow, I would love to see what decks these players are gonna bring out for this game 3, especially with the duels formatting. There's a lot of cards out here.
What an interesting choice here from Air Surfer in game number 2. As I mentioned before, Pandora known for a very linear progression with his deck picks. And there's 2 things I said before game number 2. NATO out, Hog. Lightning out, Archer Queen. What do we see in this game? Hog and Archer Queen both. And it really felt like there was just no answer on Air Surfer's side.
Absolutely. I think the other thing there is he knew with all of that information, there's only one deck that could stop him, a Lavahound deck, and he put that Inferno Tower on to cover his bases. Absolutely beautiful and brilliant deck picks from Pandora here.
Yeah, both going with the obvious and that slight switch, that slight change to shore up those defenses. So very great pick by Pandora. And now we get into a game 3 situation where we've talked about how Air Surfer is usually more innovative, especially in game number 3, but Pandora has now shown just that ability to make slight adjustments. So let's talk about these game number 3 picks here. We had the Lightning out for Air Surfer. We have the Fireball out for Air Surfer. Where do you think he goes? Is he going the Poison route? Is he going the EQ route? Is he going with the Arrows route? We also have both Golem and Lavahound off the board.
Absolutely. I mean, if I had to guess, Pandora's going for some pigs here. The Fireball's out, like you said. He has an 86% win rate with Royal Hogs in Clash Royale League, so definitely could see that happening. For Air Surfer, you know, he is unpredictable, but when there's this much on the line, I would not be surprised to see him going back to some comfort, maybe some Royal Giant here.
Royal Giant would be an interesting call, especially as we have not seen him give himself any deck that has outplay ability, right? We've seen lots of we've seen 2 matchup-based decks in both Golem and Lavahound. You talk about a guy in Air Surfer who does have the ability to outplay. Where's the outplay ability for him in a Royal Giant deck?
Well, the biggest outplay ability is the dual lane pressure. We saw in the match with Mugi. He was able to play an RG in the back, cycle back to another one, apply pressure in both lanes, use the spells when needed to break through, and yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that RG is definitely a very nice choice here.
Inferno Tower out, Mighty Miner out, so some good openings there for him. Let's go ahead and stop asking the questions. Let's answer them. Game number 3 right now. Good lucks both directions, and of course, the gold rains on down up top. Bait for Pandora here, and you know, you like a lot about that call now with NATO out. Miner for Air Surfer.
Miner versus Bait matchup. This is fascinating. I would say most of the time Miner is going to take that one just because you have the log, you have the Fire Spirit, really good counters to the Goblin Barrel, whereas Pandora, really the only way to get damage is through Rocket Cycle.
And you look at you saw the look on Pandora's face there when he saw the log come down. You know, that's interesting. You have to assume that log hasn't been played in game 1 and game 2. You gotta assume log's getting played.
And Air Surfer just reading Pandora like a book. He has the Fire Spirit, the log, and the roll delivery for that Goblin Barrel plus Dark God combo. All he has to do is cycle some miners, chip away throughout the match, and I really don't see him losing this game.
And Air Surfer is phenomenal, of course, at miner cycle, so in a pretty great spot here. So you talk about that. What does Pandora need to do to win in this game? Is it just give up very little damage early on and then cycle rockets faster? And look at that, rocket cycle already here, still in single elixir.
Rock Cycle does come out. Air Surfer is also going to do that, so he is going to be matching that spell damage. Honestly, if I'm looking at Pandora's deck, I'm realizing this matchup, the only way that you could feasibly win this game is by quick Dark Gobs like this, trying to catch your opponent off guard, or using that Mighty Miner 3-card cycle to get as many Goblin Barrels down as possible. We talked about everything. Air Surfer's one thing about his deck that is a weakness is he doesn't have a champion.
No champion in here, so that 3-card cycle at the end, no longer available for him. And this miner to pull back, Fire Spirit to help out. And you talked about that quick Dark Goblin at the bridge. Air Surfer, ready, fast fingers. We've all missed that Dark Goblin at the bridge before. Not happening to Air Surfer.
Absolutely, Pandora going for another rocket here. This is the other thing about the champs. Not only can he try and outcycle with the Goblin Barrels, but he is playing that rocket really early. Maybe he can get back to rockets faster than Air Surfer can.
And that's going to make getting these logs back out for Air Surfer more difficult as well as we get into now double elixir and later on triple. Miner goes to the front this time. Varying that placement is Air Surfer. And for the moment, a nice lead here, 1464 to 2040.
Another thing that Pandora has to do is he wants to save the Ice Spirit and Cycle specifically for the Miner. If you go for the Ice Spirit plus Mighty Miner combo, the Miner will never able to get any damage, and then you put yourself in a situation where it's just solely based on Rocket Cycle.
Dark Goblin getting some nice value there for Pandora. Log to clean things up and just trying to stay in this Rocket Cycle game right now is Pandora, and the Fire Spirit plus delivery a half step late. And now down to 908 on the left-hand side. Air Surfer ahead, but that lead is getting smaller.
This is very close. The Mighty Miner is down on the board. Pandora should be able to cycle back to rockets a little bit quicker, but 2 rockets, is it gonna be enough? I know it does 446. You need a rocket plus a log, and he doesn't have log in his deck.
And Log takes care of the Goblin Barrel. Miner on the tower. Air Surfer nearly back to it. Will we see the victory rocket? Not needed. Air Surfer wins this one in 3.
Huge reverse, oh, not reverse sweep. Air Surfer won the first game. I do like how he's able to keep his composure after losing that second match to Pandora.
What a great recovery. And that second match was kind of a brutal loss there as well. So Air Surfer staying focused. And we know a lot has been made in the past about nerves for Air Surfer, especially on the field, in a live arena. Not a problem here. Let's go ahead down to the floor. Andrew, what do we got?
I'm so happy for you, my friend. The first thing I want to start with the dark part of this set, which was how did you feel when you saw that Inferno Tower come out in game number 2? Did you think there was any way to play through it?
Yeah, to be honest, I thought I actually had matchup, and I don't think I played that well 2 game, and Pandora just played much better than me.
So game 3, you decided to go complete control. What was the thought process behind that as well?
I was thinking he was going to use bait, and I didn't want to use mortar because usually Mighty Miner and Rocket Cycle are so strong against that deck, so I brought like my own favorite Miner deck, and it helped me win.
Well, it was bait indeed, and that paid off very well. Air Surfer moving on in our upper bracket.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. And you know, it just goes to show that there's so many different opinions on matchup there. We felt like that Inferno Tower kind of shut that down, and the very different opinion there from Air Surfer. Juicy, we'll hold on to that thought in a moment. Let that marinate as we go into our deck breakdown for these best of 3. And game number 1, you know, it's so interesting. Air Surfer does go to Golem more frequently than you might expect.
Yeah, I think he is one of the only players that really in CRL that do go to a Golem. Maybe we'll see Sweet play Golem here or there. It worked out for him in this situation, just mainly because of the Baby Dragon, though.
Yeah, and that was absolutely huge for him. On to deck number 2, and this was when this is the important one to talk about, right? You and I were thinking, hey, that normally Lava Loon would have a good matchup against Hog EQ, AQ. Then the Inferno Tower, at least it had to have moved the needle, but Air Surfer still thought he had a good matchup there.
Yeah, I think the main reason for that is the fact that Fire Spirit is not killing Lava Pups anymore, right? So even though the Inferno Tower is able to take out that main tank, the Archer Queen can only be cycled once. The Lava Pups, the Swarm of the Balloon, and the Skelly Drags can be difficult to stop, but Pandora did a great job of cycling defenses there.
And then on to game number 3, and great question by our compatriot Andrew about the pick there for Air Surfer at the end. He put Pandora on bait with that NATO being out, but Air Surfer still had log. And you saw, once you saw that, you're like, log, Royal Delivery, Fire Spirit, basically everything, a shutdown pick there for Air Surfer in that matchup.
Absolutely. I think the other thing is just good analyzing, right? Because Pandora, one of his favorite win conditions is Goblin Barrel, it is bait. And like you said, with those certain things out of cycle, I think he was in his opponent's head in that situation.
A really nice performance by Air Surfer, who will be continuing on in our upper bracket. Of course, no one eliminated yet, but we are not done on the day. We still have 4 more matches in our lower bracket. We're gonna cut this field down all the way from 16 to 12. 4 people going home today. They can stay in Helsinki, it's okay, but 4 people out of the tournament at the end of our day today.
That's not somewhere you wanna be. You wanna stay in the winner's bracket. Congratulations to Air Surfer on that one.
Yeah, a big one for him. Let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket as we do have the first round coming to a close. We'll start on the upper side of things. It was Sandbox kicking things off with a close game 1 victory and then a nice clutch up in game number 3 to move on to our second round. He will face Sweep, who's already shown the deck unpredictability so far, maybe the wildest deck picking, but it has worked out for him so far. Down below that, Lucas X Gamer and Samuel Basoto, the frenemies, if you will, going against each other in our second round. And then, man, that's a great matchup. Morton and Moogie tomorrow. Juicy J, that's a great one.
That is a great one. We have the defending world champion and a 4-time world finalist going at it. Really, the biggest thing here for me is the Morton stage experience. And let's head over to the losers bracket.
We had KK and Air Surfer as the final matchup in our upper bracket, but coming up today, 4 of these players going home. Keith against Arden Toas. Arden Toas was the favorite in his matchup, but now he faces elimination against the dangerous Keith. Aslan and Dominic both playing in some difficult matchups. Now one of those 2 will go home. Vitor falling to Ender, or will be falling earlier in his matchup, will be going up against Ender G. And then finally, the only really, you call it an upset, but of course KK very live as the underdog there. Mohammed Light in the lower bracket. And if you're Pandora, you're either going to experience a very quick exit or the greatest win of your life. We'll find out very soon because we are getting into our lower bracket elimination matches. Josh, what's coming up next?
First match of the lower bracket. Both players will desperately want to avoid being the first player knocked out of this tournament. We have Arden Toas and Keith.
All right, here we are with our 2 competitors in our first elimination matchup of the day. Obviously, this is another $10,000 matchup. Loser gets to go home with the 20K, but you want to stay alive. And the interesting thing about this, Juicy, is both of these gentlemen were sent here based off of big missed interactions in their first set of the day. We saw the Goblin Brawler getting through for Humble Keith, and then for Arden Toas, it was just all bad with that Mother Witch.
Yeah, the Mother Witch was really tough for him to deal with in that situation. I don't blame him completely. The Mother Witch is very difficult to deal with when you are using a rocket, but if he hadn't have missed that one Ice Spirit,
that's it.
Things could be a lot different.
This is the Clash Royale League World Finals. I mean, let's go. So game 1, the players are ready. Remember, winner moves on, loser goes home. Let's go. Arden at the top of your screen, I think, and Keith at the bottom, it appears.
Ghost in the back from Keith. Skelly King gonna drop down to counter this. Tombstone is going to be filling up that Skelly King ability. E-Spirit, wouldn't be surprised to see an RG Mirror matchup, but the Skelly King Tombstone combo is so versatile, it really could be anything.
Yeah, we see that with Lava Hound sometimes, but like you said, RG as well. And while it might be a little confusing for you at home, just a quick breakdown here. Humble Keith is at the bottom of the screen. Arden Toas is at the top. You can see the player names on the actual gameplay while the graphic is flip-flopped.
We saw this matchup a little bit earlier with Moonlight versus KK. Keith going straight in with the Ghost Roll Giant at the bridge. Zappies and Hunter this time. Hunter instead of Mother Witch. That's definitely going to be a lot more useful in defense. Very solid stuff from Arden there.
Easy cleanup there by Arden, playing some very clean defense, which is exactly what he needs to do. He had a great game number 1, but after that it was all downhill. Sweep really took control of that set, and it seems that both of them have had enough time to bounce back and collect their confidence. And there we go. Now it's Arden Toas, bottom of your screen, Humble Keith at the top, just to keep along with the action here. We like to keep you on your toes here at Clash Royale League.
Absolutely. E-Spirit's gonna keep Arden on his toes here, not able to get any damage there. Skelly King ability always going to be cleaned up quite nicely by either an E-Spirit or a Log.
Royal Giant comes down for Arden. So again, Royal Giants meet each other here in this first game of our first elimination matchup.
Fisherman gonna drop here, gonna counter this quite nicely. Is he gonna be able to get this shot off? It does. Fisherman's gonna be cleaned up.
So a bit of a stop and stare here makes sense as we take into double overtime. Keith decides to set up in the back as we see Zappy split here for Arden. Arden maybe paying a little bit more attention to the defense at the moment because of the push coming in, and then we'll see if he can turn that into a counter push.
What we saw in the Molite versus KK matchup is Keith's side of things did have a fireball. I don't think that's what we're going to see this time because we haven't seen the fireball drop yet.
Yeah, it's a good point that you make, Juicy. And a bit surprising to see Arden run Royal Giant here. He hasn't had a lot of success with it, only a 53% win rate for him. And then Keith on the other side of it, Royal Giant. Not really one of his favorite win conditions. Also, he's got a 38%, so you talk about that unpredictability, and look at that, Royal Ghost on the tower, Juicy. You never want that getting tanked for by the Royal Giant.
Huge push there. Arden is doing his best to cycle these zappies, tombstones, stuff like that on the defense, but somehow Keith is just able to apply insane amounts of pressure, get these logs and these tombstones, and he's got this tower down to 971, almost 1,000 damage lead as we head into overtime.
Is it just overspends here by Arden defensively, or he's just not playing as efficiently as he needs to in terms of just defense, it seems? Because he's not getting much offense going.
Yeah, I think you gotta play your zappies, you have to protect them more, especially when your opponent is not using the fireball version. As we can see here, he's playing zappies so far up that the RG is always able to break through and get that shot.
And the value from that log gets the tombstone, gets the skellies, hits 2 of the zappies, and that's a mistake that you just cannot make here when you are fighting for your run in CRL.
Lightning is going to make its appearance now, and we just need one more lightning from Keith to clutch up game 1.
And you see Arden Toast with a bit of a tilt of the head, and this is where things start to get really, really dicey. You've dropped the first set. You've dropped the first game of your elimination set. You got to stay confident, but it's so difficult to do that. Now just waiting for that lightning to come in. Arden doesn't go for the block. He knows that he's not going to be able to block it long enough to turn that game around. And a quick early win here from Keith, who played very well, I'd say, at the start of his set, but also found struggles later on.
One thing I see from Keith is just the aggression. He's always comfortable, he's always playing aggressive, and this time it's going to end up working out, going against Arden, who played a little bit too passive in that match.
Yeah, I mean, the defenses just were not put together the way that Arden needed. Like you said, not using the zappies like the way that you want, giving too much log value there very late in the game. And then, of course, just not really creating offense because of those slips in the defensive plays.
Absolutely. The zappies definitely need to be lower there. At this point, Arden, you're in the loser's bracket. You're 1 game away from elimination. What Zach do you think he's going to go for?
I mean, I think the biggest thing that you do is that you go back to your comfort. You know, Arden has been a guy that's played very, very well all season long. His favorite win condition is Mortar, and then Drill. Drill maybe not quite as popular, you know, for all the players as it has been during that August qualifier or even earlier in the year when he did qualify. However, Mortar is always great. Mortar Control is always great. I think if you're feeling the nerves, you go back to your comfort. People can still put you on it, but I mean, it's tough because if they put you on your comfort deck, which we've seen happen a few times today, but I gotta say, the way that he has been playing today, he needs to go back to comfort. And when you also look at his win conditions, he's only got 2 of them that are really firmly above 50%.
Yeah, you got the Mortar, you got the Drill. That's an interesting point you made. Let's look at these community predictions. You have Arden at 59%, Keith at 41. Keith is looking at maybe a bit of an upset right now as we go into game 2.
Yeah, you know, and it really does make sense, Arden being one of our golden ticket runners, but you gotta remember, Keith had a glory run there at the end of our August qualifier. He was a quick 3-0 in stage 5. He beat Sandbox, who actually sent him down to the elimination bracket earlier today. So Keith is really feeling himself, and obviously, as you can see, based off the way he played game number 1, he's kind of shaken off that first matchup of the day. So I agree. I'm pretty sure I actually went with Arden as well, but Keith making all of us look like we have no idea what we're talking about.
Keith, he's a grinder. He's been practicing a lot. I actually chose him for this one because I thought that Arden just looked a little bit too nervous up there on that stage.
Well, we'll find out right now. Going into game number 2, Arden fighting for his life. Can he do it? The this is the first time that Keith and Arden are meeting this year, at least in the CRL format. Not a lot of story between the two of them, although Keith has gone 50-50 against all the competitors in the top 16 that he has played, so not too bad. And Drill coming out early on from Arden, so.
Keith does pick it up with the Tombstone, but those Goblins were able to find a way to get some nice chip here. Lava in the back from Keith, goes same lane. Giant Skelly opposite. Does he have the Mighty Miner in tow here for this defense?
Very aggressive play here. He needs to figure out a way, and the Ewiz comes behind. This could be a good moment for Arden. He's got damage in both lanes, and the Barbs completely ignore the Giant Skelly, while the Royal Ghost goes to town on that left-hand tower.
Magic Archer very nicely placed in the middle here. If Keith doesn't have a Fireball for it, it's going to get a lot of value. But Fireball comes down, and now there's a counter push from Keith's side. Lovehound is on the left here, but it's unsupported, and it's just not enough.
And you can see there, Arden not worried about it at all. Maybe going to NATO everything away here once that lava pops. But then you see the balloon coming in. Now NATO no longer an option. So we see Cannon Cart in the pocket. Just going for it is Arden Toas. And this is a big-time swing from the younger of the two players who had his back up against the wall.
Yeah, last match he was playing so passively, and now he's just going all out for sheer aggression on both sides. Not only does he take both Princess Towers, but that King Tower's down to 2038.
And I love that moment of Arden sitting there and going, maybe I'll NATO, maybe I'll NATO. Balloon comes in, fine, Cannon Cart in the pocket, let's go, baby.
Lava in the back from Keith once again. Giant Skelly at the bridge, no waiting. Are we going to be seeing some Barbs on defense?
Barbs should be coming down. There they are, right behind. Turn that Giant Skelly around. Make sure that Death Bomb does not get on tower. I don't know if I love that play, but there's not a lot else on the ground for Keith to defend with. So he goes Royal Ghost first in case you want to see that Tombstone drop down. And that is too much damage on that King Tower. This is going to be a 3-crown win for Arden Toas. Lines up the Magic Archer. You love to see it.
Fireball trying to keep that off the Tornadoes, not quite enough, but it is going to be a 3-crown. We just need to see
the lava's tanking for the Barbs. The lava's tanking for the Barbs. The Drill's got to come in.
The Drill needs one hit.
One hit. You need the NATO. What is the NATO?
Way! No way! Are you kidding me?
God!
No!
The 2 HP play. The 2 HP play. Arden Toas has been eliminated.
I thought the game was over. He just needed one Goblin hit from that Drill, but the Tombstone somehow was able to get those skeletons down and prevent that Goblin from hitting.
I flew out of my seat up here in the booth. I gotta fix my microphone, I gotta fix my hair. What is going on? What a play.
That was the craziest comeback I've ever seen.
I mean, that's just one of those things. You see the Barbs working down the lane. Arden got distracted by the light. He didn't realize that Lava Hound was taken for that entire set of Barbs. You cannot leave 5 Barbarians, a Lava Hound alone. AC saved me. What's going on?
I'm speechless.
Game 1 obviously was an incredible game. You played so well. But Game 2 is all that matters. 27 HP on the King Tower. Did you recognize that it wasn't going to do enough? Did you know that you were going to be able to win in those final seconds?
Il primo gioco è stato fantastico, ma il secondo è quello che conta davvero. Ti sei reso conto di quel punteggio che stavi ottenendo, che mancavano 27 HP e che ce la stavi davvero facendo?
Sapevo che la drill faceva tipo 25 e ho provato a mettere lapide per provare a fermare il Goblin e è andato bene.
He said, I knew that the drill was doing that damage, so I tried to put the graveyard, I tried to do it, and then I managed to do it.
That was an incredible match. I was so impressed. I said wow so many times behind the scenes. I hope that there's just something that shows that I cared. That was a phenomenal set. Back to you guys.
And while it is all sunshine and rainbows for Humble Keith, we do have to say goodbye to Arden Toas as our very first eliminated player. Let's take a quick look at a replay here before we break things down a little bit more in depth. Juicy, you got to talk me through this. I already lost my voice.
All right, we got the GoldenEye and the Ghost on this left-hand side. The Inferno Dragon is doing its best, and he goes for a Fireball onto the GoldenEye. I think it was necessary, or else that tower would have gone down. But now the Magic Archer comes out. He zaps Magic Archer to prevent that one hit. The tornado was not enough, and you know that drill does 25 damage. The barbs are locked on, the loon is coming in, the tombstone, check this tombstone, one skeleton was all that it took.
The tombstone, and Arden, you see his face, he's like, I cannot believe that Skelly just stole my World Finals run. Keith stays alive, and Rich, how you feeling?
I'm here. That was crazy. You guys saw me. I was screaming over here on the side of the stage.
We were screaming.
That was absolutely insane. Not the closest we've seen here, but behind by just one. And you know, the whole story of that, of course, we just saw that replay for the end of the match, but the story began a whole lot earlier because it was a massive swing back and forth. So let's go ahead and look at some of the earlier moments from that matchup that set up what we saw. So we started, of course, with this giant skeleton play and the skeleton play on the right-hand side, and it's just completely making a beeline for that tower, and then there you have it. It's that E-Wiz right there on the right-hand side, but the barbs don't go back towards the giant skeleton, and I think this might be one of the key factors of the match overall, because as you see, those barbs do come in and get some relatively significant damage there on that bottom right-hand side. That tower is down to under 2,000 HP early on, so we're looking at this big moment where Ardentois has taken a huge gap, but those barbs not going back, that might be why we just saw the second greatest finish in CRL World Finals history.
I mean, a 2 HP finish. We got the one, obviously. We will not speak of it. It is the match that we do not speak of, at least while one of the competitors is still in the tournament. But the 2 HP finish for Ardentois, unfortunately, just falling a little bit short. You love to see that composure at the end of the game by Kiefer. Honestly, I think it was just a blessing from the Clash Royale gods.
That's all you can do is take a huge breath and just try to recover from that. I mean, obviously you feel gutted for Arden,
yes.
Young kid making his World Finals debut, Rookie of the Year level performance last year, great performances all around this year, but then you come up, you run into a tough matchup against a brilliant player like Sweep, and then just to have it so close right in your hands. On the other side of things, Chief Keef now has come in, now Humble Keef, has come in 2 years in a row as a guy that people thought, should he really be here? But he repeated, came back again, and this kind of win, that cements a legacy.
Absolutely, what a great day for Keef. We'll obviously be seeing more of him tomorrow, but AC, we have another elimination match. Who is it?
I really hope that we get some more of these games. This feels weird to say, but the lower bracket might be the bracket to watch. This is the second set. We have Aslan and Doom.
Obviously, both of these players trying to stay alive here in their World Finals. Although one of them had a much different set than the other. I don't think anyone really envies the situation that Doom was put in. Now, some people think Sam had the matchup, other people think that Doom had the surprise factor with the hog, but then wasn't able to put that into effect. Either way, that's neither here nor there. That's something that happened before. We already know who moved on and who did not. But for these two gentlemen, they gotta stay alive. Anything that stood out to you earlier on from these guys?
Honestly, I think the biggest thing is I don't think Dominic's in a very good mindset. I don't know if you noticed his reaction after that loss versus Sam, but he was very, very frustrated. And, you know, Jen, he's home, he's in his comfort zone. I think that is going to play a big factor.
Yeah, I mean, against Aslan, though, you got to think about the set that he had, obviously, with that blocked Fisherman being the most obvious play on the board, but maybe really the only play for him to put into effect. But it was kind of domination throughout the rest of the set. He ran into a force in his opponent there. So both of them now going to have to recollect themselves. And like we just mentioned, I do believe that Doom has the much more difficult task at hand based off of what happened to him earlier. No matter what there is to say about the matchup or how they're going to play or the surprise factor or how Sam was playing, any of that, you still feel like maybe something was taken away from you. So Doom is going to have to fire back here, and we've talked about it before. Mental fortitude is so important in Clash Royale, and sometimes things don't always go your way.
Gotta stay calm, gotta clash on. Hopefully he's able to take a deep breath before this match. What do you think? Who's going to win this one?
What do I think? Well, predictions are, of course, a thing that everyone can get involved in, event.clashroyale.com. And I have to say, it's really tough because I think that Doom does have this kind of energy in this room right now where people might be pulling for him a little bit. He's here against Aslan is not. People maybe look at what happened earlier in his set today and they probably go, I feel like he deserves maybe a better shot. So I'm going to go with Doom here in this matchup in our second lower bracket matchup. Any thoughts on your end?
I completely agree. I want to see him win. He has a lot of energy. That's not something that happens a lot of time with Clash Royale players. I want to see, I've seen his failure. I want to see his celebration now.
All right, let's find out as we hop into our second elimination matchup of the day between Gens Aslan and Doom. Both of these players really paving the way for their legacy in their professional Clash Royale careers. Gens Aslan, top of your screen, Turkey. Doom at the bottom here with us in Helsinki.
E-Spirit in the back, Giant Skelly, another Giant Skelly RG maybe. Mighty Miner could really be anything. Could be that Hog Mortar deck we've been seeing. Could be Bait. Could be a Drill deck. Could be a Miner deck. And a Mega Knight in the back. It's even a Mega Knight Ram Rider Mighty Miner deck.
Doom having a lot of success in 2022 with a global tournament and ladder #1 finish in May. Incredibly impressive to be able to pull that off and obviously showing that he's grinding like a madman.
Mega Knight versus Giant Skeleton matchup right now.
Any thoughts right off the bat, Juicy, of who has the favor in this matchup?
I would say, I want to say that Aslan has a good favor here just because he has that Mighty Miner and he has the ability to make these very, very large pushes. That can be very difficult to stop, especially if you don't have a building. The Fisherman can be very, very difficult when you're going against a Mighty Miner, Mega Knight, Ram Rider push.
Doom and Gens Aslan have not faced each other in the competitive scene this year. And when Doom is running Royal Giant, he's got a 74% win rate. Ram Rider from Gens Aslan, maybe not one of his most popular decks.
Big push on the left there. I thought it was going to be difficult to defend, but the Fireball comes down, getting so much value, stopping that Ram Rider charge, cleaning out that Mother Witch, and the E-Spirit just to make sure that Giant Skelly has a lot of counter push value.
And just a little caveat on that last piece of information there is while he does not play Ram Rider a lot, only 5 times in competitive, he does have an 80% win rate with it. So going back to something that has worked in the past is the man from Turkey, who is currently in the lead by just a hair.
I really like that play, going for the Ghost, forcing out something on defense, something relatively expensive in this RG in the other lane.
Oh, and the Mother Witch doesn't focus on the RG. You can see Gens Aslan go, come on, man. RG getting big shots in, 15-17. He goes hyper-aggressive. Ram Rider at the bridge. That's Fireball fodder for Doom. Log comes in, cleans up the Bandit. And that is about as clean as it can get. What a great defense there.
Fisherman just barely able to stop that Ram Rider in his tracks before it got taken out. Giant Skelly gets countered by very nice Wiz. Wiz going to go to the opposite lane here, apply a little bit of a counter push value, maybe get a shot on this Hunter.
So a little bit of a slow play at the moment as Gens Aslan tries to recover from that big-time assault that came in based off of a overspend on a Mega Knight and a missed Mother Witch placement.
Big push here on the left. E-Spirit is going to clean up this. Mighty Miner is going to take out this Giant Skeleton. Most of it. Not a whole lot of counter push value here. Seems like these players are kind of, you know, jostling back and forth. But Dominic has a very nice damage lead. Aslan really needs to find a way to build that really big push and then bait out the Fireball and then go in even harder after it comes out.
And I really like what Doom is doing here in terms of just slow playing this game. He's not getting too aggressive. He knows he has the massive damage lead. He knows he doesn't have to worry about the spell cycle game. He can just really sit back, sit pretty, and defend for the next 85 seconds.
Absolutely. Big push on the right-hand side here just to try and apply a little bit of pressure.
And that Bandit still just not getting what Gens Aslan wants out of this. He's trying to snipe that Hunter off the board. Hunter actually takes out the Bandit, stays alive. Doesn't get a lot out of it, but what he does get is 3 wasted elixir from his opponent, which is a big deal.
Block gonna come in late.
And he's just blocking up this lane on this right-hand side. Giant Skeleton is still one of the best defensive cards in the game.
Yeah, I don't know what his plan is here. There's just no way that he can do so
big double
here,
Giant Skelly
lot
push
going on. Royal Giant coming down. Giant Skelly almost getting to the tower, and it does. It gets on the tower. 184 remains, and a dominant game number 1 there from Doom. He got the lead early on, made a big swing there, and then there was just no way to recover because, like you said, just clogging up that lane over and over and over was Doom with that Giant Skeleton. Really, really great stuff from him, and you know, we both kind of called his number in this game, and I honestly do believe that I think he could just ride this wave all the way on through.
Giant Skeletons absolutely clogging that lane. Let's hop in the replay and see if we can check this out.
So here we go. Pile up on that right-hand side. 15-17 remaining. Gets Aslan is trying to make anything and everything happen. Second Giant Skeleton comes down, but most importantly, it's in front of the other one.
Multiple Giant Skeletons. RG comes down. Fisherman doing its best. The Giant Skeleton end up making it to the tower as well. RG takes the final shot. That was game.
Yeah, you know, the 5% nerf that it kind of came in, it seemed like a lot of people right when it was announced were immediately dropping Giant Skeleton out of usage, but here at World Finals, we've seen it be very, very successful still. I mean, regardless of that 5 HP or 5% HP, the biggest thing is going to be that bomb clogging up that lane, especially when you have a lead. And it looks like we did okay for ourselves up here, Juice.
We were right. Yeah, I think the other thing with the Giant Skelly is maybe it doesn't have all of that health, but it still does quite a bit of damage per hit. And yeah, it was just really good on defense, just generally.
So Doom just looking to ride this wave on into game number 2. You know, Aslan running a win condition that he's had a lot of great success with. It's one of those things where he's only played it, like I said, 5 other times, and they had an 80% win rate, whereas Doom running that RG deck was just really, really in control.
RG is one of those win conditions where you have a lot of control with the Fisherman, with the Hunter. Very, very solid defense. And then on the offense, it really only takes a couple steps for that RG to get a couple shots off on the tower.
And you could see there towards the end, there was some struggles with against Aslan defensively. You know, I pointed out that Bandit specifically. It's one of those things that when you're that far behind, when you have a Giant Skeleton to run into, you can't be wasting that 3 elixir. So here we go. Can Gens Aslan bounce back in game number 2? Let's find out. I am incredibly curious to see what deck they both run in game number 2. You know, we saw Gens Aslan go down early. In the start of the day, he went to his comfort, he went Mortar. Doom doing kind of the same thing, except for there was that little twist in the Hog Rider. But unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to have that surprise factor. We'll see what he decides here. Gens Aslan starting off with a Bar Barrel. And it looks like Dominic could be going back to what he ran in game number 1, Lumberloon Freeze.
Lumberloon Freeze. The other thing we might be thinking about when we see a bowler is a Graveyard. But I would say you're probably right with that one. Cannon Cart's on the defense from Aslan. Cannon Cart does a very nice job versus the bowler. Most likely going to be seeing a bridge spam sort of drill deck here, or maybe even a beatdown deck after seeing this Baby Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the numbers here for Doom, you really don't ever see him run GY. It makes sense he wants to go to the skies. That is where his comfort is. So he goes right back to this, and for all you fans of World Finals, this deck is kind of cemented in history, if you will.
Absolutely. I don't even want to talk about that.
We don't have to talk about it.
But Golden Knight Dash.
Wow, Baby Dragon's still alive, and so you see that NATO have to come down. We see Gens Aslan tick to 10 as Doom is just getting to 5-6. So a Golem here in the back right side. And, you know, Golem has not been very successful at all in CRL, but we did see Air Server have great success earlier today.
This deck has a special place in my heart. This is the deck that I use, or a similar one use at my World Championship win there with the E-Drag. Golden Knight going to be coming in here. Very, very nice addition to the deck. It really synergizes with that Tornado.
What a fun little flex. At my World Championship that I won.
He's got the Lightning version though, no E-Drag. I think the Lightning is also going to be a very, very good addition to this deck, helping take out those E-Drags. Without the E-Drag on the board for Dominic, defending can be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean 100%. And you look here again at where we're at in the Elixir conversation, and the damage very, very much different. So yes, Doom most likely going to switch lanes, and he does.
Inferno Drag over there, Boulder on the right for the Golden Knight. Are we going to see a Lumberloon on the left-hand side here? Jen is already getting ready for that possibility with his baby dragon here. He decides to go Lumberjack in the back instead, but look at these air units stacked on the left-hand side.
Oh, wow, and it does connect, so a big piece of fortunate interaction there, and the lightning comes in, and that should be tower down. No, Doom decides to stop the bleeding. He pulls it back. Golden Knight does not get another hit, as this Mega Minion should get 3 to 4 on the other side. That's the third. There's the fourth. 1488 to 373, and I think the thing here is Gens Aslan recognizes, look, I have the damage lead. He doesn't have a big spell. He can only NATO back. I don't need to get another Golem down, and that's exactly what he's doing, over-defending and being aggressive with cheaper cards.
And yeah, that's the thing about the Lightning, right?
Yeah.
It's just so instantaneous. You always have to be aware that that Lightning could come down. I just don't think that Dominic was ready for that possibility.
Trying to pull it all together to freeze, so we see Gens Aslan pull it all back with a NATO. That is a game-saving NATO in my mind from Gens Aslan.
Really, really nice defense there. Golden Knight in the back. You really just need one more Lightning and Tornado to finish off this game.
So we'll see how Gens Aslan wants to hammer this nail in the coffin and take us to game number 3. Doom looking to make a miracle.
Freeze getting some decent value here, but the E-Drag is not chaining onto the Mega Minion, so that is going to be a dead E-Drag at this point. Kind of just a desperation Tornado. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of a Lightning cycle, a little bit of Tornado cycle here as we finish up this match.
And that NATO actually a really good call. Again, when you look at where Doom is at in his Elixir, just thirsting to defend. Aslan just keeping up the pressure over and over and over. And now we're going to game number 3, and this is very interesting, Juicy. You put me on the spot a minute ago. Now I get to put you on the spot.
All right,
where
here we
it's
go.
back to a best of 1, a $10,000 minimum. That's the other thing. It's $10,000 when you win, you get it right away, but we have no idea how far they're going to go in the tournament. Let's take a look at the replay really quickly before, we'll give you a minute to think about your thoughts here and who you think is going to take this. There's that Golden Knight dash, and this is really, really important because this lightning that comes down, Juicy, it gets the
I've been thinking about it for the last 15 seconds. This is great for us. I love great games.
Yep, that's the thing about being a caster. It's fun for us, not for everyone.
That's right, yeah.
Here we go. Game number 3, basically knotted up there at 85%, although a couple more games played by Vitor.
Wow, and the missed log. I was gonna say it's been a while since I've seen a missed log on a Goblin Barrel, but I have been watching Rich's game. So.
I was hoping it was coming in. He's gonna start throwing stuff at us. Just brutal. Here we go. Mighty Miner working down the lane. Cannon there for defense. We'll see what he wants to use to distract. No, he just lets the Mighty Miner lock on, and then a Mighty Miner of his own gonna walk down that other lane. Maybe some spears come down. No, Dark Goblin instead. Take out the mortar, and a barrel goes down right away.
Log finally in cycle. Mighty Miner will be able to protect the Dark Goblin. So a great use of the ability. Not trying to use the ability to get tower damage, instead protecting the Dark Goblin. Just a great play.
Spears focus there on the Miner, so this one bat will kind of clean them up. Should get one shot from a Spear Goblin. Doesn't matter though, Dark Goblin, 4 shots in on that right-hand side. 2058 to 2710. It was 4, right?
Four looks good. Four
we need to
sounds
see
good.
the tape. So Mighty Miner in the back as Ender ticks to the top. And Vitor goes, anything you can do, I can do at least the same for now.
So right here, how will he choose? Okay, there we go. We do see the rocket. I love that he's switching up these defenses, and now it allows him to be able to go on offense with this Mighty Miner. The Muskies in the middle are always going to be able to do work against the Mighty Miners, though, and so we do see that placed by Ender.
Yeah, great call there as he hops over to the other lane. Not really sure about that ability specifically. Kind of seems like a wasted elixir. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get any value whatsoever, and it also just allowed Ender to have one more more elixir, just a slightly stronger push. Now going to have to completely ignore the miner.
Yeah.
A tough spot for him, but it's going to be okay. But now the game is fully tied up.
Yeah, Vitor still in the lead by just a hair, but once you kind of lock down your opponent playing bait or you get on that right cycle, again, he misses the Dark Goblin. He does get the log in on top of the barrel, but Ender, it feels like his nerves might be getting to him a little bit with these interactions.
Yeah, right there, Vitor on the opposite end. He got fairly lucky. He was able to get the Mighty Miner just out in time. Mortar locks onto the correct troop, not really a problem. Again, oh my.
That is a high mortar. That is not gonna get on tower, and now Vitor, it's his turn to punish with the misplay.
So it had to be, it was placed correctly, and then it just popped up. Yeah, it just popped up, and the mortar had to be just placed one tile too low. A tough spot for Ender.
Doesn't mean it's over, but that is really tough.
And this is even worse because now he can't play the mortar. He has to play the mortar in a weird spot, and you don't want to be doing that in this matchup.
You can't do it because of the Dark Goblin's range, so the mortar can't go to the bridge where you normally want to play it if you want to play a mortar after you misplay it. But the Dark Goblin's range makes that possible, so he just has to defend for an entire cycle, which again, Vitor, you see the great recognition here going all out.
Yes, and right there, he doesn't have any answer for it. Ice Bear will come down, but the Goblins will be able to stab away.
That's huge! Stabs are in! That's it! Vitor just needs to get the rocket down.
We do see the Spirit Goblins in the middle to take the bats as well. We do, and then the delivery as well.
Wow, the pileup comes in. Yeah, that is a great play by Vitor, not letting the bright lights get to him, not looking at the light at the end of the tunnel. He just pumps the brakes and decides, I need to defend. I'm gonna send in another barrel. Rocket doesn't do enough or what?
Yeah, this is kind of weird because he doesn't have that small spell. He needs to be getting troops to the tower. I don't know if he's going to try and go double rocket with triple elixir, but we could see that. And that's never what you want to see when the tower would only have about 40 HP.
This could be one of the craziest come from behind wins. I mean, we saw a crazy one earlier, but could it get crazier? Barrel goes in, log is back in cycle. Dark Goblin gets a shot! Dark Goblin gets the shot! Vitor knows that is it!
He kept cycling those Dark Goblins at the bridge, finally got the final damage he needed. Vitor wins the set.
And you gotta be happy for that guy. You and I love him as a person. He was struggling for a little bit there. A missed NATO was almost the end of his story here at World Finals, but he's able to put it together with that relentless barrel pressure. Rich, how's our boy feeling?
I'm sure he's feeling pretty great right now. Vitor, you drew a tough opponent round one, fell down into this lower bracket. What were you thinking coming into this elimination match?
I mean, losing to Mugi doesn't mean much because he's one of the best players in the world, of course. So I had to keep my head up and do my job.
Did the job indeed, and now you stay alive for tomorrow. Lots of crazy emotions today. What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. It feels amazing to win a match here. It's crazy to hear the crowd. And let's go for tomorrow.
We'll see him back tomorrow. Andrew, back to you on the desk.
Probably a lot nicer to hear the crowd at the end of his second set than the end of his first set. But you understand it is a very tough draw in his opponent in Mugi. And my goodness, just to touch on that really quick. Sorry, Vitor. That log plus E-Spirit in that matchup was absolutely phenomenal with Vitor and Mugi earlier today. Let's take a look here at a replay of some of the fancy moves that Vitor had for us right here.
I just loved the insane amount of pressure. We see the Goblin Barrels, but he kind of understands that that's never going to get to the tower. He can have a 3-card cycle of his own, the Bats plus Ice Spirit plus the Miner, so he's never getting it to the tower. He needs that Dark Goblin to lock throughout the game.
Yeah.
It was just, he only has 2 Elixir, but he can't use a log on this, so now I get to pressure with the Dark Goblin. A tremendous job with the Dark Goblin.
And I love the recognition of using the Dark Goblin. One of my favorite cards in the game. You know, you see that pressure early on in the game from Dark Gobs at the bridge where you don't have a lot of other options, but usually when you move through double and triple elixir, the Dark Goblin you need to use more on defense, right? Because so much more pressure comes in. But he had the recognition of going, there's no way I'm getting damage unless one of those squeezes through. Ender's got the elixir and the elixir flow now to always have log and cycle.
Yeah, this is one of those games where you just get to take a deep dive, you get to look at that, and it's always fun, especially in a Game 3 situation.
Oh yeah, let's go. Break these decks down, AC.
Okay, game number 1, we did have the Hog Giant Skeleton come out on top. Again, to have a little callback, I think it's 1-12 in this competition. Really, it comes down to confidence in your abilities to be a player that you believe you are better in. And I think we saw early on, the Giant Skeleton gets to the tower. That can never happen in a competitive match.
So then you go on to the next game here, and this is where Ender was able to bounce right back into this set. Now, was it more about the way Ender played, or do you think it was really just, I mean, it was that mini P.E.K.K.A, huh? It was just that was it.
Yeah.
He had the damage lead otherwise.
Yeah, I think Ender played a fine game. I think it's probably just advantageous for Vitor, and if he doesn't make that mistake, he's able to walk away with the victory. But I think Ender played a fine game.
So here we go, game number 3. Always hate to see Mortar lose. I mean, I know it's both of our favorite cards in the game.
Yeah.
But Vitor, you look at what he's got. You called it out, no small spell. You know, Mighty Miner didn't really ever get that extra bomb damage on the tower from abilities, even though, you know, it was used in the other lane when he misplayed it. But still, no extra damage on that tower. So he recognized, I don't have enough. I can't send a rocket in. I will lose. So it was just about that pressure, pressure, pressure. Speaking of pressure, we're getting down to the end of it. The end of day 1, last match. One more goes home, one more goes on. Juicy, who we got?
Like Andrew said, final elimination match of the day between one of the GOATs, Mohamed Lights, and the underdog here, Pandora.
And here we go, the final elimination match of the day. And Josh, this is not the match that I think many of us expected to see in this day.
It pains my eyes. I want to try and get checked out for glasses. This is, looking at the right side of the screen, it kills me. I don't like it.
You are right. You're seeing the correct thing. It's Mohamed Light in the lower bracket. Now, let's be very frank here, be very clear here. Mohamed Light has fought through the lower bracket to win a competition before. This is not new territory for him. We're always so shocked when he loses early, but you know what we're not shocked about is when he battles all the way back, and that's a big weight for Pandora to fight against. Let's go ahead, jump in, get it started. Pandora versus Mohamed Light, game number 1. Tensions high in this room, of course. A lot of fans do want to see Pandora move on. Big Japanese contingent both here and huge game there as well. But who doesn't want to see Mohamed Light rematch Mugi or who knows who else in these days? And that's a big breath from Mo. He did not like that opening.
Mohamed Light is going to be using Minor Inferno Tower. It's weird when other players use Inferno Tower. I'm not always a fan of it. I think you can get into some really tough matchups, but when you are so skilled with the micro and the macro, it just makes sense for you to use that card.
On the flip side of things, though, do you think that Mo's looking at those Royal Hogs and wishing that was not an Inferno Tower?
Yeah, I really want to know if it's because of the Inferno Tower, which can defend Royal Hogs for 0 damage if played well, if there's no Earthquake from Pandora. But I want to know if he has the log. I think that he might not have the log, and that might be the reason why he's so upset.
Reasonably well defended there. Now a counter push for Mohamed Light on the board. A nice, easy cleanup there for Pandora, courtesy of the Archer Queen plus Skeletons.
No pressure with the Archer Queen. We are going to see the log and the defensive log from Mohamed. Archer Queen will be able to take out the Fire Spirit before it gets the jump. Dark Prince forced in response.
And second time we're seeing these low inside cannons played by Pandora. Josh, talk to me about that move.
Yeah, I really like it because you're setting yourself up for a second opportunity to defend. If he doesn't have the Inferno Tower, or if he chooses to not want to do the Inferno Tower, your cannon now takes out these Skellies plus the Royal Delivery. If he plays it high, he doesn't choose to defend, and now he can just wait, and he doesn't even have to reset. Now he can just go in on offense.
And Mo starts with Rocket Cycle, and that's a big leap forward now with a slight Elixir advantage, or no, never mind, there's an Archer Queen on the left-hand lane.
So technically he had more Elixir, but yeah, that is a problem for him. We do see the Royal Delivery on top of the Archer Queen. Archer Queen forced to use the ability, will be activated as it crosses the bridge. Dark Prince on the right side, Fire Spirit will come down on the left.
Did take care of the Archer Queen, final 27 seconds of regulation, and so far, well, up until that rocket, the lead was for Pandora. Mohamed Light now with a miner right behind the rocket. Very aggressive play from the Prince of Egypt.
Yeah, and he's gonna get the tower down to 1464, 700 HP separated into two players. He is in a prime position to win. I was wrong. He does have the log, he does have the delivery, he does have the rocket. Maybe he was shaking his head to confuse us?
Yeah, possibly just shaking everybody off the trail there as we go into sudden death overtime. Mohamed Light does have the lead, 1464, and he sees Skelly's cycled way in the back, knows that front spot, totally safe for him. And take a look at this work on the left-hand side. Archer Queen now is going to have a nice little path there. Mo has to cycle back and take care of business. Dark Prince will take care of those pigs and hold off the Archer Queen for now.
He is defending these beautifully logged, plus Archer Queen will get shots on tower if he doesn't defend. Fire Spirit out perfectly, knows his interactions, knows that it won't be able to get to the tower. Dark Prince needs the log, and he's going to be able to defend beautifully again. Every single time, these Royal Hogs, I'm pretty sure the last 3 times, it's been one shot from a Royal Hog.
And going to the number 3 spot is Mohamed with that miner, gets 2 shots from it, 11-16, and now the log used on defense here. And we're gonna get into a potential, spell off as this goes on. And with that rocket cycle to the right-hand side, that puts Pandora much further behind.
Every single time we see a rocket, we hear the crowd cheer. Everybody knows that this is getting close. 670, the miner does not lock onto the tower. I was fairly certain that it was. Dark Prince plus Royal Delivery gonna defend that left side beautifully. Just 2 more rockets or some log chip damage.
And this is where you start seeing those rockets fly a lot. Triple Elixir, Mo is way ahead, and now with the log and Dark Prince combination, shuts that one down. Goes miner to the inside. Log does take the miner off, but rocket will not be long to get there. There you go. GG, well played. Mohamed Light begins to right the ship.
This is what we expect from him. No mistakes whatsoever, and a brilliant deck choice. The delivery plus log, Inferno Towers where it always plays perfectly, and I mean, watching him play when he's at his peak, just great pressure.
Well, it's a whole lot of fun to watch, and you gotta wonder, talking about great deck selection, the deck selection in game 1 of his first match was a little bit unorthodox. So now we see him going back to something maybe a bit more traditional and getting lots of success.
So with that, I was allowed to overhear, some coaches and players talking, and they called it the Mo Special. So I don't know if we're gonna see the Mohamed Light Special again and again, or if it was just a one-time thing.
Well, that's an interesting evaluation there on that deck. Let's look and see who you think is winning this matchup, and 75% of you picking the Pharaoh himself, Mohamed Light, and he is, of course, 1 game away from making all of you correct. And, of course, if you want to get on the action for tomorrow and for day 3, go to event.clashroyale.com for your votes once we wrap all of our action today and get ready for tomorrow. But speaking of what's right in front of us at the moment, Pandora back to the wall. 1 game loss means he's out. What do you, as a coach, tell a guy like that in this situation?
Well, I mean, obviously you're going against Mohamed Light. I think you played a fine set number 1 against Jack or Air Surfer. I think it's just really calm down, collect yourself, and just do your best. Sometimes that's all you can say to a player.
Do your best indeed. Now, we did see log out, we saw delivery out, we see fire spirit, I believe, out, or was that the spirit that Mo was using there?
Yes.
Right, so that feels like it opens up bait a whole lot for Pandora.
That's right. We do have a lot of the quick cycle cards out, and yeah, I mean, that is available to you, but I have to assume that it kind of plays into why you would use that deck in a game number 1, where you have 2 decks ready for a bait potential matchup.
And keep in mind, no rocket for Pandora, so that does limit those options a little bit as well. We're seconds away from game number 2. Mohamed Light with a chance to get back on track. The thing you expect him to do, we've seen him go to the lower bracket before and fight his way through. Pandora in a very tight spot here, and I think we're just about ready. Let's go ahead and jump on in. Pandora 87.64 personal best. On the other side of it, a nice 89.46 PB on ladder for Mohamed Light.
Is that the best? Is that the greatest?
It's close, if not the best.
Okay.
I don't have that one in front of me.
Okay. I feel like you can just say it's the best, and you've got like a 70% chance of just telling the truth on broadcast when you say that about Mo.
Nice little King Tower activation there against the Electro Spirit. Easy peasy. And it's RG for Mo here.
Skeleton King on defense from Pandora. You do know the next 4 cards in his deck because of that card placed right there. It is going to be Splash Yard from Pandora going against Mohamed Light's Giant Skeleton RG, probably Lightning.
Well, if it is, wow. Josh, go for it.
Yeah, probably not Splash Yard, actually. So all right, I take it back. Never happened. I get to do that. I think Andrew did it earlier.
I think that Giant Skeleton Bomb also backed up with you a little bit because it seemed like it was inside the tower and suddenly no explosion.
No problem if you use that NATO, but 3 for 6, the Giant Skeleton still getting the value even when it doesn't reach the tower.
And now setting up Royal Giant way in the back with only about 25 seconds until we hit double elixir time. Maybe getting ready to put some dual lane pressure here, Josh.
We just need to see defense again, and this is the kind of deck where you just love having Archer Queen. Archer Queen is going to have so many different individual matchups where it's Archer Queen versus Baby Dragon or Skeleton King or Night Witch, and it's always going to put in work. Archer Queen is going to be so good in this overall matchup.
And Mo doing such a good job defending that Hunter that he forced out that Lightning at the bridge, giving himself a very significant elixir advantage.
I'm trying to see if the Archer Queen is going to be able to take out the Tombstone in time. It does. The bomb actually doesn't even help that much, and this is one of those individual matchups that I was talking about. Archer Queen uses the ability, takes out the Baby Dragon, and 10% of the Skeleton King health as well.
And now Healthy Fisherman on the board, Healthy Hunter as well. Giant Skeleton in front of it to do a little bit of tankage, and there you go. Go into the left-hand lane, and Mo switches sides and goes directly into the right.
That Hunter is going to be able to take out so much of the golem, it's not going to be able to reach the tower. So you have Hunter, you have Fisherman, and you have a damage advantage. Not a good spot for Pandora.
Second Hunter down, and now Fisherman will pull the Skeleton King right back over to the other side. At the moment, Mohamed Light just controlling the tempo of this match beautifully.
Yeah, you know you're controlling the tempo of a match if you haven't used your big spell. When it's just troop after troop after troop, and I kind of look at the Bar Barrel as one of those troops, just because you're trying to win those bridge battles. And right here, he's doing this so perfectly. These Giant Skeletons are getting so much value.
And Golem right into the Giant Skelly plus Archer Queen. Nice Electro Spirit there to do a bit of reset work. Archer Queen will go down though. Hunter behind to do cleanup.
Not able to protect it in time, will not matter. Hunter will lock onto the Baby Dragon, and it is going to win that matchup right there, I believe. And there we go, Giant Skeleton on the left side, Giant Skeleton on the right side. Total advantage for Mohamed.
Little King Tower activation there as well, and now Mo starting to stack up in the right-hand side. Skeleton King going to the left-hand lane for Pandora. Keep an eye on that. Archer Queen does get the pull into the middle, and NATO for all the splash. Not going to do as much as Pandora hoped.
Yeah, that is not the NATO that really should have been used. It just doesn't get the value he needs. The Barb on top of the tower, getting it down to 940. Hunter at the bridge. We could see an all-out assault for the rest of this game.
And Mo just pouring it on. Giant Skeleton making its way to the tower. There's no stopping it. No, NATO does pull it back. 356, but this looks like it's going to be a GG.
And here's the problem. If he goes Golem at the bridge, he's just going to be able to Fisherman yank it. So he has to keep the NATO in cycle. We do see the Fisherman yank. The NATO comes out. Not going to be enough.
Almost got it done. Royal Giant will make it official with the Barbarian. Mohamed Light recovers and stays alive at this World Finals.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. Unfortunately, Mo does get knocked down to the lower bracket, but he wins the second set. We need to see him day 2. We need to see him day 3.
That's what you want from one of the best on the planet. Maybe the best of all time. GOAT still up for debate right now.
I'm saying it.
Vote certainly there on the board. A great win for Mohamed. under a tight situation. Let's go ahead down to the floor where he's standing by with Andrew Guy.
And as I was watching that match, I was thinking in my head, that is the Mo I know. How are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm feeling very well, actually. I'm really happy, and obviously what happened earlier, the first best of 3, all the tension, the pressure, and like the first like stage experience. Hopefully we can go be better than from here.
Yeah, so now that you got that pressure out of the way, how are you feeling? Are you confident in your ability to make it and just go all the way through this losers bracket?
Yeah, I'm very confident. I've done it before, and I'm sure I can do it again.
Absolutely. Send it back to you, Rich.
Thank you, not Andrew Guy, for that fantastic interview there at the end. Josh, this is exactly what you wanted to see. Mohamed Light playing like Mohamed Light.
It was just brilliant. It was everything we expect. We can hear the crowd cheering Mo. I want to join. I kind of want to get off this casting booth and join in on that because it is just great.
Let's go ahead and roll the tape on some of that final action here, as this was a great one for Mo. And, you know, we talked about it earlier, the dual lane pressure or the switching lanes. Mohamed Light, though, throughout this game, seemed like he never lost control.
Yeah, I love the use of the giant skeleton. There were so many opportunities for Mo to go in on offense. He could have gone RG at the bridge, but he just wanted to win those bridge battles. Every single bridge battle won was a huge benefit towards him because once it's a late game situation, we saw him win the game because he goes golem at the bridge. That's his only opportunity to win. So that's why it was so important for him to get late into the game.
And there, for those of you who know Mohamed Light, his biggest fan, Mo's mom, in the building to cheer on her son, who, of course, is making an important run here. I bet she lost her breath a bit in game 1. Got it right back here in match number 2. So a very big win for Mohamed Light. Let's look at the decks that helped get him there in game 1 and game 2. A very nice, quick 1-2 down. And this was game number 1. And, you know, the greats can do what Mo did here with this. The minor rocket cycle, brilliant work.
Yeah, it's the Mohamed Lights, the Igors, the Lapocatis that are just so talented with this deck. So many interactions that only they could be able to pull off.
And then let's go ahead and go on to our second deck here. And Golem continues to be the deck that players are picking with an effort to snipe somebody. Hopefully they get a big matchup. And against a guy like Mo, you're down 1, you want to go with a big outsized matchup. But Morton could not win with Golem 3 times against Mo this year. I don't think anybody else is doing it.
Yeah, I just don't think that it's the right play to make. It's good, but it's just not great when your opponent plays perfectly. Let's take a look at the caster results right here. Am I in number 1? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You are, no, you are not. Juicy is the one holding the victory right now. You're in number 2, and Andrew and I both tied at a number 3 spot. Although I think that some of the maybe I don't think it was Ardent. Oh, did I pick Ardent Toas there? Yeah. Anyway, I think that maybe I'm in last place. It's very possible. We'll take a look at those numbers a little bit later. But in the end, very well played. Juicy though, carrying the day right now with our predictions. And speaking of the carrying the day, we do have day number 2 coming very quickly. Let's take a look at the bracket, what we have in store for us tomorrow. And Josh, take us through this upper bracket.
Oh, this upper bracket is going to be phenomenal. The first 2 sets both went 2-1. Cal Sandbox and Sweep, the innovative veteran Sweep and Sandbox. Lucas X Gamer, Samuel Busoto. That is going to be a crazy matchup. Friends against each other. Morton and Mugi, premier matchup of day number 2. You just see those 2 names next to each other and get so excited. And KK and Air Surfer rounding it out.
And then we go down to the lower side, the elimination side of the bracket. And you see waiting down there, Keith, Dominic, Vitor, and Mohamed Light. No matter what, I believe that Vitor is going to face the loser of that Mugi versus Morton matchup. So Vitor goes out of the frying pan into the fire on this one. Maybe gets a rematch shot at Mugi potentially tomorrow. So we'll see. But either way, that will be more eliminations for you. This has been a great day 1. We'll be doing a bit more here. But first, let's take a look at some of the best moments from today's show.
This is the moment we rise. This is the moment we rise. We are the best of the best. We will not back down our rest till we drink from the cup of the winner. Hey, crash tonight. Crash tonight. Look into the
So as 12 players move on, 4 are sent home as the end of day 1 of the Clash Royale League World Finals in 2022 comes to an end. Event.clashroyale.com to make sure you're getting all your predictions for tomorrow. Juicy, favorite moments of the day for you?
Favorite moments of the day, the upset. When Mo lost, I really liked the 2 HP win from Keith as well. And overall, just the matches, watching the favorites do their thing, win those games. It was a lot of fun overall. I had a blast.
Oh yeah, that 2 HP match was absolutely crazy. And you love that the moms are bringing the good luck here for our competitors. We'll obviously be back tomorrow. What a day.
Absolutely, an amazing day. We saw the second closest finish in CRL World Finals history, 2 HP. Josh, how did that one make you feel?
I was so excited behind the scenes. I really hope that they were able to capture that. It was just, we saw this before. Oh, it only does 25 HP. It only does 25 HP. 2 left. And then the win.
It was a wild one, and we are not done yet. We're back tomorrow with day 2. On behalf of everyone here at CRL, that's Joshua AC Sharon, Jackson Juicy J Wall, Andrew Guy, I'm Rich Slayton. We'll see you back here tomorrow for day 2 of CRL World Finals.
This is the moment.